Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 31. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 31. Of Ralph Nickleby and Newman Noggs, and some wise precautions, the success or failure of which will appear in the sequel. In blissful unconsciousness that his nephew was hastening at the utmost speed of 4 good horses towards his sphere of action, and that every passing minute diminished the distance between them, Ralph Nickleby sat that morning occupied in his customary avocations, and yet unable to prevent his thoughts wandering from time to time back to the interview which had taken place between himself and his niece on the previous day. At such intervals, after a few moments of abstraction, Ralph would mutter some peevish interjection, and apply himself with renewed steadiness of purpose to the ledger before him; but again and again the same train of thought came back, despite all his efforts to prevent it, confusing him in his calculations, and utterly distracting his attention from the figures over which he bent. At length Ralph laid down his pen, and threw himself back in his chair, as though he had made up his mind to allow the obtrusive current of reflection to take its own course, and by giving it full scope to rid himself of it effectually. 'I am not a man to be moved by a pretty face,' muttered Ralph sternly. 'There is a grinning skull beneath it, and men like me who look and work below the surface see that, and not its delicate covering. And yet I almost like the girl, or should, if she had been less proudly and squeamishly brought up. If the boy were drowned or hanged, and the mother dead, this house should be her home. I wish they were, with all my soul.' Notwithstanding the deadly hatred which Ralph felt towards Nicholas, and the bitter contempt with which he sneered at poor Mrs. Nickleby; notwithstanding the baseness with which he had behaved, and was then behaving, and would behave himself again if his interest prompted him, towards Kate herself; still there was, strange though it may seem, something humanizing and even gentle in his thoughts at that moment. He thought of what his home might be if Kate were there. He placed her in the empty chair, looked upon her, heard her speak, and felt again upon his arm the gentle pressure of the trembling hand. He strewed his costly rooms with the 100 silent tokens of feminine presence and occupation. He came back again to the cold fireside and the silent dreary splendour, and in that one glimpse of a better nature, born as it was in selfish thoughts, the rich man felt himself friendless, childless, and alone. Gold, for the instant, lost its lustre in his eyes, for there were countless treasures of the heart which it could never purchase. A very slight circumstance was sufficient to banish such reflections from the mind of such a man. As Ralph looked vacantly out over the yard towards the window of the other office, he became suddenly aware of the earnest observation of Newman Noggs, who, with his red nose almost touching the glass, feigned to be mending a pen with a rusty fragment of a knife, but was in reality staring at his employer with a countenance of the closest and most eager scrutiny. Ralph exchanged his dreamy posture for his accustomed business attitude. The face of Newman disappeared, and the train of thought took to flight. All simultaneously, and in an instant. After a few minutes, Ralph rang his bell. Newman answered the summons, and Ralph raised his eyes stealthily to his face, as if he almost feared to read there a knowledge of his recent thoughts. There was not the smallest speculation, however, in the countenance of Newman Noggs. If it be possible to imagine a man with 2 eyes in his head and both wide open, looking in no direction whatever and seeing nothing, Newman appeared to be that man, while Ralph Nickleby regarded him. 'How now?' growled Ralph. 'Oh!' said Newman, throwing some intelligence into his eyes all at once, and dropping them on his master. 'I thought you rang.' With which laconic remark, Newman turned round and hobbled away. 'Stop!' said Ralph. Newman stopped, not at all disconcerted. 'I did ring.' 'I knew you did.' 'Then why do you offer to go, if you know that?' 'I thought you rang to say you didn't ring,' replied Newman. 'You often do.' 'How dare you pry, and peer, and stare at me, sirrah?' demanded Ralph. 'Stare!' cried Newman. 'At you! Ha ha!' Which was all the explanation Newman deigned to offer. 'Be careful, sir,' said Ralph, looking steadily at him. 'Let me have no drunken fooling here. Do you see this parcel?' 'It's big enough,' rejoined Newman. 'Carry it into the city, to Cross, in Broad Street, and leave it there. Quick! Do you hear?' Newman gave a dogged kind of nod to express an affirmative reply, and leaving the room for a few seconds, returned with his hat. Having made various ineffective attempts to fit the parcel, which was some 2 feet square, into the crown thereof, Newman took it under his arm, and after putting on his fingerless gloves with great precision and nicety, keeping his eyes fixed upon Mr. Ralph Nickleby all the time, he adjusted his hat upon his head with as much care, real or pretended, as if it were a brand new one of the most expensive quality, and at last departed on his errand. He executed his commission with great promptitude and dispatch, only calling at one public house for half a minute, and even that might be said to be in his way, for he went in at one door and came out at the other; but as he returned, and had got so far homewards as the Strand, Newman began to loiter with the uncertain air of a man who has not quite made up his mind whether to halt or go straight forwards. After a very short consideration, the former inclination prevailed, and making towards the point he had in his mind, Newman knocked a modest double knock, or a rather nervous one, at Miss La Creevy's door. It was opened by a strange servant, on whom the odd figure of the visitor did not appear to make the most favourable impression possible, inasmuch as she no sooner saw him than she very nearly closed it, and placing herself in the narrow gap, inquired what he wanted. But Newman, merely uttering the monosyllable 'Noggs,' as if it were some cabalistic word, at sound of which bolts would fly back and doors open, pushed briskly past, and gained the door of Miss La Creevy's sitting room before the astonished servant could offer any opposition. 'Walk in, if you please,' said Miss La Creevy in reply to the sound of Newman's knuckles, and in he walked accordingly. 'Bless us!' cried Miss La Creevy, starting as Newman bolted in. 'What do you want, sir?' 'You have forgotten me,' said Newman, with an inclination of the head. 'I wonder at that. That nobody should remember me who knew me in other days, is natural enough; but there are few people who, seeing me once, forget me now.' He glanced as he spoke at his shabby clothes and paralytic limb, and slightly shook his head. 'I did forget you, I declare,' said Miss La Creevy, rising to receive Newman, who met her half way, 'and I am ashamed of myself for doing so, for you are a kind, good creature, Mr. Noggs. Sit down, and tell me all about Miss Nickleby. Poor dear thing, I haven't seen her for this many a week.' 'How's that?' asked Newman. 'Why, the truth is, Mr. Noggs,' said Miss La Creevy, 'that I have been out on a visit; the first visit I have made for 15 years.' 'That is a long time,' said Newman sadly. 'So it is a very long time to look back upon in years, though somehow or other, thank Heaven, the solitary days roll away peacefully and happily enough,' replied the miniature painter. 'I have a brother, Mr. Noggs, the only relation I have, and all that time I never saw him once; not that we ever quarrelled, but he was apprenticed down in the country, and he got married there, and new ties and affections springing up about him, he forgot a poor little woman like me, as it was very reasonable he should, you know. Don't suppose that I complain about that, because I always said to myself, it is very natural. Poor dear John is making his way in the world, and has a wife to tell his cares and troubles to, and children now to play about him, so God bless him and them, and send we may all meet together one day where we shall part no more. But what do you think, Mr. Noggs,' said the miniature painter, brightening up and clapping her hands, 'of that very same brother coming up to London at last, and never resting till he found me out? What do you think of his coming here and sitting down in that very chair, and crying like a child because he was so glad to see me? What do you think of his insisting on taking me down all the way into the country to his own house, quite a sumptuous place, Mr. Noggs, with a large garden, and I don't know how many fields, and a man in livery waiting at table, and cows and horses and pigs, and I don't know what besides, and making me stay a whole month, and pressing me to stop there all my life, yes, all my life, and so did his wife, and so did the children, and there were 4 of them, and one, the eldest girl of all, they had named her after me 8 good years before, they had indeed. I never was so happy in all my life, I never was.' The worthy soul hid her face in her handkerchief and sobbed aloud, for it was the first opportunity she had had of unburdening her heart, and it would have its way. 'But bless my life,' said Miss La Creevy, wiping her eyes after a short pause, and cramming her handkerchief into her pocket with great bustle and dispatch, 'what a foolish creature I must seem to you, Mr. Noggs! I shouldn't have said anything about it, only I wanted to explain to you how it was I hadn't seen Miss Nickleby. 'Have you seen the old lady?' asked Newman. 'You mean Mrs. Nickleby?' said Miss La Creevy. 'Then I tell you what, Mr. Noggs, if you want to keep in the good books in that quarter, you had better not call her the old lady any more, for I suspect she wouldn't be very pleased to hear you. Yes, I went there the night before last, but she was quite on the high ropes about something, and was so grand and mysterious that I couldn't make anything of her; so, to tell you the truth, I took it into my head to be grand too, and came away in state. I thought she would have come round again before this, but she hasn't been here.' 'About Miss Nickleby?' said Newman. 'Why, she was here twice while I was away,' returned Miss La Creevy. 'I was afraid she mightn't like to have me calling on her among those great folks in what's its name place, so I thought I'd wait a day or two, and if I didn't see her, write.' 'Ah!' exclaimed Newman, cracking his fingers. 'However, I want to hear all the news about them from you,' said Miss La Creevy. 'How is the old rough and tough monster of Golden Square? Well, of course such people always are. I don't mean how he is in health, but how is he going on? How is he behaving himself?' 'Damn him!' cried Newman, dashing his cherished hat on the floor, 'like a false hound.' 'Gracious, Mr. Noggs, you quite terrify me!' exclaimed Miss La Creevy, turning pale. 'I should have spoilt his features yesterday afternoon, if I could have afforded it,' said Newman, moving restlessly about, and shaking his fist at a portrait of Mr. Canning over the mantelpiece. 'I was very near it. I was obliged to put my hands in my pockets, and keep 'em there very tight. I shall do it some day in that little back parlour, I know I shall. I should have done it before now, if I hadn't been afraid of making bad worse. I shall double lock myself in with him, and have it out before I die. I'm quite certain of it.' 'I shall scream if you don't compose yourself, Mr. Noggs,' said Miss La Creevy. 'I'm sure I shan't be able to help it.' 'Never mind,' rejoined Newman, darting violently to and fro. 'He's coming up tonight. I wrote to tell him. He little thinks I know. He little thinks I care. Cunning scoundrel! He don't think that, not he, not he. Never mind, I'll thwart him. I, Newman Noggs. Ho, ho, the rascal!' Lashing himself up to an extravagant pitch of fury, Newman Noggs jerked himself about the room with the most eccentric motion ever beheld in a human being, now sparring at the little miniatures on the wall, and now giving himself violent thumps on the head, as if to heighten the delusion, until he sank down in his former seat quite breathless and exhausted. 'There,' said Newman, picking up his hat, 'that's done me good. Now I'm better, and I'll tell you all about it.' It took some little time to reassure Miss La Creevy, who had been almost frightened out of her senses by this remarkable demonstration; but that done, Newman faithfully related all that had passed in the interview between Kate and her uncle, prefacing his narrative with a statement of his previous suspicions on the subject, and his reasons for forming them, and concluding with a communication of the step he had taken in secretly writing to Nicholas. Though little Miss La Creevy's indignation was not so singularly displayed as Newman's, it was scarcely inferior in violence and intensity. Indeed, if Ralph Nickleby had happened to make his appearance in the room at that moment, there is some doubt whether he would not have found Miss La Creevy a more dangerous opponent than even Newman Noggs himself. 'God forgive me for saying so,' said Miss La Creevy, as a wind up to all her expressions of anger, 'but I really feel as if I could stick this into him with pleasure.' It was not a very awful weapon that Miss La Creevy held, it being in fact nothing more nor less than a black lead pencil, but discovering her mistake, the little portrait painter exchanged it for a mother of pearl fruit knife, wherewith, in proof of her desperate thoughts, she made a lunge as she spoke, which would have scarcely disturbed the crumb of a half quartern loaf. 'She won't stop where she is after tonight,' said Newman. 'That's a comfort.' 'Stop!' cried Miss La Creevy. 'She should have left there weeks ago.' 'If we had known of this,' rejoined Newman, 'but we didn't. Nobody could properly interfere but her mother or brother. The mother's weak, poor thing, weak. The dear young man will be here tonight.' 'Heart alive!' cried Miss La Creevy. 'He will do something desperate, Mr. Noggs, if you tell him all at once.' Newman left off rubbing his hands, and assumed a thoughtful look. 'Depend upon it,' said Miss La Creevy earnestly, 'if you are not very careful in breaking out the truth to him, he will do some violence upon his uncle, or one of these men, that will bring some terrible calamity upon his own head, and grief and sorrow to us all.' 'I never thought of that,' rejoined Newman, his countenance falling more and more. 'I came to ask you to receive his sister in case he brought her here, but this is a matter of much greater importance,' interrupted Miss La Creevy, 'that you might have been sure of before you came, but the end of this nobody can foresee unless you are very guarded and careful. What can I do?' cried Newman, scratching his head with an air of great vexation and perplexity. 'If he was to talk of pistolling 'em all, I should be obliged to say, "Certainly, serve him right." Miss La Creevy could not suppress a small shriek on hearing this, and instantly set about extorting a solemn pledge from Newman that he would use his utmost endeavours to pacify the wrath of Nicholas, which, after some demur, was conceded. They then consulted together on the safest and surest mode of communicating to him the circumstances which had rendered his presence necessary. 'He must have time to cool, before he can possibly do anything,' said Miss La Creevy. 'That is of the greatest consequence. He must not be told until late at night.' 'But he'll be in town between 6 and 7 this evening,' replied Newman. 'I can't keep it from him when he asks me.' 'Then you must go out, Mr. Noggs,' said Miss La Creevy. 'You can easily have been kept away by business, and must not return till nearly midnight.' 'Then he will come straight here,' retorted Newman. 'So I suppose,' observed Miss La Creevy. 'But he won't find me at home, for I'll go straight to the city the instant you leave me, make up matters with Mrs. Nickleby, and take her away to the theatre, so that he may not even know where his sister lives.' Upon further discussion, this appeared the safest and most feasible mode of proceeding that could possibly be adopted. Therefore it was finally determined that matters should be so arranged, and Newman, after listening to many supplementary cautions and entreaties, took his leave of Miss La Creevy, and trudged back to Golden Square, ruminating as he went upon a vast number of possibilities and impossibilities which crowded upon his brain, and arose out of the conversation that had just terminated. Chapter 31. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 32. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 32. Relating chiefly to some remarkable conversation, and some remarkable proceedings to which it gives rise. 'London at last!' cried Nicholas, throwing back his greatcoat and rousing Smike from a long nap. 'It seemed to me as though we should never reach it.' 'And yet you came along at a tidy pace too,' observed the coachman, looking over his shoulder at Nicholas with no very pleasant expression of countenance. 'I know that,' was the reply, 'but I have been very anxious to be at my journey's end, and that makes the way seem long.' 'Well,' remarked the coachman, 'if the way seemed long with such cattle as you sat behind, you must have been most uncommon anxious.' And so saying, he let out his whiplash, and touched up a little boy on the calves of his legs by way of emphasis. They rattled on through the noisy, bustling, crowded street of London, now displaying long double rows of brightly burning lamps, dotted here and there with the chemist's glaring lights, and illuminated besides with the brilliant flood that streamed from the windows of the shops, where sparkling jewellery, silks, and velvets of the richest colours, the most inviting delicacies, and most sumptuous articles of luxurious ornament, succeeded each other in rich and glittering profusion. Streams of people, apparently without end, poured on and on, jostling each other in the crowd, and hurrying forward, scarcely seeming to notice the riches that surrounded them on every side, while vehicles of all shapes and makes mingled up together in one moving mass, like running water, lent their ceaseless roar to swell the noise and tumult. As they dashed by the quickly changing and ever varying objects, it was curious to observe in what a strange procession they passed before the eye. Emporiums of splendid dresses, the materials brought from every quarter of the world, tempting stores of everything to stimulate and pamper the sated appetite, and give new relish to the oft repeated feast, vessels of burnished gold and silver, wrought into every exquisite form of vase and dish and goblet, guns, swords, pistols, and patent engines of destruction, screws and irons for the crooked, clothes for the newly born, drugs for the sick, coffins for the dead, and churchyards for the buried, all these jumbled each with the other, and flocking side by side, seemed to flit by in motley dance like the fantastic groups of the old Dutch painter, and with the same stern moral for the unheeding restless crowd. Nor were there wanting objects in the crowd itself to give new point and purpose to the shifting scene. The rags of the squalid ballad singer fluttered in the rich light that showed the goldsmith's treasures; pale and pinched up faces hovered about the windows where was tempting food; hungry eyes wandered over the profusion guarded by one thin sheet of brittle glass; an iron wall to them; half naked shivering figures stopped to gaze at Chinese shawls and golden stuffs of India. There was a christening party at the largest coffin maker's, and a funeral hatchment had stopped some great improvements in the bravest mansion. Life and death went hand in hand, wealth and poverty stood side by side, repletion and starvation laid them down together. But it was London, and the old country lady inside, who had put her head out of the coach window a mile or two this side Kingston, and cried out to the driver that she was sure he must have passed it, and forgotten to set her down, was satisfied at last. Nicholas engaged beds for himself and Smike at the inn where the coach stopped, and repaired, without the delay of another moment, to the lodgings of Newman Noggs, for his anxiety and impatience had increased with every succeeding minute, and were almost beyond control. There was a fire in Newman's garret, and a candle had been left burning. The floor was cleanly swept, the room was as comfortably arranged as such a room could be, and meat and drink were placed in order upon the table. Everything bespoke the affectionate care and attention of Newman Noggs, but Newman himself was not there. 'Do you know what time he will be home?' inquired Nicholas, tapping at the door of Newman's front neighbour. 'Ah, Mr. Johnson,' said Crowl, presenting himself. 'Welcome, sir. How well you're looking! I never could have believed—' 'Pardon me,' interposed Nicholas. 'My question. I am extremely anxious to know.' 'Why, he has a troublesome affair of business,' replied Crowl, 'and will not be home before 12 o'clock. He was very unwilling to go, I can tell you, but there was no help for it. However, he left word that you were to make yourself comfortable till he came back, and that I was to entertain you, which I shall be very glad to do.' In proof of his extreme readiness to exert himself for the general entertainment, Mr. Crowl drew a chair toward the table as he spoke, and helping himself plentifully to the cold meat, invited Nicholas and Smike to follow his example. Disappointed and uneasy, Nicholas could touch no food, so after he had seen Smike comfortably established at the table, he walked out, despite a great many dissuasions uttered by Mr. Crowl with his mouth full, and left Smike to detain Newman in case he returned first. As Miss La Creevy had anticipated, Nicholas betook himself straight to her house. Finding her from home, he debated within himself for some time whether he should go to his mother's residence, and so compromise her with Ralph Nickleby. Fully persuaded, however, that Newman would not have solicited him to return unless there was some strong reason which required his presence at home, he resolved to go there, and hastened eastwards with all speed. Mrs. Nickleby would not be at home, the girl said, until past 12 or later. She believed Miss Nickleby was well, but she didn't live at home now, nor did she come home except very seldom. She couldn't say where she was stopping, but it was not at Madame Mantalini's, she was sure of that. With his heart beating violently, and apprehending he knew not what disaster, Nicholas returned to where he had left Smike. Newman had not been home. He wouldn't be till 12 o'clock. There was no chance of it. Was there no possibility of sending to fetch him if it were only for an instant, or forwarding to him one line of writing to which he might return a verbal reply? That was quite impracticable. He was not at Golden Square, and probably had been sent to execute some commission at a distance. Nicholas tried to remain quietly where he was, but he felt so nervous and excited that he could not sit still. He seemed to be losing time unless he was moving. It was an absurd fancy, he knew, but he was wholly unable to resist it. So he took up his hat and rambled out again. He strolled westward this time, pacing the long streets with hurried footsteps, and agitated by 1,000 misgivings and apprehensions which he could not overcome. He passed into Hyde Park, now silent and deserted, and increased his rate of walking as if in the hope of leaving his thoughts behind. They crowded upon him more thickly, however, now there were no passing objects to attract his attention, and the one idea was always uppermost, that some stroke of ill fortune must have occurred so calamitous in its nature that all were fearful of disclosing it to him. The old question arose again and again. What could it be? Nicholas walked till he was weary, but was not one bit the wiser, and indeed he came out of the park at last a great deal more confused and perplexed than when he went in. He had taken scarcely anything to eat or drink since early in the morning, and felt quite worn out and exhausted. As he returned languidly towards the point from which he had started, along one of the thoroughfares which lie between Park Lane and Bond Street, he passed a handsome hotel before which he stopped mechanically. An expensive place, I dare say, thought Nicholas, but a pint of wine and a biscuit are no great debauch wherever they are had. And yet I don't know. He walked on a few steps, but looked wistfully down the long vista of gas lamps before him, and thinking how long it would take to reach the end of it, and being besides in that kind of mood in which a man is most disposed to yield to his first impulse, and being besides strongly attracted to the hotel in part by curiosity, and in part by some odd mixture of feelings which he would have been troubled to define, Nicholas turned back again and walked into the coffee room. It was very handsomely furnished. The walls were ornamented with the choicest specimens of French paper, enriched with a gilded cornice of elegant design. The floor was covered with a rich carpet, and two superb mirrors, one above the chimney piece and one at the opposite end of the room reaching from floor to ceiling, multiplied the other beauties, and added new ones of their own to enhance the general effect. There was a rather noisy party of four gentlemen in a box by the fireplace, and only two other persons present, both elderly gentlemen, and both alone. Observing all this in the first comprehensive glance with which a stranger surveys a place that is new to him, Nicholas sat himself down in the box next to the noisy party, with his back towards them, and postponing his order for a pint of claret until such time as the waiter and one of the elderly gentlemen should have settled a disputed question relative to the price of an item in the bill of fare, took up a newspaper and began to read. He had not read 20 lines, and was in truth himself dozing, when he was startled by the mention of his sister's name. Little Kate Nickleby were the words that caught his ear. He raised his head in amazement, and as he did so, saw by the reflection in the opposite glass that two of the party behind him had risen and were standing before the fire. It must have come from one of them, thought Nicholas. He wanted to hear more, with a countenance of some indignation, for the tone of speech had been anything but respectful, and the appearance of the individual whom he presumed to have been the speaker was coarse and swaggering. This person, so Nicholas observed in the same glance at the mirror which had enabled him to see his face, was standing with his back to the fire, conversing with a younger man, who stood with his back to the company, wore his hat, and was adjusting his shirt collar by the aid of the glass. They spoke in whispers, now and then bursting into a loud laugh, but Nicholas could catch no repetition of the words, nor anything sounding at all like the words, which had attracted his attention. At length the two resumed their seats, and more wine being ordered, the party grew louder in their mirth. Still, there was no reference made to anybody with whom he was acquainted, and Nicholas became persuaded that his excited fancy had either imagined the sounds altogether, or converted some other word into the name which had been so much in his thoughts. It is remarkable too, thought Nicholas. If it had been Kate, or Kate Nickleby, I should not have been so much surprised, but little Kate Nickleby. The wine coming at the moment prevented his finishing the sentence. He swallowed a glassful, and took up the paper again. At that instant, 'Little Kate Nickleby!' cried the voice behind him. 'I was right,' muttered Nicholas, as the paper fell from his hand, 'and it was the man I supposed.' 'As there was a proper objection to drinking her in heel taps,' said the voice, 'we'll give her the first glass in the new magnum. Little Kate Nickleby!' 'Little Kate Nickleby!' cried the other three, and the glasses were set down empty. Keenly alive to the tone and manner of this slight and careless mention of his sister's name in a public place, Nicholas fired at once, but he kept himself quiet by a great effort, and did not even turn his head. 'The jade!' said the same voice which had spoken before. 'She's a true Nickleby, a worthy imitator of her old uncle Ralph. She hangs back to be more sought after, so does he. Nothing to be got out of Ralph unless you follow him up, and then the money comes doubly welcome, and the bargain doubly hard, for you're impatient and he isn't. Oh, infernal cunning, infernal cunning!' echoed two voices. Nicholas was in a perfect agony as the two elderly gentlemen opposite rose one after the other and went away, lest they should be the means of his losing one word of what was said. But the conversation was suspended as they withdrew, and resumed with even greater freedom when they had left the room. 'I am afraid,' said the younger gentleman, 'that the old woman has grown jealous, and locked her up. Upon my soul, it looks like it.' 'If they quarrel, and little Nickleby goes home to her mother, so much the better,' said the first. 'I can do anything with the old lady. She'll believe anything I tell her.' 'Egad, that's true,' returned the other voice. 'Ha ha ha! Poor devil!' The laugh was taken up by the two voices which always came in together, and became general at Mrs. Nickleby's expense. Nicholas turned burning hot with rage, but he commanded himself for the moment, and waited to hear more. What he heard need not be repeated here. Suffice it, that as the wine went round, he heard enough to acquaint him with the characters and designs of those whose conversation he overheard, to possess him with the full extent of Ralph's villainy, and the real reason of his own presence being required in London. He heard all this and more. He heard his sister's sufferings derided, and her virtuous conduct jeered at and brutally misconstrued. He heard her name bandied from mouth to mouth, and herself made the subject of coarse and insolent wagers, free speech, and licentious jesting. The man who had spoken first led the conversation, and indeed almost engrossed it, being only stimulated from time to time by some slight observation from one or other of his companions. To him, then, Nicholas addressed himself, when he was sufficiently composed to stand before the party, and force the words from his parched and scorching throat. 'Let me have a word with you, sir,' said Nicholas. 'With me, sir!' retorted Sir Mulberry Hawk, eyeing him in disdainful surprise. 'I said with you,' replied Nicholas, speaking with great difficulty, for his passion choked him. 'A mysterious stranger, upon my word!' exclaimed Sir Mulberry, raising his wine glass to his lips and looking round upon his friends. 'Will you step apart with me for a few minutes, or do you refuse?' said Nicholas sternly. Sir Mulberry merely paused in the act of drinking, and bade him either name his business or leave the table. Nicholas drew a card from his pocket and threw it before him. 'There, sir,' said Nicholas. 'My business you will guess.' A momentary expression of astonishment, not unmixed with some confusion, appeared in the face of Sir Mulberry as he read the name, but he subdued it in an instant, and tossing the card to Lord Verisopht, who sat opposite, drew a toothpick from a glass before him, and very leisurely applied it to his mouth. 'Your name and address?' said Nicholas, turning paler as his passion kindled. 'I shall give you neither,' replied Sir Mulberry. 'If there is a gentleman in this party,' said Nicholas, looking round and scarcely able to make his white lips from the words, 'he will acquaint me with the name and residence of this man.' There was a dead silence. 'I am the brother of the young lady who has been the subject of conversation here,' said Nicholas. 'I denounce this person as a liar, and impeach him as a coward. If he has a friend here, he will save him the disgrace of the paltry attempt to conceal his name, an utterly useless one, for I will find it out, nor leave him until I have.' Sir Mulberry looked at him contemptuously, and addressing his companion, said, 'Let the fellow talk. I have nothing serious to say to boys of his station, and his pretty sister shall save him a broken head if he talks till midnight. You are a base and spiritless scoundrel,' said Nicholas, 'and shall be proclaimed so to the world. I WILL know you. I will follow you home if you walk the streets till morning.' Sir Mulberry's hand involuntarily closed upon the decanter, and he seemed for an instant about to launch it at the head of his challenger, but he only filled his glass and laughed in derision. Nicholas sat himself down directly opposite to the party, and summoning the waiter, paid his bill. 'Do you know that person's name?' he inquired of the man in an audible voice, pointing out Sir Mulberry as he put the question. Sir Mulberry laughed again, and the two voices which had always spoken together echoed the laugh, but rather feebly. 'That gentleman, sir?' replied the waiter, who no doubt knew his cue, and answered with just as little respect, and just as much impertinence as he could safely show. 'No, sir. I do not, sir.' 'Here you, sir!' cried Sir Mulberry, as the man was retiring. 'Do you know THAT person's name?' 'Name, sir? No, sir.' 'Then you'll find it there,' said Sir Mulberry, throwing Nicholas's card towards him, 'and when you have made yourself master of it, put that piece of pasteboard in the fire. Do you hear me?' The man grinned, and looking doubtfully at Nicholas, compromised the matter by sticking the card in the chimney glass. Having done this, he retired. Nicholas folded his arms, and biting his lip, sat perfectly quiet, sufficiently expressing by his manner, however, a firm determination to carry his threat of following Sir Mulberry home into steady execution. It was evident, from the tone in which the younger member of the party appeared to remonstrate with his friend, that he objected to this course of proceeding, and urged him to comply with the request which Nicholas had made. Sir Mulberry, however, who was not quite sober, and who was in a sullen and dogged state of obstinacy, soon silenced the representations of his weak young friend, and further seemed, as if to save himself from a repetition of them, to insist on being left alone. However this might have been, the young gentleman and the two who had always spoken together actually rose to go after a short interval, and presently retired, leaving their friend alone with Nicholas. It will be very readily supposed that to one in the condition of Nicholas the minutes appeared to move with leaden wings indeed, and that their progress did not seem the more rapid from the monotonous ticking of a French clock, or the shrill sound of its little bell which tolled the quarters. But there he sat, and in his old seat on the opposite side of the room reclined Sir Mulberry Hawk, with his legs upon the cushion and his handkerchief thrown negligently over his knees, finishing his magnum of claret with the utmost coolness and indifference. Thus they remained, in perfect silence, for upwards of an hour. Nicholas would have thought for 3 hours at least, but that the little bell had only gone 4 times. Twice or thrice he looked angrily and impatiently round, but there was Sir Mulberry in the same attitude, putting his glass to his lips from time to time, and looking vacantly at the wall, as if he were wholly ignorant of the presence of any living person. At length he yawned, stretched himself, and rose, walked coolly to the glass, and having surveyed himself therein, turned round and honoured Nicholas with a long and contemptuous stare. Nicholas stared again with right good will. Sir Mulberry shrugged his shoulders, smiled slightly, rang the bell, and ordered the waiter to help him on with his greatcoat. The man did so, and held the door open. 'Don't wait,' said Sir Mulberry, and they were alone again. Sir Mulberry took several turns up and down the room, whistling carelessly all the time, stopped to finish the last glass of claret which he had poured out a few minutes before, walked again, put on his hat, adjusted it by the glass, drew on his gloves, and at last walked slowly out. Nicholas, who had been fuming and chafing until he was nearly wild, darted from his seat and followed him, so closely that before the door had swung upon its hinges after Sir Mulberry's passing out, they stood side by side in the street together. There was a private cabriolet in waiting. The groom opened the apron, and jumped out to the horse's head. 'Will you make yourself known to me?' asked Nicholas, in a suppressed voice. 'No,' replied the other fiercely, and confirming the refusal with an oath. 'No.' 'If you trust to your horse's speed, you will find yourself mistaken,' said Nicholas. 'I will accompany you. By Heaven I will, if I hang on to the footboard.' 'You shall be horsewhipped if you do,' returned Sir Mulberry. 'You are a villain,' said Nicholas. 'You are an errand boy for aught I know,' said Sir Mulberry Hawk. 'I am the son of a country gentleman,' returned Nicholas, 'your equal in birth and education, and your superior, I trust, in everything besides. I tell you again, Miss Nickleby is my sister. Will you, or will you not, answer for your unmanly and brutal conduct?' 'To a proper champion, yes. To you, no,' returned Sir Mulberry, taking the reins in his hand. 'Stand out of the way, dog. William, let go her head.' 'You had better not,' cried Nicholas, springing on the step as Sir Mulberry jumped in, and catching at the reins. 'He has no command over the horse, mind. You shall not go, you shall not, I swear, till you have told me who you are.' The groom hesitated, for the mare, who was a high spirited animal and thoroughbred, plunged so violently that he could scarcely hold her. 'Leave go, I tell you,' thundered the master. The man obeyed. The animal reared and plunged as though it would dash the carriage into 1,000 pieces, but Nicholas, blind to all sense of danger and conscious of nothing but his fury, still maintained his place and his hold upon the reins. 'Will you unclasp your hand? Will you tell me who you are?' 'No.' 'No.' In less time than the quickest tongue could tell it, these words were exchanged, and Sir Mulberry, shortening his whip, applied it furiously to the head and shoulders of Nicholas. It was broken in the struggle. Nicholas gained the heavy handle, and with it laid open one side of his antagonist's face from the eye to the lip. He saw the gash, knew that the mare had darted off at a wild mad gallop, 100 lights danced in his eyes, and he felt himself flung violently upon the ground. He was giddy and sick, but staggered to his feet directly, roused by the loud shouts of the men who were tearing up the street, and screaming to those ahead to clear the way. He was conscious of a torrent of people rushing quickly by, looking up could discern the cabriolet whirling along the foot pavement with frightening rapidity, then heard a loud cry, the smashing of some heavy body, and the breaking of glass, and then the crowd closed in the distance, and he could see or hear no more. The general attention had been entirely directed from himself to the person in the carriage, and he was quite alone. Rightly judging that under such circumstances it would be madness to follow, he turned down a by street in search of the nearest coach stand, finding after a minute or two that he was reeling like a drunken man, and aware for the first time of a stream of blood that was trickling down his face and breast. Chapter 32. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 33. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 33, in which Mr. Ralph Nickleby is relieved by a very expeditious process from all commerce with his relations. Smike and Newman Noggs, who in his impatience had returned home long before the time agreed upon, sat before the fire, listening anxiously to every footstep on the stairs, and the slightest sound that stirred within the house, for the approach of Nicholas. Time had worn on, and it was growing late. He had promised to be back in an hour, and his prolonged absence began to excite considerable alarm in the minds of both, as was abundantly testified by the blank looks they cast upon each other at every new disappointment. At length the coach was heard to stop, and Newman ran out to light Nicholas up the stairs. Beholding him in the trim described at the conclusion of the last chapter, he stood aghast in wonder and consternation. "Don't be alarmed," said Nicholas, hurrying him back into the room. "There is no harm done, beyond what a basin of water can repair." "No harm!" cried Newman, passing his hands hastily over the back and arms of Nicholas, as if to assure himself that he had broken no bones. "What have you been doing?" "I know all," interrupted Nicholas. "I have heard a part, and guessed the rest. But before I remove one jot of these stains, I must hear the whole from you. You see I am collected. My resolution is taken. Now, my good friend, speak out, for the time for any palliation or concealment is past, and nothing will avail Ralph Nickleby now." "Your dress is torn in several places, you walk lame, and I am sure you are suffering pain," said Newman. "Let me see to your hurts first." "I have no hurts to see to, beyond a little soreness and stiffness that will soon pass off," said Nicholas, seating himself with some difficulty. "But if I had fractured every limb, and still preserved my senses, you should not bandage one till you had told me what I have the right to know. Come," said Nicholas, giving his hand to Noggs. "You had a sister of your own, you told me once, who died before you fell into misfortune. Now think of her, and tell me, Newman." "Yes, I will," said Noggs. "I'll tell you the whole truth." Newman did so. Nicholas nodded his head from time to time, as it corroborated the particulars he had already gleaned, but he fixed his eyes upon the fire, and did not look round once. His recital ended, Newman insisted upon his young friend's stripping off his coat, and allowing whatever injuries he had received to be properly tended. Nicholas, after some opposition, at length consented, and while some pretty severe bruises on his arms and shoulders were being rubbed with oil and vinegar and various other efficacious remedies, which Newman borrowed from the different lodgers, related in what manner they had been received. The recital made a strong impression on the warm imagination of Newman, for when Nicholas came to the violent part of the quarrel, he rubbed so hard as to occasion him the most exquisite pain, which he would not have exhibited, however, for the world, it being perfectly clear that for the moment Newman was operating on Sir Mulberry Hawk, and had quite lost sight of his real patient. This martyrdom over, Nicholas arranged with Newman that while he was otherwise occupied next morning, arrangements should be made for his mother's immediately quitting her present residence, and also for dispatching Miss La Creevy to break the intelligence to her. He then wrapped himself in Smike's greatcoat, and repaired to the inn where they were to pass the night, and where, after writing a few lines to Ralph, the delivery of which was to be entrusted to Newman next day, he endeavoured to obtain the repose of which he stood so much in need. Drunken men, they say, may roll down precipices, and be quite unconscious of any serious personal inconvenience when their reason returns. The remark may possibly apply to injuries received in other kinds of violent excitement. Certain it is, that although Nicholas experienced some pain on first awakening next morning, he sprung out of bed as the clock struck 7, with very little difficulty, and was soon as much on the alert as if nothing had occurred. Merely looking into Smike's room, and telling him that Newman Noggs would call for him very shortly, Nicholas descended into the street, and calling a hackney coach, bade the man drove to Mrs. Wititterly's, according to the direction which Newman had given him on the previous night. It wanted 7:45 when they reached Cadogan Place. Nicholas began to fear that no one might be stirring at that early hour, when he was relieved by the sight of a female servant employed in cleaning the doorsteps. By this functionary he was referred to the doubtful page, who appeared with dishevelled hair and a very warm and glossy face, as of a page who had just got out of bed. By this young gentleman he was informed that Miss Nickleby was then taking her morning's walk in the gardens before the house. On the question being propounded whether he could go and find her, the page desponded and thought not; but being stimulated with a shilling, the page grew sanguine and thought he could. 'Say to Miss Nickleby that her brother is here, and in great haste to see her,' said Nicholas. The plated buttons disappeared with an alacrity most unusual to them, and Nicholas paced the room in a state of feverish agitation which made the delay even of a minute insupportable. He soon heard a light footstep which he well knew, and before he could advance to meet her, Kate had fallen on his neck and burst into tears. 'My darling girl,' said Nicholas as he embraced her, 'how pale you are!' 'I have been so unhappy here, dear brother,' sobbed poor Kate, 'so very, very miserable. Do not leave me here, dear Nicholas, or I shall die of a broken heart.' 'I will leave you nowhere,' answered Nicholas. 'Never again, Kate,' he cried, moved in spite of himself as he folded her to his heart. 'Tell me that I acted for the best. Tell me that we parted because I feared to bring misfortune on your head; that it was a trial to me no less than to yourself; and that if I did wrong, it was in ignorance of the world and unknowingly.' 'Why should I tell you what we know so well?' returned Kate soothingly. 'Nicholas, dear Nicholas, how can you give way thus?' 'It is such bitter reproach to me to know what you have undergone,' returned her brother, 'to see you so much altered, and yet so kind and patient. God!' cried Nicholas, clenching his fist and suddenly changing his tone and manner, 'it sets my whole blood on fire again. You must leave here with me directly. You should not have slept here last night, but that I knew all this too late. To whom can I speak before we drive away?' The question was most opportunely put, for at that instant Mr. Wititterly walked in, and to him Kate introduced her brother, who at once announced his purpose, and the impossibility of deferring it. 'The quarter's notice,' said Mr. Wititterly, with the gravity of a man on the right side, 'is not yet half expired. Therefore,' interposed Nicholas, 'the quarter's salary must be lost, sir. You will excuse this extreme haste, but circumstances require that I should immediately remove my sister, and I have not a moment's time to lose. Whatever she brought here I will send for, if you will allow me, in the course of the day.' Mr. Wititterly bowed, but offered no opposition to Kate's immediate departure, with which indeed he was rather gratified than otherwise, Sir Tumley Snuffim having given it as his opinion that she rather disagreed with Mrs. Wititterly's constitution. 'With regard to the trifle of salary that is due,' said Mr. Wititterly, 'I will,' here he was interrupted by a violent fit of coughing, 'I will owe it to Miss Nickleby.' Mr. Wititterly, it should be observed, was accustomed to owe small amounts and leave them owing, all men having some little pleasant way of their own, and this was Mr. Wititterly's. 'If you please,' said Nicholas. And once more offering a hurried apology for so sudden a departure, he hurried Kate into the vehicle, and bade the man drive with all speed into the city. To the city they went accordingly, with all the speed the hackney coach could make; and as the horses happened to live at Whitechapel, and to be in the habit of taking their breakfast there, when they breakfasted at all, they performed the journey with greater expedition than could reasonably have been expected. Nicholas sent Kate upstairs a few minutes before him, that his unlooked for appearance might not alarm his mother, and when the way had been paved, presented himself with much duty and affection. Newman had not been idle, for there was a little cart at the door, and the effects were hurrying out already. Now, Mrs. Nickleby was not the sort of person to be told anything in a hurry, or rather to comprehend anything of peculiar delicacy or importance on a short notice. Wherefore, although the good lady had been subjected to a full hour's preparation by little Miss La Creevy, and was now addressed in most lucid terms both by Nicholas and his sister, she was in a state of singular bewilderment and confusion, and could by no means be made to comprehend the necessity of such hurried proceedings. 'Why don't you ask your uncle, my dear Nicholas, what he can possibly mean by it?' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'My dear mother,' returned Nicholas, 'the time for talking has gone by. There is but one step to take, and that is to cast him off with the scorn and indignation he deserves. Your own honour and good name demand that, after the discovery of his vile proceedings, you should not be beholden to him 1 hour, even for the shelter of these bare walls.' 'To be sure,' said Mrs. Nickleby, crying bitterly, 'he is a brute, a monster, and the walls are very bare and want painting too. and I have had this ceiling whitewashed at the expense of 18 pence, which is a very distressing thing, considering that it is so much gone into your uncle's pocket. I never could have believed it, never.' 'Nor I, nor anybody else,' said Nicholas. 'Lord bless my life!' exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby. 'To think that that Sir Mulberry Hawk should be such an abandoned wretch as Miss La Creevy says he is! Nicholas, my dear, when I was congratulating myself every day on his being an admirer of our dear Kate's, and thinking what a thing it would be for the family if he was to become connected with us, and use his interest to get you some profitable government place. There are very good places to be got about the court, I know, for a friend of ours, Miss Cropley, at Exeter, my dear Kate, you recollect, he had one, and I know that it was the chief part of his duty to wear silk stockings, and a bag wig like a black watch pocket, and to think that it should come to this after all! Oh dear, dear, it's enough to kill one, that it is.' With which expressions of sorrow, Mrs. Nickleby gave a fresh vent to her grief, and wept piteously. As Nicholas and his sister were by this time compelled to superintend the removal of the few articles of furniture, Miss La Creevy devoted herself to the consolation of the matron, and observed with great kindness of manner that she must really make an effort and cheer up. 'Oh, I dare say, Miss La Creevy,' returned Mrs. Nickleby, with a petulance not unnatural in her unhappy circumstances, 'it is very easy to say cheer up, but if you had as many occasions to cheer up as I have had, and there,' said Mrs. Nickleby, stopping short, 'think of Mr. Pyke and Mr. Pluck, two of the most perfect gentlemen that ever lived. What am I to say to them? What can I say to them? Why, if I was to say to them, "I'm told your friend Sir Mulberry is a base wretch," they'd laugh at me.' 'They will laugh no more at us, I take it,' said Nicholas, advancing. 'Come, mother, there is a coach at the door, and until Monday at all events we will return to our old quarters.' 'Where everything is ready, and a hearty welcome into the bargain,' added Miss La Creevy. 'Now, let me go with you downstairs.' But Mrs. Nickleby was not to be so easily moved, for first she insisted on going upstairs to see that nothing had been left, and then on going downstairs to see that everything had been taken away; and when she was getting into the coach she had a vision of a forgotten coffee pot on the back kitchen hob, and after she was shut in, a dismal recollection of a green umbrella behind some unknown door. At last Nicholas, in a condition of absolute despair, ordered the coachman to drive away, and in the unexpected jerk of a sudden starting, Mrs. Nickleby lost a shilling among the straw, which fortunately confined her attention to the coach until it was too late to remember anything else. Having seen everything safely out, discharged the servant, and locked the door, Nicholas jumped into a cabriolet and drove to a by place near Golden Square, where he had appointed to meet Noggs, and so quickly had everything been done, that it was barely past 9:30 when he reached the place of meeting. 'Here is the letter for Ralph,' said Nicholas, 'and here the key. When you come to me this evening, not a word of last night. Ill news travels fast, and they will know it soon enough. Have you heard if he was much hurt?' Newman shook his head. 'I will ascertain that myself without loss of time,' said Nicholas. 'You had better take some rest,' returned Newman. 'You are fevered and ill.' Nicholas waved his hand carelessly, and concealing the indisposition he really felt, now that the excitement which had sustained him was over, took a hurried farewell of Newman Noggs, and left him. Newman was not 3 minutes' walk from Golden Square, but in the course of that 3 minutes he took the letter out of his hat and put it in again 20 times at least. First the front, then the back, then the sides, then the superscription, then the seal, were objects of Newman's admiration. Then he held it at arm's length, as if to take it in the whole at one delicious survey, and then he rubbed his hands in perfect ecstasy with his commission. He reached the office, hung his hat on its accustomed peg, laid the letter and key upon the desk, and waited impatiently until Ralph Nickleby should appear. After a few minutes, the well known creaking of his boots was heard on the stairs, and then the bell rung. 'Has the post come in?' 'No.' 'Any other letters?' 'One.' Newman eyed him closely, and laid it on the desk. 'What's this?' asked Ralph, taking up the key. 'Left with the letter. A boy brought them. Quarter of an hour ago, or less.' Ralph glanced at the direction, opened the letter, and read as follows: 'You are known to me now. There are no reproaches I could heap upon your head which would carry them with 1,000th part of the grovelling shame that this assurance will awaken even in your breast. Your brother's widow and her orphan child spurn the shelter of your roof, and shun you with disgust and loathing. Your kindred renounce you, for they know no shame but the ties of blood which bind them in name with you. You are an old man, and I leave you to the grave. May every recollection of your life cling to your false heart, and cast their darkness on your deathbed.' Ralph Nickleby read this letter twice, and frowning heavily, fell into a fit of musing. The paper fluttered from his hand and dropped upon the floor, but he clasped his fingers as if he held it still. Suddenly he started from his seat, and thrusting it all crumpled into his pocket, turned furiously to Newman Noggs, as though to ask him why he lingered. But Newman stood unmoved with his back towards him, following up, with the worn and blackened stump of an old pen, some figures in an interest table which were pasted against the wall, and apparently quite abstracted from every other object. Chapter 33. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 34. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 34, wherein Mr. Ralph Nickleby is visited by persons with whom the reader has been already made acquainted. What a damnation long time you have kept me ringing at this confounded old cracked tea kettle of a bell, every tinkle of which is enough to throw a strong man into blue convulsions, upon my life and soul. Oh, demmit!' said Mr. Mantalini to Newman Noggs, scraping his boots as he spoke on Ralph Nickleby's scraper. 'I didn't hear the bell more than once,' replied Newman. 'Then you are most immensely and outrageously deaf,' said Mr. Mantalini. 'As deaf as a demnation post.' Mr. Mantalini had got by this time into the passage, and was making his way to the door of Ralph's office with very little ceremony, when Newman interposed his body, and hinting that Mr. Nickleby was unwilling to be disturbed, inquired whether the client's business was of a pressing nature. 'It is most demnebly particular,' said Mr. Mantalini. 'It is to melt some scraps of dirty paper into his bright, shining, chinking, tinkling, demd mint sauce.' Newman uttered a significant grunt, and taking Mr. Mantalini's proffered card, limped with it into his master's office. As he thrust his head in at the door, he saw that Ralph had resumed the thoughtful posture into which he had fallen after perusing his nephew's letter, and that he seemed to have been reading it again, as he once more held it open in his hand. The glance was but momentary, for Ralph, being disturbed, turned to demand the cause of the interruption. As Newman stated it, the cause himself swaggered into the room, and grasping Ralph's horny hand with uncommon affection, vowed that he had never seen him looking so well in all his life. 'There is quite a bloom upon your demd countenance,' said Mr. Mantalini, seating himself unbidden, and arranging his hair and whiskers. 'You look quite juvenile and jolly, demmit.' 'We are alone,' returned Ralph tartly. 'What do you want with me?' 'Good!' cried Mr. Mantalini, displaying his teeth. 'What did I want? Yes, ha ha! Very good. What did I want? Ha ha! Oh, dem!' 'What DO you want, man?' demanded Ralph sternly. 'Demnation discount,' returned Mr. Mantalini with a grin, and shaking his head waggishly. 'Money is scarce,' said Ralph. 'Demd scarce, or I shouldn't want it,' interrupted Mr. Mantalini. 'The times are bad, and one scarcely knows whom to trust,' continued Ralph. 'I don't want to do business just now. In fact, I would rather not. But as you are a friend, how many bills have you there?' 'Two,' returned Mr. Mantalini. 'What is the gross amount?' 'Demd trifling. 5/70. 'And the dates?' 2 months and 4. 'I'll do them for you. Mind you, for you. I wouldn't for many people. For £25, said Ralph, deliberately. 'Oh, demmit!' cried Mr. Mantalini, whose face lengthened considerably at this handsome proposal. 'Why, that leaves you 50, retorted Ralph. 'What would you have? Let me see the names.' 'You are so demd hard, Nickleby,' remonstrated Mr. Mantalini. 'Let me see the names,' replied Ralph, impatiently extending his hand for the bills. 'Well, they are not sure, but they are safe enough. Do you consent to the terms, and will you take the money? I don't want you to do so. I would rather you didn't. Demmit, Nickleby, can't you ' began Mr. Mantalini. 'No,' replied Ralph, interrupting him, 'I can't. Will you take the money down, mind no delay no going into the city and pretending to negotiate with some other party who has no existence, and never had. Is it a bargain, or is it not?' Ralph pushed some papers from him as he spoke, and carelessly rattled his cash box, as though by mere accident. The sound was too much for Mr. Mantalini. He closed the bargain directly it reached his ears, and Ralph told the money out upon the table. He had scarcely done so, and Mr. Mantalini had not yet gathered it all up, when a ring was heard at the bell, and immediately afterwards Newman ushered in no less a person than Madame Mantalini, at sight of whom Mr. Mantalini evinced considerable discomposure, and swept the cash into his pocket with remarkable alacrity. 'Oh, you ARE here!' said Madame Mantalini, tossing her head. 'Yes, my life and soul, I am,' replied her husband, dropping on his knees and pouncing with kitten like playfulness upon a stray sovereign. 'I am here, my soul's delight, upon Tom Tiddler's ground, picking up the demnation gold and silver.' 'I am ashamed of you,' said Madame Mantalini with much indignation. 'Ashamed! Of me, my joy! It knows it is talking demd, charming sweetness, but naughty fibs,' returned Mr. Mantalini. 'It knows it is not ashamed of its own populorum tibi.' Whatever were the circumstances which had led to such a result, it certainly appeared as though the populorum tibi had rather miscalculated, for the nonce, the extent of his lady's affection. Madame Mantalini only looked scornful in reply, and, turning to Ralph, begged him to excuse her intrusion. 'Which is entirely attributable,' said Madame, 'to the gross misconduct and most improper behaviour of Mr. Mantalini.' 'Of me, my essential juice of pineapple?' 'Of you,' returned his wife. 'But I will not allow it. I will not submit to be ruined by the extravagance and profligacy of any man. I call Mr. Nickleby to witness the course I intend to pursue with you.' 'Pray don't call me witness to anything, ma'am,' said Ralph. 'Settle it between yourselves, settle it between yourselves.' 'No, but I must beg you as a favour,' said Madame Mantalini, 'to hear me give him notice of what it is my fixed intention to do my fixed intention, sir,' repeated Madame Mantalini, darting an angry look at her husband. 'Will she call me "sir"?' cried Mantalini. 'Me, who dote upon her with the demdest ardour; she who coils her fascinations round me like a pure angelic rattlesnake. It will be all up with my feelings; she will throw me into a demd state.' 'Don't talk of feelings, sir,' rejoined Madame Mantalini, seating herself and turning her back upon him. 'You don't consider mine.' 'I do not consider yours, my soul!' exclaimed Mr. Mantalini. 'No,' replied his wife. And notwithstanding various blandishments on the part of Mr. Mantalini, Madame Mantalini still said no, and said it too with such determined and resolute ill temper that Mr. Mantalini was clearly taken aback. 'His extravagance, Mr. Nickleby,' said Madame Mantalini, addressing herself to Ralph, who leant against his easy chair with his hands behind him, and regarded the amiable couple with a smile of the supremest and most unmitigated contempt, 'his extravagance is beyond all bounds.' 'I should scarcely have supposed it,' answered Ralph, sarcastically. 'I assure you, Mr. Nickleby, however, that it is,' returned Madame Mantalini. 'It makes me miserable. I am under constant apprehensions, and in constant difficulty; and even this,' said Madame Mantalini, wiping her eyes, 'is not the worst. He took some papers of value out of my desk this morning, without asking my permission.' Mr. Mantalini groaned slightly, and buttoned his trouser pocket. 'I am obliged,' continued Madame Mantalini, 'since our late misfortunes, to pay Miss Knag a great deal of money for having her name in the business, and I really cannot afford to encourage him in all his wastefulness. As I have no doubt that he came straight here, Mr. Nickleby, to convert the papers I have spoken of into money, and as you have assisted us very often before, and are very much connected with us in this kind of matters, I wish you to know the determination at which his conduct has compelled me to arrive.' Mr. Mantalini groaned once more from behind his wife's bonnet, and fitting a sovereign into one of his eyes, winked with the other at Ralph. Having achieved this performance with great dexterity, he whipped the coin into his pocket, and groaned again with increased penitence. 'I have made up my mind,' said Madame Mantalini, as tokens of impatience manifested themselves in Ralph's countenance, 'to allowance him.' 'To do that, my joy?' inquired Mr. Mantalini, who did not seem to have caught the words. 'To put him said Madame Mantalini, looking at Ralph, and prudently abstaining from the slightest glance at her husband, lest his many graces should induce her to falter in her resolution, to put him upon a fixed allowance, and I say that if he has £120 a year for his clothes and pocket money, he may consider himself a very fortunate man.' Mr. Mantalini waited, with much decorum, to hear the amount of the proposed stipend, but when it reached his ears he cast his hat and cane upon the floor, and drawing out his pocket handkerchief, gave vent to his feelings in a dismal moan. 'Demnation!' cried Mr. Mantalini, suddenly skipping out of his chair, and as suddenly skipping into it again, to the great discomposure of his lady's nerves. 'But no, it is a damned horrid dream. It is not reality. No!' Comforting himself with this assurance, Mr. Mantalini closed his eyes and waited patiently till such time as he should wake up. 'A very judicious arrangement,' observed Ralph, with a sneer, 'if your husband will keep within it, ma'am, as no doubt he will.' 'Demmit!' exclaimed Mr. Mantalini, opening his eyes at the sound of Ralph's voice, 'it is a horrid reality. She is sitting there before me. There is the graceful outline of her form. It cannot be mistaken. There is nothing like it. The two countesses had no outlines at all, and the dowager's was a demd outline. Why is she so excruciatingly beautiful that I cannot be angry with her, even now?' 'You have brought it upon yourself, Alfred,' returned Madame Mantalini, still reproachfully, but in a softened tone. 'I am a demd villain!' cried Mr. Mantalini, smiting himself on the head. 'I will fill my pockets with change for a sovereign and halfpence, and drown myself in the Thames, but I will not be angry with her, even then, for I will put a note in the twopenny post as I go along, to tell her where the body is. She will be a lovely widow. I shall be a body. Some handsome woman will cry. She will laugh demnebly.' 'Alfred, you cruel, cruel creature!' said Madame Mantalini, sobbing at the dreadful picture. 'She calls me cruel, me, who for her sake will become a demd, damp, moist, unpleasant body!' exclaimed Mr. Mantalini. 'You know it almost breaks my heart, even to hear you talk of such a thing,' replied Madame Mantalini. 'Can I live to be mistrusted?' cried her husband. 'Have I cut my heart into a demd extraordinary number of little pieces, and given them all away, one after another, to the same little engrossing demnition captivator, and can I live to be suspected by her? Demmit, no, I can't.' 'Ask Mr. Nickleby whether the sum I have mentioned is not a proper one,' reasoned Madame Mantalini. 'I don't want any sum,' replied her disconsolate husband. 'I shall require no damned allowance. I will be a body.' On this repetition of Mr. Mantalini's fatal threat, Madame Mantalini wrung her hands, and implored the interference of Ralph Nickleby; and after a great quantity of tears and talking, and several attempts on the part of Mr. Mantalini to reach the door, preparatory to straightway committing violence upon himself, that gentleman was prevailed upon, with difficulty, to promise that he wouldn't be a body. This great point attained, Madame Mantalini argued the question of the allowance, and Mr. Mantalini did the same, taking occasion to show that he could live with uncommon satisfaction upon bread and water, and go clad in rags, but that he could not support existence with the additional burden of being mistrusted by the object of his most devoted and disinterested affection. This brought fresh tears into Madame Mantalini's eyes, which, having just begun to open to some few of the demerits of Mr. Mantalini, were only open a very little way, and could be easily closed again. The result was, that without quite giving up the allowance question, Madame Mantalini postponed its further consideration, and Ralph saw, clearly enough, that Mr. Mantalini had gained a fresh lease of his easy life, and that for some time longer at all events his degradation and downfall were postponed. 'But it will come soon enough,' thought Ralph. 'All love! Bah! That I should use the cant of boys and girls is fleeting enough, though that which has its sole root in the admiration of a whiskered face like that of yonder baboon, perhaps lasts the longest, as it originates in the great blindness and is fed by vanity. Meantime the fools bring grist to my mill, so let them live out their day, and the longer it is the better. These agreeable reflections occurred to Ralph Nickleby, as sundry small caresses and endearments, supposed to be unseen, were exchanged between the objects of his thoughts. 'If you have nothing more to say, my dear, to Mr. Nickleby,' said Madame Mantalini, 'we will take our leaves. I am sure we have detained him much too long already.' Mr. Mantalini answered, in the first instance, by tapping Madame Mantalini several times on the nose, and then by remarking in words that he had nothing more to say. 'Demmit, I have though,' he added almost immediately, drawing Ralph into a corner. 'Here's an affair about your friend Sir Mulberry, such a demd extraordinary out of the way kind of thing as never was, eh?' 'What do you mean?' asked Ralph. 'Don't you know, demmit?' asked Mr. Mantalini. 'I see by the paper that he was thrown from his cabriolet last night, and severely injured, and that his life is in some danger,' answered Ralph with great composure. 'But I see nothing extraordinary in that. Accidents are not miraculous events when men live hard and drive after dinner.' 'Whew!' cried Mr. Mantalini in a long shrill whistle. 'Then you don't know how it was?' 'Not unless it was as I have just supposed,' replied Ralph, shrugging his shoulders carelessly, as if to give his questioner to understand that he had no curiosity upon the subject. 'Demmit, you amaze me!' cried Mantalini. Ralph shrugged his shoulders again, as if it were no great feat to amaze Mr. Mantalini, and cast a wistful glance at the face of Newman Noggs, which had several times appeared behind a couple of panes of glass in the room door, it being a part of Newman's duty, when unimportant people called, to make various feints of supposing that the bell had rung for him to show them out, by way of a gentle hint to such visitors that it was time to go. 'Don't you know,' said Mr. Mantalini, taking Ralph by the button, 'that it wasn't an accident at all, but a demd furious manslaughtering attack made upon him by your nephew?' 'What!' snarled Ralph, clenching his fists and turning into a livid white. 'Demmit, Nickleby, you're as great a tiger as he is,' said Mantalini, alarmed at these demonstrations. 'Go on,' cried Ralph. 'Tell me what you mean. What is this story? Who told you? Speak!' growled Ralph. 'Do you hear me?' 'Gad, Nickleby,' said Mr. Mantalini, retreating towards his wife, 'what a demneble fierce old evil genius you are! You're enough to frighten the life and soul out of her little delicious wits, flying all at once into such a blazing, ravaging, raging person as never was, demmit.' 'Pshaw!' rejoined Ralph, forcing a smile. 'It is but manner.' 'It is a demd uncomfortable private madhouse sort of a manner,' said Mr. Mantalini, picking up his cane. Ralph affected to smile, and once more inquired from whom Mr. Mantalini had derived his information. 'From Pyke, and a demd fine pleasant gentlemanly dog it is,' replied Mantalini. 'Demnation pleasant, and a tip-top sawyer.' 'And what said he?' asked Ralph, knitting his brows. 'That it happened this way. That your nephew met him at a coffee house, fell upon him with the most demneble ferocity, followed him to his cab, swore he would ride home with him, if he rode upon the horse's back or hooked himself on to the horse's tail, smashed his countenance, which is a demd fine countenance in its natural state, frightened the horse, pitched out Sir Mulberry and himself, and was killed,' interposed Ralph with gleaming eyes. 'Was he? Is he dead?' Mantalini shook his head. 'Ugh!' said Ralph, turning away. 'Then he has done nothing. Stay,' he added, looking round again. 'He broke a leg, or an arm, or put his shoulder out, or fractured his collar bone, or ground a rib or two. His neck was saved for the halter, but he got some painful and slow healing injury for his trouble, did he? You must have heard that, at least.' 'No,' rejoined Mantalini, shaking his head again. 'Unless he was dashed into such little pieces that they blew away, he wasn't hurt, for he went off as quiet and comfortable as demnation,' said Mr. Mantalini, rather at a loss for a simile. 'And what,' said Ralph, hesitating a little, 'what was the cause of quarrel?' 'You are the damnedest knowing hand,' replied Mr. Mantalini in an admiring tone. 'The cunningest, rummest, superlativest old fox! Oh demd, to pretend now not to know that it was the little bright eyed niece, the softest, sweetest, prettiest ' 'Alfred,' interposed Madame Mantalini. 'She is always right,' rejoined Mr. Mantalini soothingly. 'And when she says it is time to go, it is time, and go she shall. And when she walks along the streets with her own tulip, the women shall say, with envy, she has got a demd fine husband; and the men shall say with rapture, he has got a demd fine wife; and they shall both be right and neither wrong, upon my life and soul. Oh, demmit! With which remarks, and many more, no less intellectual and to the purpose, Mr. Mantalini kissed the fingers of his gloves to Ralph Nickleby, and drawing the lady's arm through his, led her mincingly away. So, so, muttered Ralph, dropping into his chair. The devil is loose again, and thwarting me as he was born to do at every turn. He told me once there should be a day of reckoning between us, sooner or later. I'll make him a true prophet, for it shall surely come. 'Are you at home?' asked Newman, suddenly popping in his head. 'No,' replied Ralph, with equal abruptness. Newman withdrew his head, but thrust it in again. 'You're quite sure you're not at home, are you?' said Newman. 'What does the idiot mean?' cried Ralph, testily. 'He has been waiting nearly ever since they first came in, and may have heard your voice, that's all,' said Newman, rubbing his hands. 'Who has?' demanded Ralph, wrought by the intelligence he had just heard, and his clerk's provoking coolness, to an intense pitch of irritation. The necessity of a reply was superseded by the unlooked for entrance of a third party, the individual in question, who, bringing his one eye (for he had but one) to bear on Ralph Nickleby, made a great many shambling bows, and sat himself down in an armchair, with his hands on his knees, and his short black trousers drawn up so high in the legs by the exertion of seating himself, that they scarcely reached below the tops of his Wellington boots. 'Why, this is a surprise,' said Ralph, bending his gaze upon the visitor, and half smiling as he scrutinized him attentively. 'I should know your face, Mr. Squeers.' 'Ay,' replied that worthy, 'and you'd have known it better, sir, if it hadn't been for all that I've been a going through. Just lift that little boy off the tall stool in the back office, and tell him to come in here, will you, my man?' said Squeers, addressing himself to Newman. 'Oh, he's lifted hisself off, my son, sir, little Wackford. What do you think of him, sir, for a specimen of the Dotheboys Hall feeding? Ain't he fit to bust out of his clothes, and start the seams, and make the very buttons fly off with his fatness? Here's flesh!' cried Squeers, turning the boy about, and indenting the plumpest parts of his figure with divers pokes and punches, to the great discomposure of his son and heir. 'Here's firmness, here's solidness! Why, you can hardly get up enough of him between your finger and thumb to pinch him anywheres.' In however good condition Master Squeers might have been, he certainly did not present this remarkable compactness of person, for on his father's closing his finger and thumb in illustration of his remark, he uttered a sharp cry, and rubbed the place in the most natural manner possible. 'Well,' remarked Squeers, a little disconcerted, 'I had him there, but that's because we breakfasted early this morning, and he hasn't had his lunch yet.' 'Why, you couldn't shut a bit of him in a door when he's had his dinner. Look at them tears, sir,' said Squeers with a triumphant air, as Master Wackford wiped his eyes with the cuff of his jacket. 'There's oiliness.' 'He looks well indeed,' returned Ralph, who, for some purposes of his own, seemed desirous to conciliate the schoolmaster. 'But how is Mrs. Squeers, and how are you?' 'Mrs. Squeers, sir,' replied the proprietor of Dotheboys, 'is as she always is, a mother to them lads, and a blessing, and a comfort, and a joy to all them as knows her. One of our boys, gorging hisself with victuals, and then turning in that's their way got an abscess on him last week. To see how she operated upon him with a penknife, oh Lor!' said Squeers, heaving a sigh, and nodding his head a great many times. 'What a member of society that woman is!' Mr. Squeers indulged in a retrospective look for some quarter of a minute, as if this allusion to his lady's excellences had naturally led his mind to the peaceful village of Dotheboys, near Greta Bridge in Yorkshire, and then looked at Ralph as if waiting for him to say something. 'Have you quite recovered that scoundrel's attack?' asked Ralph. 'I've only just done it, if I've done it now,' replied Squeers. 'I was one blessed brew, sir,' said Squeers, touching first the roots of his hair and then the toes of his boots, 'from here to there. Vinegar and brown paper, vinegar and brown paper, from morning to night. I suppose there was a matter of half a ream of brown paper stuck upon me from first to last. As I laid all of a heap in our kitchen, plastered all over, you might have thought that I was a large brown paper parcel, chock full of nothing but groans. Did I groan loud, Wackford, or did I groan soft?' asked Mr. Squeers, appealing to his son. 'Loud,' replied Wackford. 'Was the boys sorry to see me in such a dreadful condition, Wackford, or was they glad?' asked Mr. Squeers, in a sentimental manner. 'Glad, eh?' cried Squeers, turning sharp round. 'Sorry,' rejoined his son. 'Oh!' said Squeers, catching him a smart box on the ear. 'Then take your hands out of your pockets, and don't stammer when you're asked a question. Hold your noise, sir, in a gentleman's office, or I'll run away from my family and never come back any more. And then what would become of all them precious and forlorn lads as would be let loose on the world without their best friend at their elbows?' 'Were you obliged to have medical attendance?' inquired Ralph. 'Aye, was I,' rejoined Squeers, 'and a precious bill the medical attendant brought in too, but I paid it through.' Ralph elevated his eyebrows in a manner which might be expressive of either sympathy or astonishment, just as the beholder was pleased to take it. 'Yes, I paid it every farthing,' replied Squeers, who seemed to know the man he had to deal with, too well to suppose that any blinking of the question would induce him to subscribe towards the expenses. 'I wasn't out of pocket by it after all, either.' 'No,' said Ralph. 'Not a halfpenny,' replied Squeers. 'The fact is, we have only one extra with our boys, and that is for doctors when required, and not then unless we're sure of our customers. Do you see?' 'I understand,' said Ralph. 'Very good,' rejoined Squeers. 'Then after my bill was rung up, we picked out 5 little boys, sons of small tradesmen as was sure pay, that had never had the scarlet fever, and we sent one to a cottage where they'd got it, and he took it, and then we put the 4 others to sleep with him, and they took it, and then the doctor came and attended him once all round, and we divided my total among 'em, and added it on to their little bills, and the parents paid it. Ha, ha, ha!' 'And a good plan too,' said Ralph, eyeing the schoolmaster stealthily. 'I believe you,' rejoined Squeers. 'We always do it. Why, when Mrs. Squeers was brought to bed with little Wackford here, we ran the whooping cough through half a dozen boys, and charged her expenses among 'em, monthly nurse included. Ha, ha, ha!' Ralph never laughed, but on this occasion he produced the nearest approach to it that he could, and waiting until Mr. Squeers had enjoyed the professional joke to his heart's content, inquired what had brought him to town. 'Some bothering law business,' replied Squeers, scratching his head, 'connected with an action for what they call neglect of a boy. I don't know what they would have. He had as good grazing, that boy had, as there is about us.' Ralph looked as if he did not quite understand the observation. 'Grazing,' said Squeers, raising his voice under the impression that as Ralph failed to comprehend him he must be deaf. 'When a boy gets weak and ill, and don't relish his meals, we give him a change of diet, turn him out, for an hour or so every day, into a neighbour's turnip field, or sometimes, if it's a delicate case, a turnip field and a piece of carrots alternately, and let him eat as many as he likes. There ain't better land in the country than this perwerse lad grazed upon, and yet he goes and catches cold and indigestion and what not, and then his friends brings a lawsuit against me. Now you'd hardly suppose,' added Squeers, moving in his chair with the impatience of an ill-used man, 'that people's ingratitude would carry them quite as far as that, would you?' 'A hard case indeed,' observed Ralph. 'You don't say more than the truth when you say that,' replied Squeers. 'I don't suppose there's a man going as possesses the fondness for youth that I do. There's youth to the amount of £800 a year at Dotheboys Hall at this present time. I'd take £1,600 worth if I could get 'em, and be as fond of every individual £20 among 'em as nothing should equal it.' 'Are you stopping at your old quarters?' asked Ralph. 'Yes, we are at the Saracen,' replied Squeers, 'and as it don't want very long to the end of the half year, we shall continue to stop there until I've collected the money, and some new boys too, I hope. I've brought little Wackford up on purpose to show to parents and guardians. I shall put him in the advertisement this time. Look at that boy, himself a pupil. Why, he's a miracle of high feeding, that boy is.' 'I should like to have a word with you,' said Ralph, who had both spoken and listened mechanically for some time, and seemed to have been thinking. 'As many words as you like, sir,' rejoined Squeers. 'Wackford, you go and play in the back office, and don't move about too much, or you'll get thin, and that won't do. You haven't got such a thing as twopence, Mr. Nickleby, have you?' said Squeers, rattling a bunch of keys in his coat pocket, and muttering something about its being all silver. 'I think I have,' said Ralph, very slowly, and producing, after much rummaging in an old drawer, a penny, a halfpenny, and 2 farthings. 'Thank'ee,' said Squeers, bestowing it upon his son. 'Here, you go and buy a tart. Mr. Nickleby's man will show you where, and mind you buy a rich one. Pastry,' added Squeers, closing the door on Master Wackford, 'makes his flesh shine a good deal, and parents think that's a healthy sign.' With this explanation, and a peculiarly knowing look to eke it out, Mr. Squeers moved his chair so as to bring himself opposite to Ralph Nickleby at no great distance off, and having planted it to his entire satisfaction, sat down. 'Attend to me,' said Ralph, bending forward a little. Squeers nodded. 'I am not to suppose,' said Ralph, 'that you are adult enough to forgive or forget very readily the violence that was committed upon you, or the exposure which accompanied it.' 'Devil a bit,' replied Squeers, tartly. 'Or to lose an opportunity of repaying it with interest, if you could get one,' said Ralph. 'Show me one, and try,' rejoined Squeers. 'Some such object it was that induced you to call on me,' said Ralph, raising his eyes to the schoolmaster's face. 'No, I don't know that,' replied Squeers. 'I thought that if it was in your power to make me, besides the trifle of money you sent, any compensation ' 'Ah!' cried Ralph, interrupting him. 'You needn't go on.' After a long pause, during which Ralph appeared absorbed in contemplation, he again broke silence by asking, 'Who is the boy that he took with him?' Squeers stated his name. 'Was he young or old, healthy or sick, tractable or rebellious? Speak out, man,' retorted Ralph. 'Why, he wasn't young,' answered Squeers. 'That is, not young for a boy, you know.' 'That is, he was not a boy at all, I suppose?' interrupted Ralph. 'Well,' returned Squeers, briskly, as if he felt relieved by the suggestion, 'he might have been nigh 20. He wouldn't seem so old, though, to them as didn't know him, for he was a little wanting here,' touching his forehead. 'Nobody at home, you know, if you knocked ever so often.' 'And you did knock pretty often, I dare say?' muttered Ralph. 'Pretty well,' returned Squeers, with a grin. 'When you wrote to acknowledge the receipt of this trifle of money, as you call it,' said Ralph, 'you told me his friends had deserted him long ago, and that you had not the faintest clue or trace to tell you who he was. Is that the truth?' 'It is, worse luck,' replied Squeers, becoming more and more easy and familiar in his manner, as Ralph pursued his inquiries with the less reserve. 'It's 14 years ago, by the entry in my book, since a strange man brought him to my place one autumn night and left him there, paying £5 for his first quarter in advance. He might have been 5 or 6 year old at that time, not more.' 'What more do you know about him?' demanded Ralph. 'Devilish little, I'm sorry to say,' replied Squeers. 'The money was paid for some 6 or 8 year, and then it stopped. He had given an address in London, had this chap, but when it came to the point, of course nobody knowed anything about him, so I kept the lad out of charity,' suggested Ralph drily. 'Charity, to be sure,' returned Squeers, rubbing his knees. 'And when he begins to be useful in a certain sort of way, this young scoundrel of a Nickleby comes and carries him off. But the most vexatious and aggravating part of the whole affair is,' said Squeers, dropping his voice, and drawing his chair still closer to Ralph, 'that some questions have been asked about him at last not of me, but in a roundabout kind of way, of people in our village. So that just when I might have had all arrears and paid up, and perhaps who knows? Such things have happened in our business before a present besides for putting him out to a farmer, or sending him to sea, so that he might never turn up to disgrace his parents, supposing him to be a natural boy, as many of our boys are. Damme, if that villain of a Nickleby don't collar him in open day, and commit as good as highway robbery upon my pocket.' 'We will both cry quits with him before long,' said Ralph, laying his hand on the arm of the Yorkshire schoolmaster. 'Quits!' echoed Squeers. 'Ah! And I should like to leave a small balance in his favour to be settled when he can. I only wish Mrs. Squeers could catch hold of him, bless her heart. She'd murder him, Mr. Nickleby, she would, as soon as eat her dinner.' 'We will talk of this again,' said Ralph. 'I must have time to think of it, to wound him through his own affections and fancies. If I could strike him through this boy ' 'Strike him how you like, sir,' interrupted Squeers. 'Only hit him hard enough, that's all, and with that I'll say good morning. Here, just chuck that little boy's hat off that corner peg, and lift him off the stool, will you?' Bawling these requests to Newman Noggs, Mr. Squeers betook himself to the little back office, and fitted on his child's hat with parental anxiety, while Newman, with his pen behind his ear, sat stiff and immovable on his stool, regarding the father and son by turns with a broad stare. 'He's a fine boy, ain't he?' said Squeers, throwing his head a little on one side, and falling back to the desk, the better to estimate the proportions of little Wackford. 'Very,' said Newman. 'Pretty well swelled out, ain't he?' pursued Squeers. 'He has the fatness of 20 boys, he has.' 'Ah!' replied Newman, suddenly thrusting his face into that of Squeers. 'He has the fatness of 20 more. He's got it all. God help that others. Ha ha! Oh Lord!' Having uttered these fragmentary observations, Newman dropped upon his desk, and began to write with most marvellous rapidity. 'Why, what does the man mean?' cried Squeers, colouring. 'Is he drunk? Newman made no reply. 'Is he mad?' said Squeers. But still Newman betrayed no consciousness of any presence save his own; so Mr. Squeers, comforting himself by saying that he was both drunk and mad, and with this parting observation, he led his hopeful son away. In exact proportion as Ralph Nickleby became conscious of a struggling and lingering regard for Kate, had his detestation of Nicholas augmented. It might be that to atone for the weakness of inclining to any one person, he held it necessary to hate some other more intensely than before; but such had been the course of his feelings, and now, to be defiled and spurned, to be held up to her in the worst and most repulsive colours, to know that she was taught to hate and despise him, to feel that there was infection in his touch, and taint in his companionship, to know all this, and to know that the mover of it all was that same boyish poor relation who had twitted him in their very first interview, and openly bearded and braved him since, wrought his quiet and stealthy malignity to such a pitch that there was scarcely anything he would not have hazarded to gratify it, if he could have seen his way to some immediate retaliation. But fortunately for Nicholas, Ralph Nickleby did not; and although he cast about all that day, and kept a corner of his brain working on the one anxious subject through all the round of schemes of business that came with it, night found him at last, still harping on the same theme, and still pursuing the same unprofitable reflections. 'When my brother was such as he,' said Ralph, 'the first comparisons were drawn between us. Always in my disfavour, he was open, liberal, gallant, gay; I a crafty hunks of cold and stagnant blood, with no passion but love of saving, and no spirit beyond a thirst for gain. I recollected it well when I first saw this whipster, but I remember it better now.' He had been occupied in tearing Nicholas's letter into atoms, and as he spoke, he scattered it in a tiny shower about him. 'Recollections like these,' pursued Ralph, with a bitter smile, 'flock upon me. When I resign myself to them, in crowds, and from countless quarters, as a portion of the world affect to despise the power of money, I must try and show them what it is.' And being by this time in a pleasant frame of mind for slumber, Ralph Nickleby went to bed. End of chapter 34. Nicholas Nickleby, chapter 35. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, chapter 35. Smike becomes known to Mrs. Nickleby and Kate. Nicholas also meets with new acquaintances. Brighter days seem to dawn upon the family. Having established his mother and sister in the apartments of the kind-hearted miniature painter, and ascertained that Sir Mulberry Hawk was in no danger of losing his life, Nicholas turned his thoughts to poor Smike, who, after breakfasting with Newman Noggs, had remained in a disconsolate state at that worthy creature's lodgings, waiting, with much anxiety, for further intelligence of his protector. 'As he will be one of our own little household wherever we live, or whatever fortune is in reserve for us,' thought Nicholas, 'I must present the poor fellow in due form. They will be kind to him for his own sake, and if not, on that account solely, to the full extent I could wish, they will stretch a point, I am sure, for mine.' Nicholas said 'they,' but his misgivings were confined to one person. He was sure of Kate, but he knew his mother's peculiarities, and was not quite so certain that Smike would find favour in the eyes of Mrs. Nickleby. 'However,' thought Nicholas as he departed on his benevolent errand, 'she cannot fail to become attached to him, when she knows what a devoted creature he is, and as she must quickly make the discovery, his probation will be a short one.' 'I was afraid,' said Smike, overjoyed to see his friend again, 'that you had fallen into some fresh trouble. The time seemed so long, at last, that I almost feared you were lost.' 'Lost!' replied Nicholas gaily. 'You will not be rid of me so easily, I promise you. I shall rise to the surface many thousand times yet, and the harder the thrust that pushes me down, the more quickly I shall rebound, Smike. But come, my errand here is to take you home.' 'Home!' faltered Smike, drawing timidly back. 'Ay,' rejoined Nicholas, taking his arm. 'Why not?' 'I had such hopes once,' said Smike. 'Day and night, for many years, I longed for home till I was weary, and pined away with grief. But now—' 'And what now?' asked Nicholas, looking kindly in his face. 'What now, old friend? I could not part from you to go to any home on earth,' replied Smike, pressing his hand, 'except one, except one. I shall never be an old man, and if your hand placed me in the grave, and I could think before I died that you would come and look upon it sometimes with one of your kind smiles, and in the summer weather when everything was alive, not dead like me, I could go to that home almost without a tear.' 'Why do you talk thus, poor boy, if your life is a happy one with me?' said Nicholas. 'Because I should change, not those about me, and if they forget me, I should never know it,' replied Smike. 'In the churchyard we are all alike, but here there are none like me. I am a poor creature, but I know that.' 'You are a foolish, silly creature,' said Nicholas cheerfully. 'If that is what you mean, I grant you that. Why, here's a dismal face for ladies' company. My pretty sister too, whom you have often asked me about. Is this your Yorkshire gallantry? For shame, for shame!' Smike brightened up and smiled. 'When I talk of home,' pursued Nicholas, 'I talk of mine, which is yours, of course. If it were defined by any particular four walls and a roof, God knows I should be sufficiently puzzled to say whereabouts it lay, but that is not what I mean. When I speak of home, I speak of the place where, in default of a better, those I love are gathered together, and if that place were a gipsy's tent or a barn, I should call it by the same good name notwithstanding. And now for what is my present home, which, however alarming your expectations may be, will neither terrify you by its extent nor its magnificence.' So saying, Nicholas took his companion by the arm, and saying a great deal more to the same purpose, and pointing out various things to amuse and interest him as they went along, led the way to Miss La Creevy's house. 'And this, Kate,' said Nicholas, entering the room where his sister sat alone, 'is the faithful friend and affectionate fellow traveller whom I prepared you to receive.' Poor Smike was bashful and awkward and frightened enough at first, but Kate advanced towards him so kindly, and said in such a sweet voice how anxious she had been to see him after all her brother had told her, and how much she had to thank him for having comforted Nicholas so greatly in their very trying reverses, that he began to be very doubtful whether he should shed tears or not, and became still more flurried. However, he managed to say, in a broken voice, that Nicholas was his only friend, and that he would lay down his life to help him; and Kate, although she was so kind and considerate, seemed to be so wholly unconscious of his distress and embarrassment, that he recovered almost immediately, and felt quite at home. Then Miss La Creevy came in, and to her Smike had to be presented also, and Miss La Creevy was very kind too, and wonderfully talkative; not to Smike, for that would have made him uneasy at first, but to Nicholas and his sister. Then after a time she would speak to Smike himself now and then, asking him whether he was a judge of likenesses, and whether he thought that picture in the corner was like herself, and whether he didn't think it would have looked better if she had made herself 10 years younger, and whether he didn't think, as a matter of general observation, that young ladies looked better not only in pictures but out of them too, than old ones; with many more small jokes and facetious remarks, which were delivered with such good humour and merriment that Smike thought within himself she was the nicest lady he had ever seen, even nicer than Mrs Grudden of Mr Vincent Crummles's theatre, and she was a nice lady too, and talked perhaps more, but certainly louder, than Miss La Creevy. At length the doors opened again, and a lady in mourning came in, and Nicholas, kissing the lady in mourning affectionately, and calling her his mother, led her towards the chair from which Smike had risen when she entered the room. 'You are always kind hearted and anxious to help the oppressed, my dear mother,' said Nicholas, 'so you will be favourably disposed towards him, I know.' 'I am sure, my dear Nicholas,' replied Mrs. Nickleby, looking very hard at her new friend, and bending to him with something more of majesty than the occasion seemed to require, 'I am sure any friend of yours has, as indeed he naturally ought to have, and must have, of course, you know, a great claim upon me, and of course it is a very great pleasure to me to be introduced to anybody you take an interest in. There can be no doubt about that, none at all, not the least in the world,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'At the same time, I must say, Nicholas, my dear, as I used to say to your poor dear papa, when he would bring gentlemen home to dinner, and there was nothing in the house, that if he had come the day before yesterday, no, I don't mean the day before yesterday now, I should have said perhaps the year before last, we should have been better able to entertain him.' With which remarks Mrs. Nickleby turned to her daughter and inquired in an audible whisper whether the gentleman was going to stop all night. 'Because if he is, Kate, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'I don't see that it's possible for him to sleep anywhere, and that's the truth.' Kate stepped gracefully forward, and without any show of annoyance or irritation, breathed a few words into her mother's ear. 'La, Kate, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby, shrinking back, 'how you do tickle one! Of course I understand that, my love, without your telling me, and I said the same to Nicholas, and I am very much pleased. You didn't tell me, Nicholas, my dear,' added Mrs. Nickleby, turning round with an air of less reserve than she had before assumed, 'what your friend's name is.' 'His name, mother,' replied Nicholas, 'is Smike.' The effect of this communication was by no means anticipated, but the name was no sooner pronounced than Mrs. Nickleby dropped upon a chair and burst into a fit of crying. 'Why, what is the matter?' exclaimed Nicholas, running to support her. 'It's so like Pyke!' cried Mrs. Nickleby. 'So exactly like Pyke! Oh, don't speak to me. I shall be better presently.' And after exhibiting every symptom of slow suffocation in all its stages, and drinking about a teaspoonful of water from a full tumbler and spilling the remainder, Mrs. Nickleby was better, and remarked with a feeble smile that she was very foolish, she knew. 'It is a weakness in our family,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'so of course I can't be blamed for it. Your grandmama, Kate, was exactly the same, precisely. The least excitement, the slightest surprise, she fainted away directly. I have heard her say, often and often, that when she was a young lady, and before she was married, she was turning a corner into Oxford Street one day, when she ran against her own hairdresser, who it seems was escaping from a bear. The mere suddenness of the encounter made her faint away directly. Wait though,' added Mrs. Nickleby, pausing to consider, 'let me be sure I'm right. Was it her hairdresser who had escaped from a bear, or was it a bear who had escaped from her hairdresser's? I declare I can't remember just now, but the hairdresser was a very handsome man, I know, and quite a gentleman in his manners, so that it has nothing to do with the point of the story.' Mrs. Nickleby, having fallen imperceptibly into one of her retrospective moods, improved in temper from that moment, and glided, by an easy change of the conversation occasionally, into various other anecdotes no less remarkable for their strict application to the subject in hand. 'Mr. Smike is from Yorkshire, Nicholas, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby after dinner, and when she had been silent for some time. 'Certainly, mother,' replied Nicholas. 'I see you have not forgotten his melancholy history.' 'Oh dear no!' cried Mrs. Nickleby. 'Ah! Melancholy indeed! You don't happen, Mr. Smike, ever to have dined with the Grimbles of Grimble Hall, somewhere in the North Riding, do you?' said the good lady, addressing herself to him. 'A very proud man, Sir Thomas Grimble, with 6 grown up and most lovely daughters, and the finest park in the county.' 'My dear mother,' reasoned Nicholas, 'do you suppose that the unfortunate outcast of a Yorkshire school was likely to receive many cards of invitation from the nobility and gentry in the neighbourhood?' 'Really, my dear, I don't know why it should be so very extraordinary,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'I know that when I was at school, I always went at least twice every half year to the Hawkinses at Taunton Vale, and there they are much richer than the Grimbles, and connected with them in marriage, so you see it's not so very unlikely after all. Having put down Nicholas in this triumphant manner, Mrs. Nickleby was suddenly seized with a forgetfulness of Smike's real name, and an irresistible tendency to call him Mr. Slammons, which circumstance she attributed to the remarkable similarity of the two names in point of sound, both beginning with an S, and moreover being spelt with an M. But whatever doubt there might be on this point, there was none as to his being a most excellent listener, which circumstance had considerable influence in placing them on the very best terms, and inducing Mrs. Nickleby to express the highest opinion of his general deportment and disposition. Thus the little circle remained on the most amicable and agreeable footing, until the Monday morning, when Nicholas withdrew himself from it for a short time, seriously to reflect upon the state of his affairs, and to determine, if he could, upon some course of life which would enable him to support those who were so entirely dependent upon his exertions. Mr. Crummles occurred to him more than once, but although Kate was acquainted with the whole history of his connection with that gentleman, his mother was not, and he foresaw 1,000 fretful objections on her part to his seeking a livelihood upon the stage. There were graver reasons, too, against his returning to that mode of life, independently of those arising out of its spare and precarious earnings, and his own internal conviction that he could never hope to aspire to any great distinction, even as a provincial actor. How could he carry his sister from town to town and place to place, and debar her from any other associates than those with whom he would be compelled, almost without distinction, to mingle? "It won't do," said Nicholas, shaking his head. "I must try something else." It was much easier to make this resolution than to carry it into effect. With no greater experience of the world than he had acquired for himself in his short trials, with a sufficient share of headlong rashness and precipitation, qualities not altogether unnatural at his time of life, with a very slender stock of money, and a still more scanty stock of friends, what could he do? "Egad," said Nicholas, "I'll try the register office again." He smiled at himself as he walked away with a quick step, for an instant before he had been internally blaming his own precipitation. He did not laugh himself out of the intention, however, for on he went, picturing to himself, as he approached the place, all kinds of splendid possibilities, and impossibilities too for that matter, and thinking himself, perhaps with good reason, very fortunate to be endowed with so buoyant and sanguine a temperament. The office looked just the same as when he had left it last, and indeed with one or two exceptions, there seemed to be the very same placards in the window that he had seen before. There were the same unimpeachable masters and mistresses in want of virtuous servants, and the same virtuous servants in want of unimpeachable masters and mistresses, and the same magnificent estates for the investment of capital, and the same enormous quantities of capital to be invested in estates, and in short the same opportunities of all sorts for people who wanted to make their fortunes. And a most extraordinary proof it was of the natural prosperity, that people had not been found to avail themselves of such advantages long ago. As Nicholas stopped to look in at the window, an old gentleman happened to stop too, and Nicholas, carrying his eye along the window panes from left to right in search of some capital text placard which should be applicable to his own case, caught sight of this old gentleman's figure, and instinctively withdrew his eyes from the window to observe the same more closely. He was a sturdy old fellow in a broad-skirted blue coat, made pretty large to fit easily, and with no particular waist, his bulky legs clothed in drab breeches and high gaiters, and his head protected by a low-crowned, broad-brimmed white hat, such as a wealthy grazier might wear. He wore his coat buttoned, and his dimpled double chin rested in the folds of a white neckerchief, not one of your stiff-starched apoplectic cravats, but a good, easy, old-fashioned white neckcloth that a man might go to bed in and be none the worse for. But what principally attracted the attention of Nicholas was the old gentleman's eye. Never was such a clear, twinkling, honest, merry, happy eye as that. And there he stood, looking a little upward, with one hand thrust into the breast of his coat, and the other playing with his old-fashioned gold watch-chain, his head thrown a little on one side, and his hat a little more on one side than his head, but that was evidently accident, not his ordinary way of wearing it, with such a pleasant smile playing about his mouth, and such a comical expression of mingled slyness, simplicity, kind-heartedness, and good humour lighting up his jolly old face, that Nicholas would have been content to have stood there and looked at him until evening, and to have forgotten meanwhile that there was such a thing as a sour mind or a crabbed countenance to be met with in the whole wide world. But even a very remote approach to this gratification was not to be made, for although he seemed quite unconscious of having been the subject of observation, he looked casually at Nicholas, and the latter, fearful of giving offence, resumed his scrutiny of the window instantly. Still the old gentleman stood there, glancing from placard to placard, and Nicholas could not forbear raising his eyes to his face again. Grafted upon the quaintness and oddity of his appearance was something so indescribably engaging, and bespeaking so much worth, that there were so many little lights hovering about the corners of his mouth and eyes, that it was not a mere amusement, but a positive pleasure and delight to look at him. This being the case, it is no wonder that the old man caught Nicholas in the fact more than once. At such times Nicholas coloured and looked embarrassed, for the truth is that he had begun to wonder whether the stranger could, by any possibility, be looking for a clerk or secretary, and thinking this, he felt as if the old gentleman must know it. Long as all this takes to tell, it was not more than a couple of minutes in passing. As the stranger was moving away, Nicholas caught his eye again, and, in the awkwardness of the moment, stammered out an apology. "No offence? Oh, no offence," said the old man. This was said in such a hearty tone, and the voice was so exactly what it should have been from such a speaker, that there was such a cordiality in the manner, that Nicholas was emboldened to speak again. "A great many opportunities here, sir," he said, half smiling, as he motioned towards the window. "A great many people willing and anxious to be employed have seriously thought so very often, I dare say," replied the old man. "Poor fellows, poor fellows!" He moved away as he said this, but seeing that Nicholas was about to speak, good naturedly slackened his pace, as if he were unwilling to cut him short. After a little of that hesitation which may be sometimes observed between two people in the street, who, having exchanged a nod, and are both uncertain whether they shall turn back and speak or not, Nicholas found himself at the old man's side. "You were about to speak, young gentleman. What were you going to say?" "Merely that I almost hoped, I mean to say thought, you had some great object in consulting these advertisements," said Nicholas. "Ay, ay? What object now, what object?" returned the old man, looking slyly at Nicholas. "Do you think I wanted a situation now, eh? Did you think I did?" Nicholas shook his head. "Ha ha!" laughed the old gentleman, rubbing his hands and wrists as if he were washing them. "A very natural thought, at all events, after seeing me gazing at those bills. I thought the same of you at first, upon my word I did." "If you had thought so at last too, sir, you would not have been far from the truth," rejoined Nicholas. "Eh?" cried the old man, surveying him from head to foot. "What? Dear me! No, no! Well behaved young gentleman reduced to such a necessity! No, 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 no!" Nicholas bowed, and bidding him good morning, turned upon his heel. "Stay," said the old man, beckoning him into a by-street where they could converse with less interruption. "What do you mean, eh?" "Merely that your kind face and manner, both so unlike any I have ever seen, tempted me into an avowal, which, to any other stranger in this wilderness of London, I should not have dreamt of making," returned Nicholas. "Wilderness? Oh yes, it is, it is. Good, it is a wilderness," said the old man with much animation. "It was a wilderness to me once. I came here barefoot. I have never forgotten it, thank God!" And he raised his hat from his head, and looked very grave. "What's the matter? What is it? How did it all come about?" said the old man, laying his hand on the shoulder of Nicholas, and walking him up the street. "Your laying his finger on the sleeve of his black coat. "Who's it for, eh?" "My father," replied Nicholas. "Ah!" said the old gentleman quickly. "Bad thing for a young man to lose his father. Widowed mother, perhaps?" Nicholas sighed. "Brothers and sisters too, eh?" "One sister," rejoined Nicholas. "Poor thing, poor thing!" "You are a scholar too, I dare say?" said the old man, looking wistfully into the face of the young one. "I have been tolerably well educated," said Nicholas. "Fine thing!" said the old gentleman. "Education's a great thing, a very great thing. I never had any. I admire it the more in others. A very fine thing. Yes, yes. Tell me more of your history. Let me hear it all. No impertinent curiosity. No, no, no." There was something so earnest and guileless in the way in which all this was said, and such a complete disregard of all conventional restraints and coldnesses, that Nicholas could not resist it. Among men who have any sound and sterling qualities, there is nothing so contagious as pure openness of heart. Nicholas took the infection instantly, and ran over the main points of his little history without reserve, merely suppressing names, and touching as lightly as possible upon his uncle's treatment of Kate. The old man listened with great attention, and when he had concluded, drew his arm eagerly through his own. "Don't say another word, not another word," said he. "Come along with me. We mustn't lose a minute." So saying, the old gentleman dragged him back into Oxford Street, and hailing an omnibus on its way to the city, pushed Nicholas in before him, and followed himself. As he appeared in most extraordinary condition of restless excitement, and whenever Nicholas offered to speak, immediately interposed with, "Don't say another word, my dear sir, on any account. Not another word," the young man thought it better to attempt no further interruption. Into the city they journeyed accordingly, without interchanging any conversation, and the farther they went, the more Nicholas wondered what the end of the adventure could possibly be. The old man got out with great alacrity when they reached the Bank, and once more taking Nicholas by the arm, and hurried him along Threadneedle Street, and through some lanes and passages on the right, until they at length emerged in a quiet shady little square. Into the oldest and cleanest looking house of business in the square he led the way. The only inscription on the door was Cheeryble Brothers, but from a hasty glance at the directions of some packages which were lying about, Nicholas supposed that the brothers Cheeryble were German merchants. Passing through a warehouse which presented every indication of a thriving business, Mr. Cheeryble, for such Nicholas supposed him to be from the respect which had been shown him by the warehousemen and porters whom they passed, led him into a little partitioned off counting house like a large glass case, in which counting house there sat, as free from dust and blemish as if he had been fixed into the glass case before the top was put on, and had never come out since, a fat, elderly, large-faced clerk, with silver spectacles and a powdered head. "Is my brother in his room, Tim?" said Mr. Cheeryble, with no less kindness of manner than he had shown to Nicholas. "Yes, he is, sir," replied the fat clerk, turning his spectacle glasses towards his principal and his eyes towards Nicholas. "But Mr. Trimmers is with him." "Ah! And what has he come about, Tim?" said Mr. Cheeryble. "He is getting up a subscription for the widow of a family of a man who was killed in the East India Docks this morning, sir," rejoined Tim. "Smashed, sir, by a cask of sugar." "He is a good creature," said Mr. Cheeryble with great earnestness. "He is a kind soul. I am very much obliged to Trimmers. Trimmers is one of the best friends we have. He makes 1,000 cases known to us that we should never discover of ourselves. I am very much obliged to Trimmers." Saying which, Mr. Cheeryble rubbed his hands with infinite delight, and Mr. Trimmers happening to pass the door that instant, on his way out, shot out after him and caught him by the hand. "I owe you 1,000 thanks, Trimmers, 10,000 thanks. I take it very friendly of you, very friendly indeed," said Mr. Cheeryble, dragging him into a corner to get out of hearing. "How many children are there, and what has my brother Ned given, Trimmers?" "There are 6 children," replied the gentleman, "and your brother has given us £20. "My brother Ned is a good fellow, and you're a good fellow too, Trimmers," said the old man, shaking him by both hands with trembling eagerness. "Put me down for another 20, or stop a minute, we mustn't look ostentatious. Put me down for another 20, or stop a minute, we mustn't look ostentatious. Put me down £10, and Tim Linkinwater £10. A cheque for £20 for Mr. Trimmers, Tim. God bless you, Trimmers, and come and dine with us some day this week. You'll always find a knife and fork, and we shall be delighted. Now, my dear sir, cheque from Mr. Linkinwater, Tim. Smashed by a cask of sugar and 6 poor children. Oh dear, dear, dear!" Talking on in this strain, as fast as he could, to prevent any friendly remonstrances from the collector of the subscription of the large amount of his donation, Mr. Cheeryble led Nicholas, equally astonished and affected by what he had seen and heard in this short space, to the half-opened door of another room. "Brother Ned," said Mr. Cheeryble, tapping with his knuckles and stooping to listen, "are you busy, my dear brother, or can you spare time for a word or two with me?" "Brother Charles, my dear fellow," replied a voice from the inside, so like in its tones to that which had just spoken, that Nicholas started, and almost thought it was the same. "Don't ask me such a question, but come in directly." They went in, without further parley. What was the amazement of Nicholas when his conductor advanced and exchanged a warm greeting with another old gentleman, the very type and model of himself, the same face, the same figure, the same coat, waistcoat, and neckcloth, the same breeches and gaiters, nay, there was the very same white hat hanging against the wall. As they shook each other by the hand, the face of each lighted up by beaming looks of affection, which would have been most delightful to behold in infants, and which in men so old was inexpressibly touching. Nicholas could observe that the last old gentleman was something stouter than his brother. This, and a slight additional shade of clumsiness in his gait and stature, formed the only perceptible difference between them. Nobody could have doubted their being twin brothers. "Brother Ned," said Nicholas's friend, closing the room door, "here is a young friend of mine whom we must assist. We must make proper inquiries into his statements, in justice to him as well as to ourselves, and if they are confirmed, as I feel assured they will be, we must assist him. We must assist him, brother Ned." "It is enough, my dear brother, that you say we should," returned the other. "When you say that no further inquiries are needed, he shall be assisted. What are his necessities, and what does he require? Where is Tim Linkinwater? Let us have him here." Both the brothers, it may be here remarked, had a very emphatic and earnest delivery. Both had lost nearly the same teeth, which imparted the same peculiarity to their speech, and both spoke as if, besides possessing the utmost serenity of mind that the kindliest and most unsuspecting nature could bestow, they had, in collecting the plums from Fortune's choicest pudding, retained a few for present use, and kept them in their mouths. "Where is Tim Linkinwater?" said brother Ned. "Stop, stop, stop," said brother Charles, taking the other aside. "I've a plan, my dear brother, I've a plan. Tim is getting old, and Tim has been a faithful servant, brother Ned, and I don't think pensioning Tim's mother and sister, and buying a little tomb for the family when his poor brother died, was a sufficient recompense for his faithful services." "No, no, no," replied the other, "certainly not. Not half enough, not half." "If we could lighten Tim's duties," said the old gentleman, "and prevail upon him to go into the country now and then, and sleep in the fresh air beside, 2 or 3 times a week, which he could if he began business an hour later in the morning, old Tim Linkinwater would grow young again in time, and he's 3 good years our senior now, old Tim Linkinwater young again, eh, brother Ned, eh? Why, I recollect old Tim Linkinwater quite a little boy, don't you? Ha, ha, ha! Poor Tim, poor Tim!" And the fine old fellows laughed pleasantly together, each with a tear of regard for old Tim Linkinwater standing in his eye. "But hear this first, brother Ned," said the old man, hastily placing 2 chairs, one on each side of Nicholas. "I'll tell it you myself, brother Ned, because the young gentleman is modest and is a scholar, Ned, and I shouldn't feel it right that he should tell us his story over and over again as if he was a beggar, or as if we doubted him. No, no, no." "No, no, no," returned the other, nodding his head gravely. "Very right, my dear brother, very right." "He will tell me I'm wrong if I make a mistake," said Nicholas's friend. "But whether I do or not, you'll be very much affected, brother Ned, remembering the time when we were 2 friendless lads, and earned our first shilling in this great city." The twins pressed each other's hands in silence, and in his own homely manner brother Charles related the particulars he had heard from Nicholas. The conversation which ensued was a long one, and when it was over, a secret conference of almost equal duration took place between brother Ned and Tim Linkinwater in another room. It is no disparagement to Nicholas to say, that before he had been closeted with the 2 brothers 10 minutes, he could only wave his hand at every fresh expression of kindness and sympathy, and sob like a little child. At length brother Ned and Tim Linkinwater came back together, when Tim instantly walked up to Nicholas and whispered in his ear a very brief sentence, for Tim was ordinarily a man of few words, that he had taken down the address in the Strand, and would call upon him that evening at 8. Having done which, Tim wiped his spectacles and put them on, preparatory to hearing what more the brothers Cheeryble had got to say. "Tim," said brother Charles, "you understand that we have an intention of taking this young gentleman into the counting house." Brother Ned remarked that Tim was aware of that intention, and quite approved of it; and Tim having nodded, and said he did, drew himself up and looked particularly fat and very important, after which there was a profound silence. "I'm not coming an hour later in the morning, you know," said Tim, breaking out all at once, and looking very resolute. "I'm not going to sleep in the fresh air, no, nor I'm not going into the country either. A pretty thing at this time of day, certainly. Pho!" "Damn your obstinacy, Tim Linkinwater," said brother Charles, looking at him without the faintest spark of anger, and with a countenance radiant with attachment to the old clerk. "Damn your obstinacy, Tim Linkinwater. What do you mean, sir?" "It's 44 year," said Tim, making a calculation in the air with his pen, and drawing an imaginary line before he cast it up. 44 year, next May, since I first kept the books of Cheeryble Brothers. I've opened the safe every morning all that time, Sundays excepted, as the clock struck 9, and gone over the house every night at 10:30, except at foreign post nights, and then 20 minutes before 12, to see the doors fastened and the fires out. I've never slept out of the back attic one single night. There's the same mignonette box in the middle of the window, and the same 4 flower pots, 2 on each side, that I brought with me when I first came. There ain't, I've said it again and again, and I'll maintain it, there ain't such a square as this in the world. I know there ain't,' said Tim with sudden energy and looking sternly about him. 'Not one. For business or pleasure, in summer time or winter, I don't care which, there's nothing like it. There's not such a spring in England as the pump under the archway. There's not such a view in England as the view out of my window. I've seen it every morning before I shaved, and I ought to know something about it. I have slept in that room,' added Tim, sinking his voice a little, 'for 44 year, and if it wasn't inconvenient and didn't interfere with business, I should request leave to die there.' 'Damn you, Tim Linkinwater, how dare you talk about dying?' roared the twins by one impulse, and blowing their old noses violently. 'That's what I've got to say, Mr. Edwin and Mr. Charles,' said Tim, squaring his shoulders again. 'This isn't the first time you've talked about superannuating me, but if you please we'll make it the last, and drop the subject for evermore.' With these words Tim Linkinwater stalked out and shut himself up in his glass case with the air of a man who had had his say, and was thoroughly resolved not to be put down. The brothers interchanged looks, and coughed some half dozen times without speaking. 'He must be done something with, brother Ned,' said the other warmly. 'We must disregard his old scruples. They can't be tolerated or borne. He must be made a partner, brother Ned, and if he won't submit to it peaceably, we must have recourse to violence.' 'Quite right,' replied brother Ned, nodding his head as a man thoroughly determined. 'Quite right, my dear brother. If he won't listen to reason, we must do it against his will, and show him that we are determined to exert our authority. We must quarrel with him, brother Charles.' 'We certainly must have a quarrel with Tim Linkinwater,' said the other. 'But in the meantime, my dear brother, we are keeping our young friend, and the poor lady and her daughter will be anxious for his return. So let us say good bye for the present, and there, take care of that box, my dear sir, and no, not a word now, but be careful of the crossings, and with any disjointed and unconnected words which would prevent Nicholas from pouring forth his thanks, the brothers hurried him out, shaking hands with him all the way, and affecting very unsuccessfully (they were poor hands at deception) to be wholly unconscious of the feelings that completely mastered him. Nicholas's heart was too full to allow of his turning into the street until he had recovered some composure. When he at last glided out of the dark doorway corner in which he had been compelled to halt, he caught a glimpse of the twins stealthily peeping in at one corner of the glass case, evidently undecided whether they should follow up their late attack without delay, or for the present postpone laying further siege to the inflexible Tim Linkinwater. To recount all the delight and wonder which the circumstances just detailed awakened at Miss La Creevy's, and all the things that were done, said, thought, expected, hoped, and prophesied in consequence, is beside the present course and purpose of these adventures. It is sufficient to state, in brief, that Mr. Timothy Linkinwater arrived punctual to his appointment, that, oddity as he was, and jealous as he was bound to be of the proper exercise of his employee's most comprehensive liberality, he reported strongly and warmly in favour of Nicholas, and that next day he was appointed to the vacant stool in the counting-house of Cheeryble Brothers, with a present salary of £120 a year. 'And I think, my dear brother,' said Nicholas's first friend, 'that if we were to let them that little cottage at Bow, which is empty, at something under the usual rent now, brother Ned?' 'For nothing at all,' said brother Ned. 'We are rich, and should be ashamed to touch the rent under such circumstances as these. Where is Tim Linkinwater? For nothing at all, my dear brother, for nothing at all.' 'Perhaps it would be better to say something, brother Ned,' suggested the other mildly. 'It would help to preserve habits of frugality, you know, and remove any painful sense of overwhelming obligations. We might say £15 or £20, and if it was punctually paid, make it up to them in some other way, and I might secretly advance a small loan towards a little furniture, and you might secretly advance another small loan, brother Ned, and if we find them doing well, as we shall, there's no fear, We can change the loans into gifts, carefully, brother Ned, and by degrees, and without pressing upon them too much. What do you say now, brother?' Brother Ned gave his hand upon it, and not only said that it should be done, but had it done too, and in one short week Nicholas took possession of the stool, and Mrs. Nickleby and Kate took possession of the house, and all was hope, bustle, and light-heartedness. There surely never was such a week of discoveries and surprises as the first week of that cottage. Every night when Nicholas came home something new had been found out. One day it was a grapevine, and another day it was a boiler, and another day it was the key of the front parlour closet at the bottom of the water butt, and so on through 100 items. Then this room was embellished with a muslin curtain, and that room was rendered quite elegant by a window blind, and such improvements were made as no one would have supposed possible. Then there was Miss La Creevy, who had come out in the omnibus to stop a day or two and help, and who was perpetually losing a very small brown paper parcel of tin tacks, and a very large hammer, and running about with her sleeves tucked up at her wrists, and falling off pairs of steps and hurting herself very much, and Mrs. Nickleby, who talked incessantly, and did something now and then, but not often, and Kate, who busied herself noiselessly everywhere and was pleased with everything, and Smike, who made the garden a perfect wonder to look upon, and Nicholas, who helped and encouraged them every one, all the peace and cheerfulness of home restored, with such new zest imparted to every frugal pleasure, and such delight to every hour of meeting, as misfortune and separation alone could give. In short, the poor Nicklebys were social and happy, while the rich Nickleby was alone and miserable. End of chapter 35. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 36. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 36. Private and confidential, relating to family matters, showing how Mr. Kenwigs underwent violent agitation, and how Mrs. Kenwigs was as well as could be expected. It might have been 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was growing dark in the narrow streets near Golden Square, when Mr. Kenwigs sent out for a pair of the cheapest white kid gloves, those at 14 pence, and selecting the strongest, which happened to be the right hand one, walked downstairs with an air of pomp and much excitement, and proceeded to muffle the knob of the street door knocker therein. Having executed this task with great nicety, Mr. Kenwigs pulled the door to, after him, and just stepped across the road to try the effect from the opposite side of the street. Satisfied that nothing could possibly look better in its way, Mr. Kenwigs then stepped back again, and calling through the keyhole to Morleena to open the door, vanished into the house and was seen no longer. Now, considered as an abstract circumstance, there was no more obvious cause or reason why Mr. Kenwigs should take the trouble of muffling this particular knocker, than there would have been for his muffling the knocker of any nobleman or gentleman resident 10 miles off, because, for the greater convenience of the numerous lodgers, the street door always stood wide open, and the knocker was never used at all. The first floor, the second floor, and the third floor, each had a bell of its own. As to the attics, no one ever called on them. If anybody wanted the parlours, they were close at hand, and all he had to do was to walk straight into them, while the kitchen had a separate entrance down the area steps. As a question of mere necessity and usefulness, therefore, this muffling of the knocker was thoroughly incomprehensible. But knockers may be muffled for other purposes than those of mere utilitarianism, as, in the present instance, was clearly shown. There are certain polite forms and ceremonies which must be observed in civilized life, or mankind relapse into their original barbarism. No genteel lady was ever yet confined, indeed no jail confinement can possibly take place, without the accompanying symbol of a muffled knocker. Mrs. Kenwigs was a lady of some pretensions to gentility. Mrs. Kenwigs was confined, and therefore Mr. Kenwigs tied up the silent knocker on the premises in a white kid glove. 'I am not quite certain neither,' said Mr. Kenwigs, arranging his shirt collar and walking slowly upstairs, 'whether, as it's a boy, I won't have it in the papers. Pondering upon the advisability of this step, and the sensation it was likely to create in the neighbourhood, Mr. Kenwigs betook himself to the sitting room, where various extremely diminutive articles of clothing were airing on a horse before the fire, and Mr. Lumbey, the doctor, was dandling the baby, that is, the old baby, not the new one. 'It's a fine boy, Mr. Kenwigs,' said Mr. Lumbey, the doctor. 'You consider him a fine boy, do you, sir?' returned Mr. Kenwigs. 'It's the finest boy I ever saw in my life,' said the doctor. 'I never saw such a baby.' It is a pleasant thing to reflect upon, and furnishes a complete answer to those who contend for the gradual degeneration of the human species, that every baby born into the world is a finer one than the last. 'I never saw such a baby,' said Mr. Lumbey, the doctor. 'Morleena was a fine baby,' remarked Mr. Kenwigs, as if this were rather an attack by implication upon the family. 'They were all fine babies,' said Mr. Lumbey; and Mr. Lumbey went on nursing the baby with a thoughtful look. Whether he was considering under what head he could best charge the nursing in the bill, was best known to himself. During this short conversation, Miss Morleena, as the eldest of the family, and natural representative of her mother during her indisposition, had been hustling and slapping the three younger Miss Kenwigses without intermission, which considerate and affectionate conduct brought tears into the eyes of Mr. Kenwigs, and caused him to declare that, in understanding and behaviour, the child was a woman. 'She will be a treasure to the man she marries, sir,' said Mr. Kenwigs, half aside. 'I think she'll marry above her station, Mr. Lumbey.' 'I shouldn't wonder at all,' replied the doctor. 'You never see her dance, did you, sir?' asked Mr. Kenwigs. The doctor shook his head. 'Aye,' said Mr. Kenwigs, as though he pitied him from his heart. 'Then you don't know what she's capable of.' All this time there had been a great whisking in and out of the other room. The door had been opened and shut very softly, about 20 times a minute, for it was necessary to keep Mrs. Kenwigs quiet, and the baby had been exhibited to a score or two of deputations from a select body of female friends, who had assembled in the passage, and about the street door, to discuss the event in all its bearings. Indeed, the excitement extended itself over the whole street, and groups of ladies might be seen standing at the doors, some in the interesting condition in which Mrs. Kenwigs had last appeared in public, relating their experiences of similar occurrences. Some few acquired great credit from having prophesied, the day before yesterday, exactly when it would come to pass. Others again related how that they guessed what it was, directly they saw Mr. Kenwigs turn pale and run up the street as hard as ever he could go. Some said one thing and some said another, but all talked together, and all agreed upon 2 points. First, that it was very meritorious and highly praiseworthy in Mrs. Kenwigs to do as she had done, and secondly, that there never was such a skilful and scientific doctor as that of Dr. Lumbey. In the midst of this general hubbub, Dr. Lumbey sat in the first floor front, as before related, nursing the deposed baby, and talking to Mr. Kenwigs. He was a stout, bluff looking gentleman, with no shirt collar to speak of, and a beard that had been growing since yesterday morning, for Dr. Lumbey was popular, and the neighbourhood was prolific, and there had been no less than 3 other knockers muffled, one after the other, within the last 48 hours. 'Well, Mr. Kenwigs,' said Dr. Lumbey, 'this makes 6. You'll have a fine family in time, sir.' 'I think 6 is almost enough, sir,' returned Mr. Kenwigs. 'Pooh, pooh,' said the doctor. 'Nonsense. Not half enough.' With this the doctor laughed, but he didn't laugh half as much as a married friend of Mrs. Kenwigs, who had just come in from the sick chamber to report progress, and take a small sip of brandy and water, and who seemed to consider it one of the best jokes ever launched upon society. 'They're not altogether dependent upon good fortune, neither,' said Mr. Kenwigs, taking his second daughter on his knee. 'They have expectations.' 'Oh, indeed!' said Mr. Lumbey, the doctor. 'And very good ones too, I believe, haven't they?' asked the married lady. 'Why, ma'am,' said Mr. Kenwigs, 'it's not exactly for me to say what they may be, or what they may not be. It's not for me to boast of any family with which I have the honour to be connected. At the same time, Mrs. Kenwigs's is, I should say,' said Mr. Kenwigs abruptly, and raising his voice as he spoke, 'that my children might come into a matter of £100 apiece, perhaps more, but certainly that.' 'And a very pretty little fortune,' said the married lady. There are some relations of Mrs. Kenwigs's,' said Mr. Kenwigs, taking a pinch of snuff from the doctor's box, and then sneezing very hard, for he wasn't used to it, 'that might leave their £100 apiece to 10 people, and yet not go begging when they had done it.' 'Ah! I know what you mean,' observed the married lady, nodding her head. 'Ah! I know who you mean,' observed the married lady, nodding her head. 'I made mention of no names, and I wish to make mention of no names,' said Mr. Kenwigs, with a portentous look. 'Many of my friends have met a relation of Mrs. Kenwigs's in this very room, as would do honour to any company. That's all.' 'I've met him,' said the married lady, with a glance towards Dr Lumbey. 'It's naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a father, to see such a man as that a kissing and taking notice of my children,' pursued Mr. Kenwigs. 'It's naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a man to know that man. It will be naturally very gratifying to my feelings as a husband to make that man acquainted with this event.' Having delivered his sentiments in this form of words, Mr. Kenwigs arranged his second daughter's flaxen tail, and bade her be a good girl and mind what her sister Morleena said. 'That girl grows more like her mother every day,' said Mr. Lumbey, suddenly stricken with an enthusiastic admiration of Morleena. 'There,' rejoined the married lady, 'what I always say, what I always did say. She's the very picter of her.' Having thus directed the general attention to the young lady in question, the married lady embraced the opportunity of taking another sip of the brandy and water, and a pretty long sip too. 'Yes, there is a likeness,' said Mr. Kenwigs, after some reflection. 'But such a woman as Mrs. Kenwigs was, afore she was married. Good gracious, such a woman!' Mr. Lumbey shook his head with great solemnity, as though to imply that he supposed she must have been rather a dazzler. 'Talk of fairies!' cried Mr. Kenwigs. 'I never see anybody so light to be alive, never. Such manners too, so playful, and yet so sewerely proper. As for her figure, it isn't generally known,' said Mr. Kenwigs, dropping his voice, 'but her figure was such at that time, that the sign of the Britannia, over in the Holloway Road, was painted from it.' 'But only see what it is now,' urged the married lady. 'Does SHE look like the mother of six?' 'Quite ridiculous!' cried the doctor. 'She looks a deal more like her own daughter,' said the married lady. 'So she does,' asserted Mr. Lumbey, 'a great deal more.' Mr. Kenwigs was about to make some further observations, most probably in confirmation of this opinion, when another married lady, who had looked in to keep up Mrs. Kenwigs's spirits, and help to clear off anything in the eating and drinking way that might be going about, put in her head to announce that she had just been down to answer the bell, and that there was a gentleman at the door who wanted to see Mr. Kenwigs most particular. Shadowy visions of his distinguished relation flitted through the brain of Mr. Kenwigs as this message was delivered, and under their influence he dispatched Morleena to show the gentleman up straightway. 'Why, I do declare,' said Mr. Kenwigs, standing opposite the door so as to get the earliest glimpse of the visitor as he came upstairs, 'it's Mr. Johnson. How do you find yourself, sir?' Nicholas shook hands, kissed his old pupils all round, entrusted a large parcel of toys to the guardianship of Morleena, bowed to the doctor and the married ladies, and inquired after Mrs. Kenwigs in a tone of interest which went to the very heart and soul of the nurse, who had come in to warm some mysterious compound in a little saucepan over the fire. 'I ought to make 100 apologies to you for calling at such a season,' said Nicholas, 'but I was not aware of it until I had rung the bell, and my time is so fully occupied now, that I feared it might be some days before I could possibly come again.' 'No time like the present, sir,' said Mr. Kenwigs. 'The situation of Mrs. Kenwigs, sir, is no obstacle to a little conversation between you and me, I hope?' 'You are very good,' said Nicholas. At this juncture, proclamation was made by another married lady that the baby had begun to eat like anything, whereupon the two married ladies already mentioned rushed tumultuously into the bedroom to behold him in the act. 'The fact is,' resumed Nicholas, 'that before I left the country, where I have been for some time past, I undertook to deliver a message to you.' 'Ay, ay?' said Mr. Kenwigs. 'And I have been,' added Nicholas, 'already in town for some days without having had an opportunity of doing so.' 'It's no matter, sir,' said Mr. Kenwigs. 'I dare say it's none the worse for keeping cold. Message from the country,' said Mr. Kenwigs, ruminating. 'That's curious. I don't know anybody in the country.' 'Miss Petowker,' suggested Nicholas. 'Oh, from her, is it?' said Mr. Kenwigs. 'Oh dear, yes. Ah! Mrs. Kenwigs will be glad to hear from her. Henrietta Petowker, eh? How odd things come about now! That you should have met her in the country. Well! Hearing this mention of their old friend's name, the four Miss Kenwigses gathered round Nicholas, open eyed and mouthed, to hear more. Mr. Kenwigs looked a little curious too, but quite comfortable and unsuspecting. 'The message relates to family matters,' said Nicholas, hesitating. 'Oh, never mind,' said Kenwigs, glancing at Mr. Lumbey, who, having rashly taken charge of little Lillyvick, found nobody disposed to relieve him of his precious burden. 'All friends here.' Nicholas hemmed once or twice, and seemed to have some difficulty in proceeding. 'At Portsmouth, Henrietta Petowker is,' observed Mr. Kenwigs. 'Yes,' said Nicholas. 'Mr. Lillyvick is there.' Mr. Kenwigs turned pale, but he recovered, and said that was an odd coincidence also. 'The message is from him,' said Nicholas. Mr. Kenwigs appeared to revive. He knew that his niece was in a delicate state, and had no doubt sent word that they were to forward full particulars. Yes, that was very kind of him. So like him too. 'He desired me to give his kindest love,' said Nicholas. 'Very much obliged to him, I'm sure. Your great uncle Lillyvick, my dears,' interposed Mr. Kenwigs, condescendingly explaining it to the children. 'His kindest love,' resumed Nicholas, 'and to say that he had no time to write, but that he was married to Miss Petowker.' Mr. Kenwigs started from his seat with a petrified stare, caught his second daughter by her flaxen tail, and covered his face with his pocket handkerchief. Morleena fell, all stiff and rigid, into the baby's chair, as she had seen her mother fall when she fainted away, and the two remaining little Kenwigses shrieked in affright. 'My children! My defrauded, swindled infants!' cried Mr. Kenwigs, pulling so hard in his vehemence at the flaxen tail of his second daughter, that he lifted her up on tiptoe, and kept her for some seconds in that attitude. 'Villain! Ass! Traitor!' 'Drat the man!' cried the nurse, looking angrily around. 'What does he mean by making that noise here?' 'Silence, woman!' said Mr. Kenwigs, fiercely. 'I won't be silent,' returned the nurse. 'Be silent yourself, you wretch. Have you no regard for your baby?' 'No,' returned Mr. Kenwigs. 'More shame for you,' retorted the nurse. 'Ugh, you unnatural monster!' 'Let him die!' cried Mr. Kenwigs in the torrent of his wrath. 'Let him die! He has no expectations, no property to come into. We want no babies here,' said Mr. Kenwigs, recklessly. 'Take 'em away. Take 'em away to the Fondling.' With these awful remarks, Mr. Kenwigs sat himself down in a chair, and defied the nurse, who made the best of her way into the adjoining room, and returned with a stream of matrons, declaring that Mr. Kenwigs had spoken blasphemy against his family, and must be raving mad. Appearances were certainly not in Mr. Kenwigs's favour, for the exertion of speaking with so much vehemence, and yet in such a tone as should prevent his lamentations reaching the ear of Mrs. Kenwigs, had made him very black in the face, besides which the excitement of the occasion, and an unwonted indulgence in various strong cordials to celebrate it, had swollen and dilated his features to a most unusual extent. But Nicholas and the doctor, who had been passive at first, doubting very much whether Mr. Kenwigs could be in earnest, interfering to explain the immediate cause of his condition, the indignation of the matrons was changed to pity, and they implored him with much feeling to go quietly to bed. 'The attention,' said Mr. Kenwigs, looking around with a plaintive air, 'the attention that I've shown to that man! The hyseters he has eat, and the pints of ale he has drank, in this house!' 'It's very trying and very hard to bear, we know,' said one of the married ladies; 'but think of your dear darling wife.' 'Oh yes, and what she has been a undergoing of, only this day!' cried a great many voices. 'There's a good man, do!' 'The presents that have been made to him,' said Mr. Kenwigs, reverting to his calamity. 'The pipes, the snuff boxes, a pair of India rubber galoshes, that cost 6 and 6 ah, it won't bear thinking of indeed!' cried the matrons generally. 'But it'll all come home to him, never fear.' Mr. Kenwigs looked darkly upon the ladies, as if he would prefer its all coming home to him, as there was nothing to be got by it, but he said nothing, and resting his head upon his hand, subsided into a kind of doze. Then the matrons again expatiated on the expediency of taking the good gentleman to bed, observing that he would be better tomorrow, and that they knew what was the wear and tear of some men's minds when their wives were taken as Mrs. Kenwigs had been that day, and that it did him great credit, and there was nothing to be ashamed of in it. Far from it. They liked to see it, they did, for it showed a good heart. And one lady observed, as a case bearing upon the present, that her husband was quite often light-headed from anxiety on similar occasions, and that once, when her little Johnny was born, it was nearly a week before he came to himself again, during the whole of which time he did nothing but cry, 'Is it a boy? Is it a boy?' in a manner which went to the hearts of all his hearers. At length Morleena, who quite forgot she had fainted when she found she was not noticed, announced that a chamber was ready for her afflicted patient, and Mr. Kenwigs, having partially smothered his 4 daughters in the closeness of his embrace, accepted the doctor's arm on one side and the support of Nicholas on the other, and was conducted upstairs to a bedroom which had been secured for the occasion. Having seen him sound asleep, and heard him snore most satisfactorily, and having further presided over the distribution of the toys, to the perfect contentment of all the little Kenwigses, Nicholas took his leave. The matrons dropped off one by one, with the exception of 6 or 8 particular friends who had determined to stop all night. The lights in the houses gradually disappeared. The last bulletin was issued that Mr. Kenwigs was as well as could be expected, and the whole family was left to their repose. End of chapter 36. Nicholas Nickleby, chapter 37. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, chapter 37. Nicholas finds further favour in the eyes of the brothers Cheeryble and Mr. Timothy Linkinwater. The brothers give a banquet on a great annual occasion. Nicholas, on returning home from it, receives a mysterious and important disclosure from the lips of Mrs. Nickleby. The square in which the counting house of the brothers Cheeryble was situated, although it might not wholly realise the very sanguine expectations which a stranger would be disposed to form on hearing the fervent encomiums bestowed upon it by Tim Linkinwater, was, nevertheless, a sufficiently desirable nook in the heart of a busy town like London, and one which occupied a high place in the affectionate remembrances of several grave persons domiciled in the neighbourhood, whose recollections, however, dated from a much more recent period, and whose attachment to the spot was far less absorbing than were the recollections and attachments of the enthusiastic Tim. And let not those whose eyes have been accustomed to the aristocratic gravity of Grosvenor Square and Hanover Square, the dowager baroness and frigidity of Fitzroy Square, or the gravel walks and garden seats of the squares of Russell and Euston, suppose that the affections of Tim Linkinwater, or the inferior lovers of this particular locality, had been awakened and kept alive by any refreshing associations with leaves, however dingy, or grass, however bare and thin. The city square had no enclosure save the lamp post in the middle, and no grass but the weeds which sprung up round its base. It is a quiet, little frequent, retired spot, favourable to melancholy and contemplation, and appointments of long waiting, and up and down its every side the appointed saunters idly by the hour together, wakening the echoes with the monotonous sound of his footsteps on the smooth worn stones, and counting first the windows and then the very bricks of the tall silent houses that hem him round about. In winter time the snow will linger there, long after it has melted from the busy streets and highways. The summer sun holds it in some respect, and while he darts his cheerful rays sparingly into the square, keeps his fiery heat and glare for noisier and less imposing precincts. It is so quiet that you can almost hear the ticking of your own watch when you stop to cool in its refreshing atmosphere. There is a distant hum of coaches, not of insects, but no other sound disturbs the stillness of the square. The ticket porter leans idly against the post at the corner, comfortably warm but not hot, although the day is broiling. His white apron flaps languidly in the air. His head gradually droops upon his breast. He takes very long winks with both eyes at once. Even he is unable to withstand the soporific influence of the place, and is gradually falling asleep. But now he starts into full wakefulness, recoils a step or two, and gazes out before him with eager wildness in his eye. Is it a job, or a boy at marbles? Does he see a ghost, or hear an organ? No, sight more unwonted still. There is a butterfly in the square, a real live butterfly, astray from flowers and sweets, and fluttering among the iron heads of the dusty area railings. But if there were not many matters immediately without the doors of Cheeryble Brothers to engage the attention or distract the thoughts of the young clerk, there were not a few within to interest and amuse him. There was scarcely an object in the place, animate or inanimate, which did not partake in some degree of the scrupulous method and punctuality of Mr. Timothy Linkinwater, punctual as the counting house dial, which he maintained to be the best timekeeper in London, next after the clock of some old hidden unknown church hard by, for Tim held the fabled goodness of that at the Horse Guards to be a pleasant fiction invented by jealous West Enders. The old clerk performed the minutest actions of the day, and arranged the minutest articles in the little room in a precise and regular order, which could not have been exceeded if it had actually been a real glass case, fitted with the choicest curiosities, paper, pens, ink, ruler, sealing wax, wafers, pounce box, string box, fire box, Tim's hat, Tim's scrupulously folded gloves, Tim's other coat, looking precisely like a back view of himself as it hung against the wall, all had their accustomed inches of space. Except the clock, there was not such an accurate and unimpeachable instrument in existence as the little thermometer which hung behind the door. There was not a bird of such methodical and business-like habits in all the world as the blind blackbird who dreamed and dozed away his days in a large snug cage, and had lost his voice from old age years before Tim first bought him. There was not such an eventful story in the whole range of anecdote as Tim could tell concerning the acquisition of that very bird, how, compassionating his starved and suffering condition, he had purchased him, with the view of humanely terminating his wretched life; how he determined to wait 3 days, and see whether the bird revived; how, before half the time was out, the bird did revive; and how he went on reviving, and picking up his appetite and good looks, until he gradually became what you see him now, sir,' Tim would say, glancing proudly at the cage. And with that, Tim would utter a melodious chirrup, and cry 'Dick!' and Dick, who for any sign of life he had previously given, might have been a wooden or stuffed representation of a blackbird indifferently executed, would come to the side of the cage in 3 small jumps, and thrusting his bill between the bars, turn his sightless head towards his old master, and at that moment it would be very difficult to determine which of the two was the happier, the bird or Tim Linkinwater. Nor was this all. Everything gave back besides some reflection of the kindly spirit of the brothers. The warehousemen and porters were such sturdy jolly fellows that it was a treat to see them. Among the shipping announcements and steam packet lists which decorated the counting house wall, were designs for almshouses, statements of charities, and plans for new hospitals. A blunderbuss and 2 swords hung above the chimney piece for the terror of evildoers, but the blunderbuss was rusty and shattered, and the swords were broken and edgeless. Elsewhere, their open display in such a condition would have realised a smile, but there it seemed as though even violent and offensive weapons partook of the reigning influence, and became emblems of mercy and forbearance. Such thoughts as these occurred to Nicholas very strongly on the morning when he first took possession of the vacant stool, and looked about him more freely and at ease than he had before enjoyed an opportunity of doing. Perhaps they encouraged and stimulated him to exertion, for during the next 2 weeks all his spare hours, late at night and early in the morning, were incessantly devoted to acquiring the mysteries of book keeping and some other forms of mercantile account. To these he applied himself with such steadiness and perseverance, that although he brought no greater amount of previous knowledge to the subject than certain dim recollections of 2 or 3 very long sums entered into a ciphering book at school, and relieved for parental inspection by the effigy of a fat swan tastefully flourished by the writing master's own hand, he found himself at the end of a fortnight in a condition to report his proficiency to Mr. Linkinwater, and to claim his promise that he, Nicholas Nickleby, should now be allowed to assist him in his graver labours. It was a sight to behold Tim Linkinwater slowly bring out a massive ledger and day book, and after turning them over and over, and affectionately dusting their backs and sides, open the leaves here and there, and cast his eyes half mournfully, half proudly, upon the fair and unblotted entries. 440 year next May, said Tim. Many new ledgers since then. 440 year. Tim closed the book again. Come, come, said Nicholas, I am all impatience to begin. Tim Linkinwater shook his head with an air of mild reproof. Mr. Nickleby was not sufficiently impressed with the deep and awful nature of his undertaking. Suppose there should be any mistake, any scratching out. Young men are adventurous. It is extraordinary what they will rush upon sometimes, without even taking the precaution of sitting himself down upon his stool, but standing leisurely at the desk, and with a smile upon his face, actually a smile, there was no mistake about it. Mr. Linkinwater often mentioned it afterwards. Nicholas dipped his pen into the inkstand before him, and plunged into the books of Cheeryble Brothers. Tim Linkinwater turned pale, and tilting up his stool on the two legs nearest Nicholas, looked over his shoulder in breathless anxiety. Brother Charles and brother Ned entered the counting house together, but Tim Linkinwater, without looking round, impatiently waved his hand as a caution that profound silence must be observed, and followed the nib of the inexperienced pen with strained and eager eyes. The brothers looked on with smiling faces, but Tim Linkinwater smiled not, nor moved for some minutes. At length he drew a long slow breath, and still maintaining his position on the tilted stool, glanced at brother Charles, secretly pointing with the feather of his pen towards Nicholas, and nodded his head in a grave and resolute manner, plainly signifying 'He'll do.' Brother Charles nodded again, and exchanged a laughing look with brother Ned. But just then Nicholas stopped to refer to some other page, and Tim Linkinwater, unable to contain his satisfaction any longer, descended from his stool, and caught him rapturously by the hand. 'He has done it!' said Tim, looking round at his employers, and shaking his head triumphantly. 'His capital B's and D's are exactly like mine. He dots all his small i's, and crosses every t as he writes it. There ain't such a young man as this in all London,' said Tim, clapping Nicholas on the back. 'Not one. Don't tell me. The city can't produce his equal. I challenge the city to do it.' With this casting down of his gauntlet, Tim Linkinwater struck the desk such a blow with his clenched fist, that the old blackbird tumbled off his perch with the start it gave him, and actually uttered a feeble croak in the extremity of his astonishment. 'Well said, Tim! Well said, Tim Linkinwater!' cried brother Charles, scarcely less pleased than Tim himself, and clapping his hands gently as he spoke. 'I knew our young friend would take great pains, and I was quite certain he would succeed in no time. Didn't I say so, brother Ned?' 'You did, my dear brother, certainly. My dear brother, you said so, and you were quite right,' replied Ned. 'Quite right. Tim Linkinwater is excited, but he is justly excited, properly excited. Tim is a fine fellow. Tim Linkinwater, sir, you're a fine fellow.' 'Here's a pleasant thing to think of,' said Tim, wholly regardless of this address to himself, and raising his spectacles from the ledger to the brothers. 'Here's a pleasant thing. Do you suppose I haven't often thought of what would become of these books when I was gone? Do you suppose I haven't often thought that things might go on irregular and untidy here after I was taken away? But now,' said Tim, extending his forefinger towards Nicholas, 'now, when I've showed him a little more, I'm satisfied. The business will go on when I'm dead as well as it did when I was alive, just the same, and I shall have the satisfaction of knowing that there never were such books, never were such books, no, nor never will be such books, as the books of the Cheeryble Brothers.' Having thus expressed his sentiments, Mr. Linkinwater gave vent to a short laugh, indicative of defiance to the cities of London and Westminster, and turning again to his desk, quietly carried 76 from the last column he had added up, and went on with his work. 'Tim Linkinwater, sir,' said brother Charles, 'give me your hand, sir. This is your birthday. How dare you talk about anything else till you have been wished many happy returns of the day, Tim Linkinwater? God bless you, Tim, God bless you.' 'My dear brother,' said the other, seizing Tim's disengaged fist, 'Tim Linkinwater looks 10 years younger than he did on his last birthday.' 'Brother Ned, my dear boy,' returned the other old fellow, 'I believe that Tim Linkinwater was born 150 years old, and is gradually coming down to 25, for he's younger every birthday than he was the year before.' 'So he is, brother Charles, so he is,' replied brother Ned. 'There's not a doubt about it.' 'Remember, Tim,' said brother Charles, 'that we dine at half past 5 today, instead of 2 o'clock. We always depart from our usual custom on this anniversary, as you very well know, Tim Linkinwater. Mr. Nickleby, my dear sir, you will make one. Tim Linkinwater, give me your snuff box as a remembrance to brother Charles and myself of an attached and faithful rascal, and take that in exchange as a feeble mark of our respect and esteem. And don't open it until you go to bed, and never say another word upon the subject, or I'll kill the blackbird. A dog! He should have had a golden cage half a dozen years ago, if it would have made him or his master a bit the happier. Now, brother Ned, my dear fellow, I'm ready. At 5:30, remember, Mr. Nickleby. Tim Linkinwater, sir, take care of Mr. Nickleby at 5:30. Now, brother Ned.' Chattering away thus, according to custom, to prevent the possibility of any thanks or acknowledgment being expressed on the other side, the twins trotted off, arm in arm, having endowed Tim Linkinwater with a costly gold snuff box enclosing a bank note worth more than its value 10 times told. At 5:15, punctual to the minute, arrived, according to annual usage, Tim Linkinwater's sister, and a great to-do there was, between Tim Linkinwater's sister and the old housekeeper respecting Tim Linkinwater's sister's cap, which had been dispatched per boy from the house of the family where Tim Linkinwater's sister boarded, and had not yet come to hand, notwithstanding that it had been packed up in a bandbox, and the bandbox in a handkerchief, and the handkerchief tied to the boy's arm, and notwithstanding, too, that the place of its consignment had been duly set forth at full length on the back of an old letter, and the boy enjoined, upon pain of divers horrible penalties, the full extent of which the eye of man could not foresee, to deliver the same with all possible speed, and not to loiter by the way. Tim Linkinwater's sister lamented, the housekeeper condoled, and both kept thrusting their heads out of the second floor window to see if the boy was coming, which would have been highly satisfactory, and upon the whole tantamount to his being come, as the distance to the corner was not quite 5 yards, when all of a sudden, and when he was least expected, the messenger, carrying the bandbox with elaborate caution, appeared in an exactly opposite direction, puffing and panting for breath, and flushed with recent exercise, as well he might be, for he had taken the air, in the first instance, behind a hackney coach that went to Camberwell, and had followed 2 punches afterwards, and had seen the stilts home to their own door. The cap was all safe, however, that was one comfort, and it was no use scolding him, that was another. So the boy went upon his way rejoicing, and Tim Linkinwater's sister presented herself to the company below stairs, just 5 minutes after the half hour had struck by Tim Linkinwater's own infallible clock. The company consisted of the brothers Cheeryble, Tim Linkinwater, a ruddy-faced, white-headed friend of Tim's, who was a superannuated bank clerk, and Nicholas, who was presented to Tim Linkinwater's sister with much gravity and solemnity. The party being now completed, brother Ned rang for dinner, and dinner being shortly afterwards announced, led Tim Linkinwater's sister into the next room, where it was set forth with great preparation. Then brother Ned took the head of the table, and brother Charles the foot, and Tim Linkinwater's sister sat on the left hand of brother Ned, and Tim Linkinwater himself on his right, and an ancient butler of apoplectic appearance, and with very short legs, took up his position at the back of brother Ned's armchair, and waving his right arm preparatory to taking off the covers with a flourish, stood bolt upright and motionless. 'For these and all other blessings, brother Charles,' said Ned. 'Lord make us truly thankful, brother Ned,' said Charles. Whereupon the apoplectic butler whisked off the top of the soup tureen, and shot all at once into a state of violent activity. There was abundance of conversation, and little fear of its ever flagging, for the good humour of the glorious old twins drew everybody out, and Tim Linkinwater's sister went off into a long and circumstantial account of Tim Linkinwater's infancy, immediately after the very first glass of champagne, taking care to premise that she was very much Tim's junior, and had only become acquainted with the facts from their being preserved and handed down in the family. This history concluded, brother Ned related how that, exactly 35 years ago, Tim Linkinwater was suspected to have received a love letter, and how that vague information had been brought to the counting house of his having been seen walking down Cheapside with an uncommonly handsome spinster, at which there was a roar of laughter, and Tim Linkinwater being charged with blushing, and called upon to explain, denied that the accusation was true, and further, that there would have been any harm in it if it had been, which last position occasioned the superannuated bank clerk to laugh tremendously, and to declare that it was the very best thing he had ever heard in his life, and that Tim Linkinwater might say a great many things before he said anything which would beat that. There was one little ceremony peculiar to the day, both the matter and manner of which made a very strong impression upon Nicholas. The cloth having been removed and the decanters sent round for the first time, a profound silence succeeded, and in the cheerful faces of the brothers there appeared an expression, not of absolute melancholy, but of quiet thoughtfulness very unusual at a festive table. As Nicholas, struck by this sudden alteration, was wondering what it could portend, the brothers rose together, and the one at the top of the table, leaning forward towards the other, and speaking in a low voice as if he were addressing himself individually, said, 'Brother Charles, my dear fellow, there is another association connected with this day which must never be forgotten, and can never be forgotten by you and me. This day, which brought into the world a most faithful and excellent and exemplary fellow, took from it the kindest and very best of parents, the very best of parents to us both. I wish that she could have seen us in our prosperity, and shared it, and had the happiness of knowing how dearly we loved her in it, as we did when we were two poor boys, but that was not to be. My dear brother, the memory of our mother.' Good Lord, thought Nicholas, and there are scores of people of their own station, knowing all this, and 20,000 times more, who wouldn't ask these men to dinner because they eat with their knives and never went to school. But there was no time to moralise, for the joviality again became very brisk, and the decanter of port being nearly out, brother Ned pulled the bell, which was instantly answered by the apoplectic butler. 'David,' said brother Ned. 'Sir,' replied the butler. 'A magnum of the double diamond, David, to drink the health of Mr. Linkinwater.' Instantly, by a feat of dexterity which was the admiration of all the company, and had been annually for some years past, the apoplectic butler, bringing his left hand from behind the small of his back, produced the bottle with the corkscrew already inserted, uncorked it at a jerk, and placed the magnum and the cork before his master with the dignity of conscious cleverness. 'Ah!' said brother Ned, first examining the cork and afterwards filling his glass, while the old butler looked complacently and amiably on, as if it were all his own property, but the company were quite welcome to make free with it. 'This looks well, David.' 'It ought to, sir,' replied David. 'You'd be troubled to find such a glass of wine as is our double diamond, and that Mr. Linkinwater knows very well. That was laid down when Mr. Linkinwater first come, that wine was, gentlemen.' 'Nay, David, nay,' interposed brother Charles. 'I wrote the entry in the cellar book myself, sir, if you please,' said David, in the tone of a man quite confident in the strength of his facts. 'Mr. Linkinwater had only been here 20 years, sir, when that pipe of double diamond was laid down.' 'David is quite right, brother Charles,' said Ned. 'Are the people here, David?' 'Outside the door, sir,' replied the butler. 'Show 'em in, David, show 'em in.' At this bidding, the older butler placed before his master a small tray of clean glasses, and opening the door admitted the jolly porters and warehousemen whom Nicholas had seen below. They were 4 in all, and as they came in, bowing and grinning and blushing, the housekeeper and cook and housemaid brought up the rear. 'Seven,' said brother Ned, filling a corresponding number of glasses with the double diamond, and David 8. 'There! Now, you're all of you to drink the health of your best friend, Mr. Timothy Linkinwater, and wish him health and long life, and many happy returns of this day, both for his own sake and that of your old masters, who consider him an inestimable treasure. Tim Linkinwater, sir, your health. Devil take you, Tim Linkinwater, sir. God bless you.' With this singular contradiction of terms, brother Ned gave Tim Linkinwater a slap on the back, which made him look for the moment almost as apoplectic as the butler, and tossed off the contents of his glass in a twinkling. The toast was scarcely drunk with all honour to Tim Linkinwater, when the sturdiest and jolliest subordinate elbowed himself a little in advance of his fellows, and, exhibiting a very hot and flushed countenance, pulled a single lock of grey hair in the middle of his forehead, as a respectful salute to the company, and delivered himself as follows, rubbing the palms of his hands very hard on a blue cotton handkerchief as he did so. We're allowed to take a liberty once a year, gen'lmen, and if you please we'll take it now, there being no time like the present, and no two birds in the hand worth one in the bush, as is well known. Leastways, in a contrary sense, which the meaning is the same. A pause, the butler unconvinced. What we mean to say is, that there never was, looking at the butler, such, looking at the cook, noble, excellent, looking everywhere and seeing nobody, free, generous, spirited masters as them as has treated us so handsome this day. And here's thanking of 'em for all their goodness as is so constancy a diffusing of itself over everywhere, and wishing they may live long and die happy. When the foregoing speech was over, and it might have been much more elegant and much less to the purpose, the whole body of subordinates under command of the apoplectic butler gave three soft cheers, which, to that gentleman's great indignation, were not very regular, inasmuch as the women persisted in giving an immense number of little shrill hurrahs among themselves, in utter disregard of the time. This done, they withdrew shortly afterwards. Tim Linkinwater's sister withdrew in reasonable time after that. The sitting was broken up for tea and coffee, and a round game of cards. At 10:30, late hours for the square, there appeared a little tray of sandwiches and a bowl of bishop, which bishop, coming on the top of the double diamond, and other excitements, had such an effect upon Tim Linkinwater that he drew Nicholas aside, and gave him to understand, confidentially, that it was quite true about the uncommonly handsome spinster, and that she was to the full as good looking as she had been described, more so indeed, but that she was in too much of a hurry to change her condition, and consequently, while Tim was courting her and thinking of changing his, got married to somebody else. After all, I dare say it was my fault, said Tim. I'll show you a print I have got upstairs one of these days. It cost me 25 shillings. I bought it soon after we were cool to each other. Don't mention it, but it's the most extraordinary accidental likeness you ever saw. Her very portrait, sir. By this time it was past 11 o'clock, and Tim Linkinwater's sister declaring that she ought to have been at home a full hour ago, a coach was procured, into which she was handed with great ceremony by brother Ned, while brother Charles imparted the fullest directions to the coachman, and besides paying the man a shilling over and above his fare, in order that he might take the utmost care of the lady, all but choked him with a glass of spirits of uncommon strength, and then nearly knocked all the breath out of his body in his energetic endeavours to knock it in again. At length the coach rumbled off, and Tim Linkinwater's sister being now fairly on her way home, Nicholas and Tim Linkinwater's friend took their leaves together, and left old Tim and the worthy brothers to their repose. As Nicholas had some distance to walk, it was considerably past midnight by the time he reached home, where he found his mother and Smike sitting up to receive him. It was long after their usual hour of retiring, and they had expected him at the very latest 2 hours ago, but the time had not hung heavily on their hands, for Mrs. Nickleby had entertained Smike with a genealogical account of her family by the mother's side, comprising biographical sketches of the principal members, and Smike had sat wondering what it was all about, and whether it was learnt from a book or said out of Mrs. Nickleby's own head, so that they got on together very pleasantly. Nicholas could not go to bed without expatiating on the excellences and munificence of the Brothers Cheeryble, and relating the great success which had attended his efforts that day. But before he had said a dozen words, Mrs. Nickleby, with many sly winks and nods, observed that she was sure Mr. Smike must be quite tired out, and that she positively must insist on his not sitting up a minute longer. A most biddable creature he is, to be sure, said Mrs. Nickleby, when Smike had wished them good night and left the room. I know you'll excuse me, Nicholas, my dear, but I don't like to do this before a third person. Indeed, before a young man it would not be quite proper, though really, after all, I don't know what harm there is in it, except that, to be sure, it's not a very becoming thing, though some people say it is very much so, and really I don't know why it should not be, if it's well got up, and the borders are small plaited, of course. A good deal depends upon that.' With which preface, Mrs. Nickleby took her nightcap from between the leaves of a very large prayer book, where it had been folded up small, and proceeded to tie it on, talking away in her usual discursive manner all the time. 'People may say what they like,' observed Mrs. Nickleby, 'but there's a great deal of comfort in a nightcap, as I'm sure you would confess, Nicholas, my dear, if you would only have strings to yours, and wear it like a Christian, instead of sticking it upon the very top of your head, like a blue coat boy. You needn't think it an unmannerly or quizzical thing to be particular about your nightcap, for I have often heard your poor dear papa, and the Reverend Mr. What's his name, who used to read prayers in that old church with the curious little steeple that the weathercock was blown off the night week before you were born, I have often heard them say that the young men at college are uncommonly particular about their nightcaps, and that the Oxford nightcaps are quite celebrated for their strength and goodness, so much so indeed that the young men never dream of going to bed without 'em, and I believe it's admitted on all hands that they know what's good, and don't coddle themselves.' Nicholas laughed, and entering no further into the subject of this lengthened harangue, reverted to the pleasant tone of the little birthday party; and as Mrs. Nickleby instantly became very curious respecting it, and made a great number of inquiries touching what they had had for dinner, and how it was put on table, and whether it was overdone or underdone, and who was there, and what the Mr. Cheerybles said, and what Nicholas said, and what the Mr. Cheerybles said when he said that, Nicholas described the festivities at full length, and also the occurrences of the morning. 'Late as it is,' said Nicholas, 'I am almost selfish enough to wish that Kate had been up to hear all this. I was all impatience as I came along to tell her.' 'Why, Kate,' said Mrs. Nickleby, putting her feet upon the fender, and drawing her chair close to it, as if settling herself for a long talk, 'Kate has been in bed, oh, a couple of hours, and I'm very glad, Nicholas, my dear, that I prevailed upon her not to sit up, for I wished very much to have an opportunity of saying a few words to you. I am naturally anxious about it, and of course it's a very delightful and consoling thing to have a grown up son one can put confidence in and advise with. Indeed, I don't know any use there would be in having sons at all, unless people could put confidence in them.' Nicholas stopped in the middle of a sleepy yawn, as his mother began to speak, and looked at her with fixed attention. 'There was a lady in our neighbourhood,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'speaking of sons puts me in mind of it, a lady in our neighbourhood when we lived in Dawlish. I think her name was Rogers. Indeed, I am sure it was, if it wasn't Murphy, which is the only doubt I have.' 'Is it about her, mother, that you wish to speak to me?' said Nicholas quietly. 'About her!' cried Mrs. Nickleby. 'Good gracious, Nicholas, my dear, how can you be so ridiculous? But that was always the way with your poor dear papa, just his way, always wandering, never able to fix his thoughts on any one subject for 2 minutes together. I think I see him now,' said Mrs. Nickleby, wiping her eyes, 'looking at me while I was talking to him about his affairs, just as if his ideas were in a state of perfect conglomeration. Anybody who had come in upon us suddenly would have supposed I was confusing and distracting him instead of making things plainer, upon my word they would.' 'I am very sorry, mother, that I should inherit this unfortunate slowness of apprehension,' said Nicholas kindly, 'but I'll do my best to understand you if you'll only go straight on. Indeed I will.' 'Your poor pa!' said Nicholas, pondering. 'He never knew till it was too late what I would have had him do.' This was undoubtedly the case, inasmuch as the deceased Mr. Nickleby had not arrived at the knowledge. Then he died. Neither had Mrs. Nickleby herself, which is, in some sort, an explanation of the circumstance. 'However,' said Mrs. Nickleby, drying her tears, 'this has nothing to do, certainly nothing whatever to do, with the gentleman in the next house.' 'I should suppose that the gentleman in the next house has as little to do with us,' returned Nicholas. 'There can be no doubt,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'that he is a gentleman, and has the manners of a gentleman, and the appearance of a gentleman, although he does wear smalls and grey worsted stockings. That may be eccentricity, or he may be proud of his legs. I don't see why he shouldn't be. The Prince Regent was proud of his legs, and so was Daniel Lambert, who was also a fat man. He was proud of his legs. So was Miss Biffin. She was no,' added Mrs. Nickleby, correcting herself. 'I think she had only toes, but the principle is the same.' Nicholas looked on, quite amazed at the introduction of this new theme, which seemed just what Mrs. Nickleby had expected him to be. 'You may well be surprised, Nicholas, my dear,' she said. 'I am sure I was. It came upon me like a flash of fire, and almost froze my blood. The bottom of his garden joins the bottom of ours, and of course I had several times seen him sitting among the scarlet beans in his little arbour, or working at his little hot beds. I used to think he had stared rather, but I didn't take any particular notice of that, as we were newcomers, and he might be curious to see what we were like. But when he began to throw his cucumbers over our wall ' 'To throw his cucumbers over our wall!' repeated Nicholas, in great astonishment. 'Yes, Nicholas, my dear,' replied Mrs. Nickleby, in a very serious tone, 'his cucumbers over our wall, and vegetable marrows likewise.' 'Confound his impudence!' said Nicholas, firing immediately. 'What does he mean by that?' 'I don't think he means it impertinently at all,' replied Mrs. Nickleby. 'What!' said Nicholas. 'Cucumbers and vegetable marrows flying at the heads of the family as they walk in their own garden, and not meant impertinently! Why, mother ' Nicholas stopped short, for there was an indescribable expression of placid triumph, mingled with a modest confusion, lingering between the borders of Mrs. Nickleby's nightcap, which arrested his attention suddenly. 'He must be a very weak and foolish and inconsiderate man,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'Blameable indeed, at least I suppose other people would consider him so. Of course I can't be expected to express any opinion on that point, especially after always defending your poor dear papa when other people blamed him for making proposals to me, and to be sure there can be no doubt that he has taken a very singular way of showing it. Still, at the same time, his attentions are that is, as far as it goes, and to a certain extent, of course, a flattering sort of thing, and although I should never dream of marrying again, with a dear girl like Kate still unsettled in life ' 'Surely, mother, such an idea never entered your brain for an instant?' said Nicholas. 'Bless my heart, Nicholas, my dear,' returned his mother, in a peevish tone, 'isn't that precisely what I am saying, if you will only let me speak? Of course I never gave it a second thought, and I am surprised and astonished that you should suppose me capable of such a thing. All I say is, what step is the best to take, so as to reject these advances civilly and delicately, without hurting his feelings too much, and driving him to despair, or anything of that kind?' 'My goodness me!' exclaimed Mrs. Nickleby, with a half simper. 'Suppose he was going to do anything rash to himself, could I ever be happy again, Nicholas?' Despite his vexation and concern, Nicholas could scarcely help smiling as he rejoined, 'Now, do you think, mother, that such a result will be likely to ensue from the most cruel repulse?' 'Upon my word, my dear, I don't know,' returned Mrs. Nickleby. 'Really, I don't know. I am sure there was a case in the day before yesterday's paper, extracted from one of the French newspapers, about a journeyman shoemaker who was jealous of a young girl in an adjoining village, because she wouldn't shut herself up in an air-tight 3 pair of stairs, and charcoaled herself to death with him, and who went and hid himself in a wood with a sharp pointed knife, and rushed out as she was passing by with a few friends, and killed himself first, then all the friends, and then her. No, killed all the friends first, and then herself, and then himself, which is quite frightful to think of. Somehow or other,' added Mrs. Nickleby, after a momentary pause, 'there always are journeymen shoemakers who do these things in France, according to the papers. I don't know how it is. Something in the leather, I suppose.' 'But this man, who is not a shoemaker, what has he done, mother? What has he said?' inquired Nicholas, fretted almost beyond endurance, but looking nearly as resigned and patient as Mrs. Nickleby herself. 'You know there is no language of vegetables which converts a cucumber into a formal declaration of attachment.' 'My dear,' replied Mrs. Nickleby, tossing her head and looking at the ashes in the grate, 'he has done and said all sorts of things. Is there no mistake on your part?' asked Nicholas. 'Mistake!' cried Mrs. Nickleby. 'Lord, Nicholas, my dear, do you suppose I don't know when a man's in earnest?' 'Well, well,' muttered Nicholas. 'Every time I go to the window,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'he kisses one hand and lays the other upon his heart. Of course it's very foolish of him to do so, and I dare say you'll say it's very wrong, but he does it very respectfully indeed, and very tenderly, extremely tenderly. So far he deserves the greatest credit, there can be no doubt about that. Then there are the presents, which come pouring over the wall every day, and very fine they certainly are, very fine. We had one of the cucumbers at dinner yesterday, and think of pickling the rest for next winter. And last evening,' added Mrs. Nickleby, with increased confusion, 'he called gently over the wall as I was walking in the garden, and proposed marriage and an elopement. His voice is as clear as a bell or a musical glass, very like a musical glass indeed, but of course I didn't listen to it. Then the question is, Nicholas, my dear, what am I to do?' 'Does Kate know of this?' asked Nicholas. 'I have not said a word about it yet,' answered his mother. 'Then for Heaven's sake,' rejoined Nicholas, rising, 'do not, for it would make her very unhappy. And with regard to what you should do, my dear mother, do what your good sense and feeling and respect for my father's memory would prompt. There are 1,000 ways in which you can show your dislike of these preposterous and doting attentions. If you act as decidedly as you ought, and they are still continued, and to your annoyance, I can speedily put a stop to them. But I should not interfere in a matter so ridiculous and attach importance to it, until you have vindicated yourself. Most women can do that, but especially one of your age and condition, in circumstances like these, which are unworthy of a serious thought. I would not shame you by seeming to take them to heart, or treat them earnestly for an instance. Absurd old idiot!' So saying, Nicholas kissed his mother, and bade her good night, and they retired to their respective chambers. To do Mrs. Nickleby justice, her attachment to her children would have prevented her seriously contemplating a second marriage, even if she could have so far conquered her recollections of her late husband as to have any strong inclinations that way. But although there was no evil and little real selfishness in Mrs. Nickleby's heart, she had a weak head and a vain one, and there was something so flattering in being sought, and vainly sought, in marriage at this time of day, that she could not dismiss the passion of the unknown gentleman quite so summarily or lightly as Nicholas appeared to deem becoming. 'As to its being preposterous, and doting, and ridiculous,' thought Mrs. Nickleby, communing with herself in her own room, 'I don't see that at all. It's hopeless on his part, certainly; but why he should be an absurd old idiot, I confess I don't see. He is not to be supposed to know it's hopeless. Poor fellow! He is to be pitied, I think.' Having made these reflections, Mrs. Nickleby looked in her little dressing glass, and walked backward a few steps from it, trying to remember who it was who used to say that when Nicholas was 21, he would have more the appearance of her brother than her son. Not being able to call the authority to mind, she extinguished her candle, and drew up the window blind to admit the light of morning, which had by this time begun to dawn. 'It's a bad light to distinguish objects in,' murmured Mrs. Nickleby, peering into the garden, 'and my eyes are not very good. I was short sighted from a child. But upon my word, I think there's another large vegetable marrow sticking, at this moment, on the broken glass bottles at the top of the wall. End of chapter 37. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 38. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 38, comprises certain particulars arising out of a visit of condolence, which may prove important hereafter. Smike unexpectedly encounters a very old friend, who invites him to his house, and will take no denial. Quite unconscious of the demonstrations of their amorous neighbour, or their effects upon the susceptible bosom of her mama, Kate Nickleby had by this time begun to enjoy a settled feeling of tranquillity and happiness, to which, even in occasional and transitory glimpses, she had long been a stranger. Living under the same roof with the beloved brother from whom she had been so suddenly and hardly separated, with a mind at ease and free from any persecutions which could call a blush into her cheek or a pang into her heart, she seemed to have passed into a new state of being. Her former cheerfulness was restored, her step regained its elasticity and lightness, the colour which had forsaken her cheek visited it once again, and Kate Nickleby looked more beautiful than ever. Such was the result to which Miss La Creevy's ruminations and observations led her, when the cottage had been, as she emphatically said, thoroughly got to rights, from the chimney pots to the street door scraper, and the busy little woman had at length a moment's time to think about its inmates. 'Which I declare I haven't had since I first came down here,' said Miss La Creevy, 'for I have thought of nothing but hammers, nails, screwdrivers, and gimlets, morning, noon, and night.' 'You never bestowed one thought upon yourself, I believe,' returned Kate, smiling. 'Upon my word, my dear, when there are so many pleasanter things to think of, I should be a goose if I did,' said Miss La Creevy. 'By the bye, I have thought of somebody too. Do you know that I observe a great change in one of this family, a very extraordinary change?' 'In whom?' asked Kate, anxiously. 'Not in your brother, my dear,' returned Miss La Creevy, anticipating the close of the sentence, 'for he is always the same affectionate, good natured, clever creature, with a spice of the I won't say who in him, when there's any occasion, than he was when I first knew you. No, Smike, as he WILL be called, poor fellow, for he won't hear of a Mister before his name, is greatly altered, even in this short time.' 'How? Not in health?' 'No, perhaps not in health exactly,' said Miss La Creevy, pausing to consider, 'although he is a worn and feeble creature, and has that in his face which it would wring my heart to see in yours. No, not in health.' 'How then?' 'I scarcely know,' said the miniature painter, 'but I have watched him, and he has brought the tears into my eyes many times. It is not a very difficult matter to do that, certainly, for I am easily melted. Still, I think these came with good cause and reason. I am sure that since he has been here he has grown, from some strong cause, more conscious of his weak intellect. He feels it more. It gives him greater pain to know that he wanders sometimes, and cannot understand very simple things. I have watched him when you have not been by, my dear, sit brooding by himself with such a look of pain as I could scarcely bear to see, and then get up and leave the room so sorrowfully and in such dejection that I cannot tell you how it has hurt me. Not 3 weeks ago he was a light hearted, busy creature, overjoyed to be in a bustle, and as happy as the day was long. Now he is another being, the same willing, harmless, faithful, loving creature, but the same in nothing else.' 'Surely this will all pass off,' said Kate. 'Poor fellow!' 'I hope,' returned her little friend, with a gravity very unusual in her, 'it may. I hope, for the sake of that poor lad, it may. However,' said Miss La Creevy, relapsing into the cheerful chattering tone which was habitual to her, 'I have said my say, and a very long say it is, and a very wrong say too, I shouldn't wonder at all. I shall cheer him up tonight, at all events, for he is to be my squire all the way to the Strand. I shall talk on, and on, and on, and never leave off, till I have roused him into a laugh at something. So the sooner he goes, the better for him, and the sooner I go, the better for me, I am sure, or else I shall have my mind gallivanting with somebody who may rob the house, though what there is to take away, besides tables and chairs, I don't know, except the miniatures. And he is a very clever thief who can dispose of them to any great advantage, for I can't, I know, and that's the honest truth.' So saying, Miss La Creevy hid her face in a very flat bonnet, and herself in a very big shawl, and fixing herself tightly into the latter by means of a large pin, declared that the omnibus might come as soon as it pleased, for she was quite ready. But there was still Mrs. Nickleby to take leave of, and long before that good lady had concluded some reminiscences bearing upon, and appropriate to, the occasion, the omnibus arrived. This put Miss La Creevy in a great bustle, in consequence whereof, as she secretly rewarded the servant girl with 18 pence behind the street door, she pulled out of her reticule 10 pennyworth of halfpence, which rolled into all possible corners of the passage, and occupied some considerable time in the picking up. This ceremony had, of course, to be succeeded by a second kissing of Kate and Mrs. Nickleby, and a gathering together of the little basket and the brown paper parcel, during which proceedings the omnibus, as Miss La Creevy protested, swore so dreadfully that it was quite awful to hear it. At length and at last it made a feint of going away, and then Miss La Creevy darted out and darted in, apologising with great volubility to all the passengers, and declaring that she wouldn't purposely have kept them waiting on any account whatever. While she was looking about for a convenient seat, the conductor pushed Smike in, and cried that it was all right, though it wasn't, and away went into the huge vehicle, with the noise of half a dozen brewers' drays at least. Leaving it to pursue its journey at the pleasure of the conductor aforementioned, who lounged gracefully on his little shelf behind, smoking an odoriferous cigar, and leaving it to stop, or go on, or gallop, or crawl, as that gentleman deemed expedient and advisable, this narrative may embrace the opportunity of ascertaining the condition of Sir Mulberry Hawk, and to what extent he had, by this time, recovered from the injuries consequent of being flung violently from his cabriolet, under the circumstances already detailed. With a shattered limb, a body severely bruised, a face disfigured by half healed scars, and pallid from the exhaustion of recent pain and fever, Sir Mulberry Hawk lay stretched upon his back on the coach to which he was doomed to be a prisoner for some weeks yet to come. Mr. Pyke and Mr. Pluck sat drinking hard in the next room, now and then varying the monotonous murmurs of their conversation with a half smothered laugh, while the young lord, the only member of the party who was not thoroughly irredeemable, and who really had a kind heart, sat beside his mentor with a cigar in his mouth, and read to him, by the light of a lamp, such scraps of intelligence from a paper of the day, as were most likely to yield him interest or amusement. 'Curse those hounds!' said the invalid, turning his head impatiently towards the adjoining room. 'Will nothing stop their infernal throats?' Messrs Pyke and Pluck heard the exclamation, and stopped immediately, winking to each other as they did so, and filling their glasses to the brim as some recompense for the deprivation of speech. 'Damn!' muttered the sick man between his teeth, and writhing impatiently in his bed. 'Isn't this mattress hard enough, and the room dull enough, and pain bad enough, but they must torture me? What's the time?' '8:30,' replied his friend. 'Here, draw the table nearer, and let us have the cards again,' said Sir Mulberry. 'More piquet. Come!' It was curious to see how eagerly the sick man, debarred from any change of position save the mere turning of his head from side to side, watched every motion of his friend in the progress of the game, and with what eagerness and interest he played, and yet how warily and coolly. His address and skill were more than 20 times a match for his adversary, who could make little head against them, even when his fortune favoured him with good cards, which was not often the case. Sir Mulberry won every game, and when his companion threw down the cards and refused to play any longer, thrust forth his wasted arm and caught up the stakes with a boastful oath, and the same hoarse laugh, though considerably lowered in tone, that had resounded in Ralph Nickleby's dining room months before. While he was thus occupied, his man appeared, to announce that Mr. Ralph Nickleby was below, and wished to know how he was tonight. 'Better,' said Sir Mulberry, impatiently. 'Mr. Nickleby wishes to know, sir ' 'I tell you, better,' replied Sir Mulberry, striking his hand upon the table. The man hesitated for a moment or two, and then he said that Mr. Nickleby had requested permission to see Sir Mulberry Hawk, if it was not inconvenient. 'It IS inconvenient. I can't see him, I can't see anybody,' said his master, more violently than before. 'You know that, you blockhead.' 'I'm very sorry, sir,' returned the man, 'but Mr. Nickleby pressed so much, sir.' The fact was, that Ralph Nickleby had bribed the man, who, being anxious to earn his money with a view to future favours, held the door in his hand, and ventured to linger still. 'Did he say whether he had any business to speak about?' inquired Sir Mulberry, after a little impatient consideration. 'No, sir. He said he wished to see you, sir, particularly. Mr. Nickleby said, sir.' 'Tell him to come up here,' cried Sir Mulberry, calling the man back as he passed his hand over his disfigured face. Move that lamp and put it on the stand behind me. Wheel that table away and place a chair there. Further off. Leave it so.' The man obeyed these directions as if he quite comprehended the motive with which they were dictated, and left the room. Lord Frederick Verisopht, remarking that he would look in presently, strolled into the adjoining apartment and closed the folding door behind him. Then was heard a subdued footstep on the stairs, and Ralph Nickleby, hat in hand, crept softly into the room, with his body bent forward as if in profound respect, and his eyes fixed upon the face of his worthy client. 'Well, Nickleby,' said Sir Mulberry, motioning him to the chair by the coach side, and waving his hand in assumed carelessness, 'I have had a bad accident, you see.' 'I see,' rejoined Ralph, with the same steady gaze. 'Bad indeed. I should not have known you, Sir Mulberry. Dear, dear, this is bad.' Ralph's manner was one of profound humility and respect, and the low tone of voice was that which the gentlest consideration for a sick man would have taught a visitor to assume. But the expression of his face, Sir Mulberry's being averted, was in extraordinary contrast, and as he stood in his usual attitude calmly looking on the prostrate form before him, all that part of his features which was not cast into shadow by his protruding and contracted brows bore the impress of a sarcastic smile. 'Sit down,' said Sir Mulberry, turning towards him as though by a violent effort. 'Am I a sight that you stand gazing there?' As he turned his face, Ralph recoiled a step or two, and making as though he were irresistibly impelled to express astonishment, but was determined not to do so, sat down with well acted confusion. 'I have inquired at the door, Sir Mulberry, every day,' said Ralph. 'Twice a day, indeed, at first. And tonight, presuming upon old acquaintance and past transactions by which we have mutually benefited in some degree, I could not resist soliciting admission to your chamber. Have you suffered much?' said Ralph, bending forward, and allowing the same harsh smile to gather upon his face as the other closed his eyes. 'More than enough to please me, and less than enough to please some broken down hacks that you and I know of, who lay their ruin between us, I dare say,' returned Sir Mulberry, tossing his arm restlessly upon the coverlet. Ralph shrugged his shoulders in deprecation of the intense irritation with which this had been said, for there was an aggravating cold distinctness in his speech and manner which so grated on the sick man that he could scarcely endure it. 'And what is it in these past transactions that brought you here tonight?' asked Sir Mulberry. 'Nothing,' replied Ralph. 'There are some bills of my lord's which need renewal, but let them be till you are well. I came,' said Ralph, speaking more slowly and with harsher emphasis, 'I came to see how grieved I am that any relative of mine, although disowned by me, should have inflicted such punishment on you as—' 'Punishment!' interposed Sir Mulberry. 'I know it has been a severe one,' said Ralph, wilfully mistaking the meaning of the interruption, 'and that has made me the more anxious to tell you that I disown this vagabond, that I acknowledge him as no kin of mine, and that I leave him to take his deserts from you and every man besides. You may wring his neck if you please. I shall not interfere.' 'This story that they tell me here has got abroad then, has it?' asked Sir Mulberry, clenching his hands and teeth. 'Noised in all directions,' replied Ralph. 'Every club and gaming room has rung with it. There has been a good song made about it, as I am told,' said Ralph, looking eagerly at his questioner. 'I have not heard it myself, not being in the way of such things, but I have been told it's even printed for private circulation. But that's all over the town, of course.' 'It's a lie,' said Sir Mulberry. 'I tell you it's all a lie. The mare took fright.' 'They say he frightened her,' observed Ralph, in the same unmoved and quiet manner. 'Some say he frightened you, but that's a lie, I know. I have said that boldly, oh, a score of times. I am a peaceable man, but I can't hear folks tell that of you. No, no.' When Sir Mulberry found coherent words to utter, Ralph bent forward with his hand to his ear, and a face as calm as if its every line of sternness had been cast in iron. 'When I am off this cursed bed,' said the invalid, actually striking at his broken leg in the ecstasy of his passion, 'I'll have such revenge as never man had yet. By God I will! Accident favouring him, he has marked me for a week or two, but I'll put a mark on him that he shall carry to his grave. I'll slit his nose and ears, flog him, maim him for life. I'll do more than that. I'll drag that pattern of chastity, that pink of prudery, the delicate sister, through—' It might have been that even Ralph's cold blood tingled in his cheeks at that moment. It might have been that Sir Mulberry remembered that, knave and usurer as he was, he must, in some early time of infancy, have twined his arm about her father's neck. He stopped, and menacing with his hand, confirmed the unuttered threat with a tremendous oath. 'It is a galling thing,' said Ralph, after a short term of silence, during which he had eyed the sufferer keenly, 'to think that the man about town, the rake, the roo, the rook of 20 seasons, should be brought to this pass by a mere boy.' Sir Mulberry darted a wrathful look at him, but Ralph's eyes were bent upon the ground, and his face wore no other expression than one of thoughtfulness. 'A raw, slight stripling,' continued Ralph, 'against a man whose very weight might crush him, to say nothing of his skill in I am right, I think,' said Ralph, raising his eyes. 'You were a patron of the ring once, were you not?' The sick man made an impatient gesture, which Ralph chose to consider as one of acquiescence. 'Ah!' he said, 'I thought so. That was before I knew you, but I was pretty sure I couldn't be mistaken. He is light and active, I suppose, but those were slight advantages compared with yours. Luck, luck. These hang dog outcasts have it.' 'He'll need the most he has, when I am well again,' said Sir Mulberry Hawk. 'Let him fly where he will.' 'Oh!' returned Ralph quickly, 'he doesn't dream of that. He is here, good sir, waiting your pleasure, here in London, walking the streets at noonday, carrying it off jauntily, looking for you, I swear,' said Ralph, his face darkening, and his own hatred getting the upper hand of him, for the first time, as this gay picture of Nicholas presented itself. 'If we were only citizens of a country where it could be safely done, I'd give good money to have him stabbed to the heart and rolled into the kennel for the dogs to tear.' As Ralph, somewhat to the surprise of his old client, vented this little piece of sound family feeling, and took up his hat preparatory to departing, Lord Frederick Verisopht looked in. 'Why, what, in the devil's name, Hawk, have you and Nickleby been talking about?' said the young man. 'I never heard such an insufferable riot. Croak, 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 bow, wow, wow. What has it been all about?' 'Sir Mulberry has been angry, my lord,' said Ralph, looking towards the coach. 'Not about money, I hope? Nothing has gone wrong in business, has it, Nickleby?' 'No, my lord, no,' returned Ralph. 'On that point we always agree. Sir Mulberry has been calling to mind the cause of ' There was neither necessity nor opportunity for Ralph to proceed, for Sir Mulberry took up the theme, and vented his threats and oaths upon Nicholas almost as ferociously as before. Ralph, who was no common observer, was surprised to see that as this tirade proceeded, the manner of Lord Frederick Verisopht, who at the commencement had been twirling his whiskers with a most dandified and listless air, underwent a complete alteration. He was still more surprised when Sir Mulberry, ceasing to speak, the young lord angrily and almost unaffectedly requested never to have the subject renewed in his presence. 'Mind that, Hawk,' he added, with unusual energy. 'I never will be a party to, or permit, if I can help it, a cowardly attack upon this young fellow.' 'Cowardly!' interrupted his friend. 'Yes,' said the other, turning full upon him. 'If you had told him who you were, if you had given him your card, and found out afterwards that his station or character prevented your fighting him, it would have been bad enough then. Upon my soul it would have been bad enough then. As it is, you did wrong. I did wrong too, not to interfere, and I am sorry for it. What happened to you afterwards was as much the consequence of accident as design, and more your fault than his, and it shall not, with my knowledge, be cruelly visited upon him. It shall not, indeed.' With this emphatic repetition of his concluding words, the young lord turned upon his heel, but before he had reached the adjoining room, he turned back again, and said, with even greater vehemence than he had displayed before, 'I do believe now, upon my honour I do believe, that the sister is as virtuous and modest a young lady as she is a handsome one; and of the brother I say this, that he acted as her brother should, and in a manly and spirited manner; and I only wish with all my heart and soul that any one of us came out of this matter half as well as he does.' So saying, Lord Frederick Verisopht walked out of the room, leaving Ralph Nickleby and Sir Mulberry in most unpleasant astonishment. 'Is this your pupil?' asked Ralph softly, 'or has he come fresh from some country parson?' 'Green fools take these fits sometimes,' replied Sir Mulberry Hawk, biting his lip and pointing to the door. 'Leave him to me.' Ralph exchanged a familiar look with his old acquaintance, for they had suddenly grown confidential again in this alarming surprise, and took his way home thoughtfully and slowly. While these things were being said and done, and long before they were concluded, the omnibus had disgorged Miss La Creevy and her escort, and they had arrived at their own door. Now, the good nature of the little miniature painter would by no means allow of Smike's walking back again until he had been previously refreshed with just a sip of something comfortable, and a mixed biscuit or so; and Smike, entertaining no objection either to the sip of something comfortable or the mixed biscuit, but considering, on the contrary, that they would be a pleasant preparation for a walk to Bow, it fell out that he delayed much longer than he originally intended, and that it was some half hour after dusk when he set forth on his journey home. There was no likelihood of his losing his way, for it lay quite straight before him, and he had walked into town with Nicholas and back alone almost every day. So Miss La Creevy and he shook hands with mutual confidence, and being charged with more kind remembrances to Mrs. and Miss Nickleby, Smike started off. At the foot of Ludgate Hill, he turned a little out of the road to satisfy his curiosity by having a look at Newgate. After staring up at the sombre walls from the opposite side of the way, with great care and dread, for some minutes, he turned back again into the old track, and walked briskly through the city, stopping now and then to gaze in at the window of some particularly attractive shop, then running for a little way, then stopping again, and so on, as any other country lad might do. He had been gazing for a long time through a jeweller's window, wishing he could take some of the beautiful trinkets home as a present, and imagining what delight they would afford if he could, when the clocks struck 8:75. Roused by the sound, he hurried on at a very quick pace, and was crossing the corner of a by street when he felt himself violently brought to, with a jerk so sudden that he was obliged to cling to a lamp post to save himself from falling. At the same moment a small boy clung tight round his leg, and a shrill cry of 'Here he is, father! Hooray!' vibrated in his ears. Smike knew that voice all too well. He cast his despairing eyes downward towards the form from which it had proceeded, and shuddering from head to foot, looked round. Mr. Squeers had hooked him in the coat collar with the handle of his umbrella, and was hanging on at the other end with all his might and main. The cry of triumph proceeded from Master Wackford, who, regardless of all his kicks and struggles, clung to him with the tenacity of a bulldog. One glance showed him this, and that in one glance the terrified creature became utterly powerless and unable to utter a sound. 'Here's a go!' cried Mr. Squeers, gradually coming hand over hand down the umbrella, and only unhooking it when he had got tight hold of the victim's collar. 'Here's a delicious go! Wackford, my boy, call up one of them coaches.' 'A coach, father?' cried little Wackford. 'Yes, a coach, sir,' replied Squeers, feasting his eyes upon the countenance of Smike. 'Damn the expense, let's have him in a coach.' 'Wot's he been a doing of?' asked a labourer with a hod of bricks, against whom and a fellow labourer Mr. Squeers had backed, on the first jerk of the umbrella. 'Everything,' replied Mr. Squeers, looking fixedly at his old pupil in a sort of rapturous trance. 'Everything. Running away, sir. Joining in bloodthirsty attacks upon his master. There's nothing that's bad that he hasn't done. Oh, what a delicious go is this here, good Lord!' The man looked from Squeers to Smike, but such mental faculties as the poor fellow possessed had utterly deserted him. The coach came up. Master Wackford entered. Squeers pushed in his prize, and following close at his heels, pulled up the glasses. The coachman mounted his box and drove slowly off, leaving the two bricklayers and an old apple woman and a town made little boy returning from an evening school, who had been the only witnesses of the scene, to meditate upon it at their leisure. Mr. Squeers sat himself down on the opposite seat to the unfortunate Smike, and planting his hands firmly on his knees, looked at him for some 5 minutes, when, seeming to recover from his trance, he uttered a loud laugh, and slapped his old pupil's face several times, taking the right and left sides alternately. 'It isn't a dream,' said Squeers. 'That's real flesh and blood. I know the feel of it.' And being quite assured of his good fortune by these experiments, Mr. Squeers administered a few boxes on the ear, lest the entertainments should seem to partake of sameness, and laughed louder and longer at every one. 'Your mother will be fit to jump out of her skin, my boy, when she hears of this,' said Squeers to his son. 'Oh, won't she though, father?' replied Master Wackford. 'To think,' said Squeers,
that you and me should be turning out of a street, and come upon him at the very nick, and that I should have him tight at only one cast of the umbrella, as if I had hooked him with a grappling iron. Ha ha!'
'Didn't I catch hold of his leg neither, father?' said little Wackford.
'You did, like a good 'un, my boy,' said Mr. Squeers, patting his son's head. 'And you shall have the best button-over jacket and waistcoat that the next new boy brings down as a reward of merit. Mind that. You always keep on in the same path, and do them things that you see your father do, and when you die you'll go right slap to heaven and no questions asked.'
Improving the occasion in these words, Mr. Squeers patted his son's head again, and then patted Smike's, but harder, and inquired in a bantering tone how he found himself by this time. 'I must go home,' replied Smike, looking wildly round.
'To be sure you must. You're about right there,' replied Mr. Squeers. 'You'll go home very soon, you will. You'll find yourself at the peaceful village of Dotheboys, in Yorkshire, in something under a week's time, my young friend, and the next time you get away from there, I'll give you leave to keep away. Where's the clothes you run off in, you ungrateful robber?' said Mr. Squeers, in a severe voice. Smike glanced at the neat attire which the care of Nicholas had provided for him, and wrung his hands. 'Do you know that I could hang you up outside the Old Bailey for making away with them articles of property?' said Squeers. 'Do you know that it's a hanging matter, and I ain't quite certain whether it ain't an anatomy one besides, to walk off with up'ards of the value of £5 from a dwelling house, eh? Do you know that? What do you suppose was the worth of them clothes you had? Do you know that Wellington boot that you wore cost 28 shillings when it was a pair, and the shoe 7 and 6? But you came to the right shop for mercy when you came to me, and thank your stars that it is me as has got to serve you with the article.'
Anybody not in Mr. Squeers' confidence would have supposed that he was quite out of the article in question, instead of having a large stock on hand ready for all comers, nor would the opinion of sceptical persons have undergone much alteration when he followed up the remark by poking Smike in the chest with the ferrule of his umbrella, and dealing a smart shower of blows with the ribs of the same instrument upon his head and shoulders.
'I never threshed a boy in a hackney coach before,' said Squeers, when he stopped to rest. 'There's an inconveniency in it, but the novelty gives it a sort of relish too.'
Poor Smike! He warded off the blows as well as he could, and now shrunk into a corner of the coach with his head resting on his hands and his elbows on his knees. He was stunned and stupefied, and had no more idea that any act of his would enable him to escape from the all-powerful Squeers, now that he had no friends to speak to or to advise with, than he had had in all the weary years of his Yorkshire life which preceded the arrival of Nicholas. The journey seemed endless. Street after street was entered and left behind, and still they went jolting on. At last Mr. Squeers began to thrust his head out of the window every half minute, and to bawl a variety of directions to the coachman; and after passing with some difficulty through several mean streets which the appearance of the houses and the bad state of the road denoted to have been recently built, Mr. Squeers suddenly tugged at the check string with all his might, and cried, 'Stop!' 'What are you a pulling a man's arm off for?' said the coachman, looking angrily down.
'That's the house,' replied Squeers. 'The second of them 4 little houses, 1 story high, with the green shutters. There's brass plate on the door with the name of Snawley.'
'Couldn't you say that without wrenching a man's limbs off his body?' inquired the coachman.
'No!' bawled Mr. Squeers. 'Say another word, and I'll summons you for having a broken winder. Stop!'
Obedient to this direction, the coach stopped at Mr. Snawley's door. Mr. Snawley may be remembered as the sleek and sanctified gentleman who confided 2 sons in law to the parental care of Mr. Squeers, as narrated in the 4th chapter of this history. Mr. Snawley's house was on the extreme borders of some new settlements adjoining Somers Town, and Mr. Squeers had taken lodging therein for a short time, as his stay was longer than usual; and the Saracen, having experience of Master Wackford's appetite, had declined to receive him on any other terms than as a full grown customer.
'Here we are,' said
Squeers, hurrying Smike into the little parlour where Mr. Snawley and his wife were taking a lobster supper.
'Here's the vagrant, the felon, the rebel, the monster of unthankfulness.'
'What! The boy that ran away?' cried Snawley, resting his knife and fork upright on the table, and opening his eyes to their full width.
'The very boy,' said Squeers, putting his fist close to Smike's nose, and drawing it away again, and repeating the process several times with a vicious aspect. 'If there wasn't a lady present, I'd fetch him such a never mind, I'll owe it him.' And here Mr. Squeers related how, and in what manner, and when, and where, he had picked up the runaway. 'It's clear that there has been a Providence in it, sir,' said Mr. Snawley, casting down his eyes with an air of humility, and elevating his fork with a bit of lobster on the top of it, towards the ceiling. 'Providence is against him, no doubt,' replied Mr. Squeers, scratching his nose. 'Of course that was to be expected. Anybody might have known that.' 'Hard-heartedness and evil doing will never prosper, sir,' said Mr. Snawley. 'Never was such a thing known,' rejoined Squeers, taking a little roll of notes from his pocket book to see that they were all safe. 'I have been, Mr. Snawley,' said Mr. Squeers, when he had satisfied himself upon this point, 'I have been that chap's benefactor, feeder, teacher, and clother. I have been that chap's classical, commercial, mathematical, philosophical, and trigonomical friend. My son, my only son, Wackford, has been his brother. Mr. Squeers has been his mother, grandmother, aunt, and I may say uncle too, all in one. She never cottoned to anybody, except them two engaging and delightful boys of yours, as she cottoned to this chap. What's my return? What's come of my milk of human kindness? It turns into curds and whey when I look at him.' 'Well it may, sir,' said Mrs. Snawley. 'Oh, well it may, sir.' 'Where has he been all this time?' inquired Snawley. 'Has he been living with—' 'Ah, sir,' interposed Squeers, confronting him again. 'Have you been living with that there devilish Nickleby, sir?' But no threats or cuffs could elicit from Smike one word of reply to this question, for he had internally resolved that he would rather perish in the wretched prison to which he was again to be consigned, than utter one syllable which could involve his first and true friend. He had already called to mind the strict injunctions of secrecy as to his past life, which Nicholas had laid upon him when they travelled from Yorkshire, and a confused and perplexed idea that his benefactor might have committed some terrible crime in bringing him away, which would render him liable to heavy punishment if detected, had contributed in some degree to reduce him to his present state of apathy and terror. Such were the thoughts, if to visions so imperfect and undefined as those which wandered through his enfeebled brain the term can be applied, which were present to the mind of Smike, and rendered him deaf alike to intimidation and persuasion. Finding every effort useless, Mr. Squeers conducted him to a little back room upstairs, where he was to pass the night, and taking the precaution of removing his shoes and coat and waistcoat, and also of locking the door on the outside, lest he should muster up sufficient energy to make an attempt at escape, that worthy gentleman left him to his meditations. What those meditations were, and how the poor creature's heart sunk within him when he thought when did he, for a moment, cease to think of his late home, and the dear friends and familiar faces with which it was associated, cannot be told. To prepare the mind for such a heavy sleep, its growth must be stopped by rigour and cruelty in childhood. There must be years of misery and suffering, lightened by no ray of hope. The chords of the heart, which beat a quick response to the voice of gentleness and affection, must have rusted and broken in their secret places, and bear the lingering echo of no old word of love or kindness. Gloomy indeed must have been the short day, and dull the long, long twilight preceding such a night of intellect as his. There were the voices which would have roused him, even then, but their welcome tones could not penetrate there, and he crept to bed the same listless, hopeless, blighted creature that Nicholas had first found him at the Yorkshire school. Chapter 38. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 39. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 39, in which another old friend encounters Smike very opportunely and to some purpose. The night, fraught with so much bitterness to one poor soul, had given place to a bright and cloudless summer morning, when a north country mail coach traversed, with cheerful noise, the yet silent streets of Islington, and giving brisk note of its approach with the lively winding of the guard's horn,
clattered onward to its halting place hard by the post office. The only outside passenger was a burly, honest looking countryman on the box, who, with his eyes fixed upon the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral, appeared so wrapped in admiring wonder as to be quite insensible to all the bustle of getting out the bags and parcels, until, one of the coach windows being let sharply down, he looked round and encountered a pretty female face which was just then thrust out. 'See there, lass!' bawled the countryman, pointing towards the object of his admiration. 'There be Paul's Church. Ecod, he be a sizable un, he be. Goodness, John, I shouldn't have thought it could have been half that size. What a monster! Monster? You're about right there, I reckon, Mrs. Browdie,' said the countryman good humouredly, as he came slowly down in his huge top coat. 'And what dost thee take yon place to be now? That one o'er the way. You'd never come near it again, you tried, for 12 months. It's nothing but a post office. Ho, ho! They need to charge for double letters. A post office! What dost thou think of that? Ecod, if that's only a post office, I'd like to see where the Lord Mayor of Lunnon lives.' So saying, John Browdie, for he it was, opened the coach door, and tapping Mrs. Browdie, late Miss Price, on the cheek as he looked in, burst into a boisterous fit of laughter. 'Well,' said John, 'dang my buttons if she bain't asleep again.' 'She's been asleep all night, and was all yesterday, except for a minute or two now and then,' replied John Browdie's choice, 'and I was very sorry when she woke, for she has been so cross.' The subject of these remarks was a slumbering figure, so muffled in shawl and cloak that it would have been a matter of impossibility to guess at its sex but for a brown beaver bonnet and green veil which ornamented the head, and which, having been crushed and flattened for 250 miles in that particular angle of the vehicle from which the lady's snores now proceeded, presented an appearance sufficiently ludicrous to have moved less risible muscles than those of John Browdie's ruddy face. 'Hollo!' cried John, twitching one end of the dragged veil. 'Come, waken up, will 'ee?' After several burrowings into the old corner, and many exclamations of impatience and fatigue, the figure struggled into a sitting posture, and there, under a mass of crumpled beaver, and surrounded by a semicircle of blue curl papers, were the delicate features of Miss Fanny Squeers. 'Oh, 'Tilda!' cried Miss Squeers, 'how you have been kicking of me through this blessed night!' 'Well, I do like that,' replied her friend, laughing, 'when you have had nearly the whole coach to yourself.' 'Don't deny it, 'Tilda,' said Miss Squeers, impressively, 'because you have, and it's no use to go attempting to say you haven't. You mightn't have known it in your sleep, 'Tilda, but I haven't closed my eyes for a single wink, and so I think I am to be believed.' With which reply, Miss Squeers adjusted the bonnet and veil, which nothing but supernatural interference and an utter suspension of Nature's laws could have reduced to any shape or form, and evidently flattering herself that it looked uncommonly neat, brushed off the sandwich crumbs and bits of biscuit which had accumulated in her lap, and availing herself to John Browdie's proffered arm, descended from the coach. 'No,' said John, when a hackney coach had been called, and the ladies and the luggage hurried in. 'Gang to the Sarah's Head, man.' 'To the vere?' cried the coachman. 'Och, Mr. Browdie,' interrupted Miss Squeers, 'the idea! Saracen's Head!' 'Surely,' said John, 'I know'd it was somethin' about Sarah's son's head. Dost thou know thot?' 'Oh, aye, I know that,' replied the coachman gruffly, as he banged the door. 'Tilda, dear, really,' remonstrated Miss Squeers, 'we shall be taken for I don't know what.' 'Let them tak us as they've found us,' said John Browdie. 'We didn't come to Lunnun to do nowt but joy oursel, do we?' 'I hope not, Mr. Browdie,' replied Miss Squeers, looking singularly dismal. 'Well then,' said John, 'it's no matther. I've only been a married man 4 days, account of poor old feathered Dean and puttin' it off. Here be a weddin' party, bride and bridesmaid, and the groom. If a mon dean't joy himself noo, when ought he, eh? Drat it all, that's what I want to know.' So, in order that he might begin to enjoy himself at once, and lose no time, Mr. Browdie gave his wife a hearty kiss, and succeeded in wresting another from Miss Squeers, after a maidenly resistance of scratching and struggling on the part of that young lady, which was not quite over when they reached the Saracen's Head. Here the party straightway retired to rest, the refreshment of sleep being necessary after so long a journey; and here they met again at noon, to a substantial breakfast, spread by direction of Mr. John Browdie, in a small private room upstairs commanding an uninterrupted view of the stables.
To have seen Miss Squeers now, divested of the brown beaver, the green veil, and the blue curl papers, and arrayed in all the virgin splendour of a white frock and spencer, with a white muslin bonnet and an imitative damask rose in full bloom on the inside thereof, her luxuriant crop of hair arranged in curls so tight that it was impossible they could come out by any accident, and her bonnet cap trimmed with little damask roses, which might be supposed to be so many promising scions of the big rose. To have seen all this, and to have seen the broad damask belt matching both the family rose and the little roses, which encircled her slender waist, and by a happy ingenuity took off from the shortness of the spencer behind, to have beheld all this, and to have taken no further account the coral bracelets, rather short of beads, with a very visible black string which clasped her wrist, and the coral necklace which rested on her neck, supporting outside her frock a lonely cornelian heart, typical of her own disengaged affections, to have contemplated all these mute but expressive appeals to the purest feelings of our nature, might have thawed the frost of age, and added new and inextinguishable fuel to the fire of youth. The waiter was touched. Waiter as he was, he had human passions and feelings, and he looked very hard at Miss Squeers as he handed the muffins. 'Is my pa in, do you know?' asked Miss Squeers with dignity. 'Beg your pardon, miss?' 'My pa,' repeated Miss Squeers. 'Is he in?' 'In where, miss?' 'In here, in the house,' replied Miss Squeers. 'My pa, Mr. Wackford Squeers. He's stopping here. Is he at home?' 'I didn't know there was a gentleman of that name in the house, miss,' replied the waiter. 'There may be, in the coffee room.' May be. Very pretty this indeed. Here was Miss Squeers, who had been depending all the way to London upon showing her friends how much at home she would be, and how much respectful notice her name and connections would excite, told that her father might be there. 'As if he were a feller,' observed Miss Squeers with emphatic indignation. 'You'd better inquire, mun,' said John Browdie, 'and hond up another pigeon pie, will 'ee? Dang the chap!' muttered John, looking into the empty dish as the waiter retired. 'Does he ca' this a pie? 3 young pigeons and a trifling matter o' steak, and crust so light you don't know when it's in your mouth and when it's gone? I wonder hoo many pies goes to a breakfast.' After a short interval which John Browdie employed upon the ham and a cold round of beef, the waiter returned with another pie, and the information that Mr. Squeers was not stopping in the house, but that he came there every day, and that directly he arrived he should be shown upstairs. With this he retired, and he had not retired 2 minutes when he returned with Mr. Squeers and his hopeful son. 'Why, who'd have thought of this?' said Mr. Squeers, when he had saluted the party and received some private family intelligence from his daughter. 'Who indeed, pa?' replied that young lady spitefully. 'But you see 'Tilda is married at last.' 'And I stond threat for a sight o' London, schoolmeasther,' said John, vigorously attacking the pie. 'One of them things that young men do when they get married,' returned Squeers, 'and as runs through with their money like nothing at all. How much better wouldn't it be now, to save up for the eddication of any little boys, for instance? They come on you,' said Mr. Squeers in a moralising way, 'before you're aware of it. Mine did upon me.' 'Will he pick a bit?' said John. 'I won't myself,' returned Squeers, 'but if you'd just let little Wackford tuck into something fat, I'll be obliged to you. Give it him in his fingers, else the waiter charges it on, and there's lot of profit in this sort of victuals without that. If you hear the waiter coming, sir, shove it in your pocket and look out of the window, d'ye hear?' 'I'm awake, father,' replied the dutiful Wackford. 'Well,' said Squeers, turning to his daughter, 'it's your turn to be married next. You must make haste.' 'Oh, I'm in no hurry,' said Miss Squeers, very sharply. 'No, Fanny?' cried her old friend, with some archness. 'No, 'Tilda,' replied Miss Squeers, shaking her head vehemently. 'I can wait.' 'So can the young men, it seems, Fanny,' observed Mrs. Browdie. 'They ain't drawed into it by me, 'Tilda,' retorted Miss Squeers. 'No,' returned her friend, 'that's exceedingly true.' The sarcastic tone of this reply might have provoked a rather acrimonious retort from Miss Squeers, who, besides being of a constitutionally vicious temper, aggravated just now by travel and recent jolting, was somewhat irritated by old recollections and the failure of her own designs upon Mr. Browdie, and the acrimonious retort might have led to a great many other retorts, which might have led to Heaven knows what, if the subject of conversation had not been, at that precise moment, accidentally changed by Mr. Squeers himself. 'What do you think?' said that gentleman. 'Who do you suppose we have laid hands on, Wackford and me? Pa, not Mr ' Miss Squeers was unable to finish the sentence, but Mrs. Browdie did it for her, and added, 'Nickleby?' 'No,' said Squeers, 'but next door to him though.' 'You can't mean Smike!' cried Miss Squeers, clapping her hands. 'Yes, I can though,' rejoined her father. 'I've got him, hard and fast.' 'What!' exclaimed John Browdie, pushing away his plate. 'Got that poor dumb scoundrel! Where?' 'Why, in the top back room at my lodging,' replied Squeers, 'with him on one side and the key on the other.' 'At thy lodgin'! Thee'st gotten him at thy lodgin'! Ho, ho! The schoolmeasther agin all England! Give us thee hond, man. I'm darned if I must shake thee by the hond for that. Gotten him at thy lodgin'!' 'Yes,' replied Squeers, staggering in his chair under the congratulatory blow on the chest which the stout Yorkshireman dealt him. 'Thank'ee. Don't do it again. You mean it kindly, I know, but it hurts rather. Yes, there he is. That's not so bad, is it?' 'Bad!' repeated John Browdie. 'It's enough to scare a mun to hear tell on.' 'I thought it would surprise you a bit,' said Squeers, rubbing his hands. 'It was pretty neatly done, and pretty quick too.'
'How wor it?' inquired John, sitting down close to him. 'Tell us all about it, mun. Come, quick!' Although he could not keep pace with John Browdie's impatience, Mr. Squeers related the lucky chance by which Smike had fallen into his hands, as quickly as he could, and, except when he was interrupted by the admiring remarks of his auditors, paused not in the recital until he had brought it to an end.
'For fear he should give me the slip by any chance,' observed Squeers, when he had finished, looking very cunning, 'I've taken 3 outsides for tomorrow morning, for Wackford and him and me, and have arranged to leave the accounts and the new boys to the agent, don't you see? So it's very lucky you come today, or you'd have missed us; and as it is, unless you could come and tea with me tonight, we shan't see anything more of you before we go away.'
'Don't say another word,' returned the Yorkshireman, shaking him by the hand. 'We'd come if it was 20 mile.'
'No, would you though?' returned Mr. Squeers, who had not expected quite such a ready acceptance of his invitation, or he would have considered twice before he gave it. John Browdie's only reply was another squeeze of the hand, and an assurance that they would not begin to see London till tomorrow, so that they might be at Mr. Snawley's at 6 o'clock without fail, and after some further conversation, Mr. Squeers and his son departed. During the remainder of the day, Mr. Browdie was in a very odd and excitable state, bursting occasionally into an explosion of laughter, and then taking up his hat and running into the coach yard to have it out by himself. He was very restless too, constantly walking in and out, and snapping his fingers, and dancing scraps of uncouth country dances, and in short conducting himself in a very extraordinary manner, that Miss Squeers opined he was going mad, and begging her dear 'Tilda not to distress herself, communicated her suspicions in so many words. Mrs. Browdie, however, without discovering any great alarm, observed that she had seen him so once before, and that although he was almost sure to be ill after it, it could not be anything very serious, and therefore he was better left alone. The result proved her to be perfectly correct, for while they were all sitting in Mr. Snawley's parlour that night, and just as it was beginning to get dusk, John Browdie was taken so ill and seized with such an alarming dizziness in the head, that the whole company were thrown into the utmost consternation. His good lady, indeed, was the only person present who retained presence of mind enough to observe that if he were allowed to lie down on Mr. Squeers's bed for an hour or so, and left entirely to himself, he would be sure to recover again almost as quickly as he had been taken ill. Nobody could refuse to try the effect of so reasonable a proposal before sending for a surgeon. Accordingly, John was supported upstairs, and with great difficulty, being a monstrous weight, and regularly tumbling down 2 steps every time they hoisted him up 3, and being laid on the bed, was left in charge of his wife, who, after a short interval, reappeared in the parlour, with the gratifying intelligence that he had fallen fast asleep. Now, the fact was, that at that particular moment, John Browdie was sitting on the bed with the reddest face ever seen, cramming the corner of the pillow into his mouth to prevent his roaring out loud with laughter. He had no sooner succeeded in suppressing this emotion, than he slipped off his shoes, and creeping to the adjoining room where the prisoner was confined, turned the key, which was on the outside, and darting in, covered Smike's mouth with his huge hand before he could utter a sound.
'Ods bods, dost thee not know me, mun?' whispered the Yorkshireman to the bewildered lad. 'Browdie, chap as met thee after schoolmeasther was banged?' 'Yes, yes,' cried Smike. 'Oh, help me!
'Help thee!' replied John, stopping his mouth again the instant he had said this much. 'Thee didn't need help, if thee weren't a silly youngster as ever drawed breath. What did 'ee come here for, then?' 'He brought me. Oh, he brought me!' cried Smike. 'Brought thee!' replied John. 'Why didn't 'ee punch his head, or lay theeself down and kick and squeal out for the police? I'd ha' licked a dozen such as him when I was young as thee. But thee be'st a poor broken doon chap,' said John sadly, 'and God forgive me for bragging ower yon of his weakest creeturs.' Smike opened his mouth to speak, but John Browdie stopped him. 'Stand still,' said the Yorkshireman, 'and doon't 'ee speak a morsel o' talk till I tell 'ee.' With this caution, John Browdie shook his head significantly, and drawing a screwdriver from his pocket, took off the box of the lock in a very deliberate and workmanlike manner, and laid it, together with the implement, on the floor. 'See thot!' said John. 'Thot be thy doing. Noo, coot awa'.' Smike looked vacantly at him, as if unable to comprehend his meaning. 'I said coot awa',' replied John, hastily. 'Dost thou know where thee livest? Thee dost? Well, are yon thy clothes, or schoolmeasther's?' 'Mine,' replied Smike, as the Yorkshireman hurried him to the adjoining room, and pointed out a pair of shoes and a coat which were lying on a chair. 'On wi' 'em,' said John, forcing the wrong arm into the wrong sleeve, and winding the tails of the coat round the fugitive's neck. 'Noo, follow me, and when thee getst outside door, turn to the right, and they won't see thee pass.' 'But he'll hear me shut the door,' replied Smike, trembling from head to foot. 'Then don't shut it at all,' retorted John Browdie. 'Dang it, thee bean't afraid o' schoolmeasther's taking cold, I hope?' 'No,' said Smike, his teeth chattering in his head. 'But he brought me back before, and will again. He will indeed.' 'He wull,' replied John impatiently. 'He won't. Look'ee, I want to do this neighbourly like, and let them think thee's gotten away o' theeself; but if he comes out o' that parlour whiles thou'rt clearing off, he mot have mercy on his own bones, for I won't. If he finds it out soon after, I'll put him on a wrong scent, I warrant 'ee; but if thee keep'st a good heart, thee'll be at home afore they know thee's gotten off. Coom!' Smike, who comprehended just enough of this to know it was intended as encouragement, prepared to follow with tottering steps, when John whispered in his ear, 'Thee'll just tell young mister that I'm spliced to Tilly Price, and to be had on by the Saracen by lather, and that I bain't jealous of 'un, dang it, if I'm like to boast what I think o' that night. 'Cod, I think I see 'un now, a powdering away at the thin bread and butter.' It was a rather ticklish recollection for John just then, for he was within an ace of breaking out into a loud guffaw. Restraining himself, however, just in time, by a great effort, he glided downstairs, hauling Smike behind him, and placing himself close to the parlour door to confront the first person that might come out, signed to him to make off. Having got so far, Smike needed no second bidding. Opening the house door gently, and casting a look of mingled gratitude and terror at his deliverer, he took the direction which had been indicated to him, and sped away like the wind. The Yorkshireman remained on his post for a few minutes, but finding that there was no pause in the conversation inside, crept back again unheard, and stood listening over the stair rail for a full hour. Everything remaining perfectly quiet, he got into Mr. Squeers's bed once more, and drawing the clothes over his head, laughed till he was nearly smothered. If there could only have been somebody by, to see how the bedclothes shook, and to see the Yorkshireman's great red face and round head appear above the sheets every now and then, like some jovial monster coming to the surface to breathe, and once more dive down convulsed with the laughter which came bursting forth afresh, that somebody would have been scarcely less amused than John Browdie himself. Chapter 39. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 40. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 40. In which Nicholas falls in love. He employs a mediator, whose proceedings are crowned with unexpected success, excepting in one solitary particular. Once more out of the clutches of his old persecutor, it needed no fresh stimulation to call forth the utmost energy and exertion that Smike was capable of summoning to his aid. Without pausing for a moment to reflect upon the course he was taking, or the probability of its leading him homewards, or the reverse, he fled away with surprising swiftness and constancy of purpose, borne upon such wings as only fear can wear, and impelled by imaginary shouts and the well remembered voice of Squeers,
who, with a host of pursuers, seemed to the poor fellow's disordered senses to press hard upon his track, now left at a greater distance in the rear, and now gaining faster and faster upon him, as the alternations of hope and terror agitated him by turns. Long after he had become assured that these sounds were but the creation of his excited brain, he still held on, at a pace which even weakness and exhaustion could scarcely retard. It was not until the darkness and quiet of a country road recalled him to a sense of external objects, and the starry sky above warned him of the rapid flight of time, that, covered with dust and panting for breath, he stopped to listen and look about him. All was still and silent. A glare of light in the distance, casting a warm glow upon the sky, marked where the huge city lay. Solitary fields, divided by hedges and ditches, through many of which he had crashed and scrambled in his flight, skirted the road, both by the way he had come and upon the opposite side. It was late now. They could scarcely trace him by such paths as he had taken, and if he could hope to regain his own dwelling, it must surely be at such a time as that, and under cover of the darkness. This, by degrees, became pretty plain, even to the mind of Smike. He had at first entertained some vague and childish idea of travelling into the country for 10 or a dozen miles, and then returning homewards by a wide circuit, which should keep him clear of London, so great was his apprehension of traversing the streets alone, lest he should again encounter his dreaded enemy. But yielding to the conviction which these thoughts inspired, he turned back, and taking the open road, though not without many fears and misgivings, made for London again, with scarcely less speed of foot than that with which he had left the temporary abode of Mr. Squeers. By the time he re-entered it at the western extremity, the greater part of the shops were closed. Of the throngs of people who had been tempted abroad after the heat of the day, but few remained in the streets, and they were lounging home. But of these he asked his way from time to time, and by dint of repeated inquiries he at length reached the dwelling of Newman Noggs. All that evening Newman had been hunting and searching in byways and corners for the very person who now knocked at his door, while Nicholas had been pursuing the same inquiry in other directions. He was sitting with a melancholy air at his poor supper, when Smike's timorous and uncertain knock reached his ears. Alive to every sound in his anxious and expectant state, Newman hurried downstairs, and uttered a cry of joyful surprise, dragged the welcome visitor into the passage and up the stairs, and said not a word until he had him safe in his own garret, and the door was shut behind them, when he mixed a great mugful of gin and water, and holding it to Smike's mouth, as one might hold a bowl of medicine to the lips of a refractory child, commanded him to drain it to the last drop. Newman looked uncommonly blank when he found that Smike did little more than put his lips to the precious mixture. He was in the act of raising the mug to his own mouth with a deep sigh of compassion for his poor friend's weakness, when Smike, beginning to relate the adventures which had befallen him, arrested him half way, and he stood listening with the mug in his hand. It was odd enough to see the change that came over Newman as Smike proceeded. At first he stood, rubbing his lips with the back of his hand, as a preparatory ceremony towards composing himself for a draught. Then, at the mention of Squeers, he took the mug under his arm, and opened his eyes very wide, looked on in the utmost astonishment. When Smike came to the assault upon himself in the hackney coach, he hastily deposited the mug upon the table, and limped up and down the room in a state of the greatest excitement, stopping himself with a jerk every now and then, as if to listen more attentively. When John Browdie came to be spoken of, he dropped by slow and gradual degrees into a chair, and rubbing his hands upon his knees, quicker and quicker as the story reached its climax, burst at last into a laugh composed of one loud sonorous ha ha, having given vent to which, his countenance immediately fell again as he inquired with the utmost anxiety whether it was probable that John Browdie and Squeers had come to blows. 'No, I think not,' replied Smike. 'I don't think he could have missed me till I had got quite away.' Newman scratched his head with a shout of great disappointment, and once more lifting up the mug, applied himself to the contents, smiling meanwhile over the brim with a grim and ghastly smile at Smike. 'You shall stay here,' said Newman. 'You're tired, fagged. I'll tell them you'll come back. They have been half mad about you. Mr. Nicholas, God bless him!' cried Smike. 'Amen!' returned Newman. 'He hasn't had a minute's rest or peace. No more has the old lady, nor Miss Nickleby. No, no. Has she thought about me?' said Smike. 'Has she though? Oh, has she, has she? Don't tell me so, if she has not.' 'She has!' cried Newman. 'She is as noble hearted as she is beautiful.' 'Yes, yes,' cried Smike. 'Well said.' 'So mild and gentle,' said Newman. 'Yes, yes,' cried Smike, with increasing eagerness. 'And yet with such a true and gallant spirit,' pursued Newman. He was going on in his enthusiasm, when, chancing to look at his companion, he saw that he had covered his face with his hands, and that tears were stealing out between his fingers. A moment before, the boy's eyes were sparkling with unwonted fire, and every feature had been lighted up with an excitement which made him appear for the moment quite a different being. 'Well, well,' muttered Newman, as if he were a little puzzled, 'it has touched me, more than once, to think that such a nature should have been exposed to such trials. This poor fellow! Yes, yes, he feels that too. It softens him. Makes him think of his former misery. Ah! That's it. Yes, that's It was by no means clear, from the tones of these broken reflections, that Newman Noggs considered them as explaining, at all satisfactorily, the emotion which had suggested them. He sat in a musing attitude for some time, regarding Smike occasionally with an anxious and doubtful glance, which sufficiently showed that he was not very remotely connected with his thoughts. At length he repeated his proposition that Smike should remain where he was for that night, and that he, Noggs, should straightway repair to the cottage to relieve the suspense of the family. But as Smike would not hear of this, pleading his anxiety to see his friends again, they eventually sallied forth together; and the night being by this time far advanced, and Smike being besides so footsore that he could hardly crawl along, it was within an hour of sunrise when they reached their destination. At the first sound of their voices outside the house, Nicholas, who had passed a sleepless night devising schemes for the recovery of his lost charge, started from his bed and joyfully admitted them. There was so much noisy conversation, and congratulation, and indignation, that the remainder of the family were soon awakened, and Smike received a warm and cordial welcome, not only from Kate, but from Mrs. Nickleby also, who assured him of her future favour and regard, and was so obliging as to relate for his entertainment, and that of the assembled circle, a most remarkable account extracted by some work the name of which she had never known, of a miraculous escape from some prison, but what one she couldn't remember, effected by an officer whose name she had forgotten, confined for some crime which she didn't clearly recollect. At first Nicholas was disposed to give his uncle credit for some portion of this bold attempt, which had so nearly proved successful, to carry off Smike; but on more mature consideration he was inclined to think that the full merit of it rested with Mr. Squeers. Determined to ascertain, if he could, through John Browdie, how the case really stood, he betook himself to his daily occupation, meditating as he went on a great variety of schemes for the punishment of the Yorkshire schoolmaster, all of which had their foundation in the strictest principles of retributive justice, and had but the one drawback of being wholly impracticable. 'A fine morning, Mr. Linkinwater,' said Nicholas, entering the office. 'Ah!' replied Tim. 'Talk of the country, indeed! What do you think of this, now, for a day a London day, eh?' 'It's a little clearer out of town,' said Nicholas. 'Clearer!' echoed Tim Linkinwater. 'You should see it from my bedroom window.' 'You should see it from mine,' replied Nicholas with a smile. 'Pooh, pooh!' said Tim Linkinwater. 'Don't tell me. Country!' Bow was quite a rustic place to Tim. 'Nonsense. What can you get in the country but new laid eggs and flowers? I can buy new laid eggs in Leadenhall Market any morning before breakfast; and as to flowers, it's worth a run upstairs to smell my mignonette, or to see the double wallflower in the back attic window at number 6 in the court.' 'There is a double wallflower at number 6 in the court, is there?' said Nicholas. 'Yes, there is,' replied Tim, 'and planted in a cracked jug without a spout. There are hyacinths there, this last spring, blossoming in but you'll laugh at that, of course.' 'At what?' 'At their blossoming in old blacking bottles,' said Tim. 'Not I, indeed,' returned Nicholas. Tim looked wistfully at him for a moment, as if he were encouraged by the tone of this reply to be more communicative on the subject, and sticking behind his ear a pen that he had been making, and shutting up his knife with a small click, said, 'They belong to a sickly, bed-ridden, hump-backed boy, and seem to be the only pleasure, Mr. Nickleby, of his sad existence. How many years is it,' said Tim, pondering, 'since I first noticed him, quite a little child, dragging himself about on a pair of tiny crutches? Well, well, not many; but though they would appear nothing if I thought of other things, they seem a long, long time when I think of him. It is a sad thing,' said Tim, breaking off, 'to see a little deformed child sitting apart from other children who are active and merry, watching the games he is denied the power to share in. He made my heart ache very often.' 'It is a good heart,' said Nicholas, 'that disentangles itself from the close avocations of every day to heed such things. You were saying?' 'That the flowers belonged to this poor boy,' said Tim. 'That's all. When it is fine weather and he can crawl out of bed, he draws a chair close to the window, and sits there looking at them and arranging them all day long. He used to nod at first, and then we came to speak. Formerly, when I called to him of a morning, and asked him how he was, he would smile and say, "Better," but now he shakes his head, and only bends more closely over his old plants. It must be dull to watch the dark housetops and the flying clouds for so many months, but he is very patient.' 'Is there nobody in the house to cheer or help him?' asked Nicholas. 'His father lives there, I believe,' replied Tim, 'and other people too, but no one seems to care much for the poor sickly cripple. I have asked him very often if I can do nothing for him. His answer is always the same, "Nothing." His voice is growing weak of late, but I can see that he makes the old reply. He can't leave his bed now, so they have moved it close beside the window, and there he lies all day, now looking at the sky and now at his flowers, which he still makes shift to trim and water with his own thin hands. At night, when he sees my candle, he draws back his curtain, and leaves it so till I am in bed. It seems such company to him to know that I am there, that I often sit at my window for an hour or more, that he may see I am still awake, and sometimes I get up in the night to look at the dull melancholy light in his little room, and wonder whether he is awake or sleeping.' 'The night will not be long coming,' said Tim, 'when he will sleep and never wake again on earth. We have never so much as shaken hands in all our lives, and yet I shall miss him like an old friend. Are there any country flowers that could interest me like these, do you think? Or do you suppose that the withering of 100 kinds of the choicest flowers that blow, called by the hardest Latin names that were ever invented, would give me a fraction of the pain that I shall feel when these old jugs and bottles are swept away as lumber? Country!' cried Tim with a contemptuous emphasis. 'Don't you know that I couldn't have such a court under my bedroom window anywhere but in London?' With which inquiry Tim turned his back, and pretended to be absorbed in his accounts; took an opportunity of hastily wiping his eyes when he supposed Nicholas was looking another way. Whether it was that Tim's accounts were more than usually intricate that morning, or whether it was that his habitual serenity had been a little disturbed by these recollections, it so happened that when Nicholas returned from executing some commission, and inquired whether Mr. Charles Cheeryble was alone in his room, Tim promptly, and without the smallest hesitation, replied in the affirmative, although somebody had passed into the room not 10 minutes before, and Tim took especial and particular pride in preventing any intrusion on either of the brothers when they were engaged with any visitor whatever. 'I'll take this letter to him at once,' said Nicholas, 'if that's the case, and with that he walked to the room and knocked at the door. No answer. Another knock, and still no answer. He can't be here, thought Nicholas. I'll lay it on his table. So Nicholas opened the door and walked in, and very quickly he turned to walk out again, when he saw, to his great astonishment and discomfiture, a young lady upon her knees at Mr. Cheeryble's feet, and Mr. Cheeryble beseeching her to rise, and entreating a third person, who had the appearance of the young lady's female attendant, to add her persuasions to his to induce her to do so. Nicholas stammered out an awkward apology, and was precipitately retiring, when the young lady, turning her head a little, presented to his view the features of the lovely girl whom he had seen at the register office on his first visit long before. Glancing from her to the attendant, he recognised the same clumsy servant who had accompanied her then, and between the admiration of the young lady's beauty and the confusion and surprise of this unexpected recognition, he stood stock still, in such a bewildered state of surprise and embarrassment, that for the moment he was quite bereft of the power either to speak or move. 'My dear ma'am, my dear young lady,' cried brother Charles in violent agitation, 'pray don't. Not another word. I beseech and entreat you, I implore you, I beg of you, to rise. We are not alone.' As he spoke, he raised the young lady, who staggered to a chair and swooned away. 'She has fainted, sir,' said Nicholas, darting eagerly forward. 'Poor dear, poor dear!' cried brother Charles. 'Where is my brother Ned? Ned, my dear brother, come here, pray.' 'Brother Charles, my dear fellow,' replied his brother, hurrying into the room, 'what is what?' 'Hush, hush! Not a word for your life, brother Ned,' returned the other. 'Ring for the housekeeper, my dear brother. Call Tim Linkinwater. Here, Tim Linkinwater, sir. Mr. Nickleby, my dear, leave the room, I beg and beseech of you.' 'I think she is better now,' said Nicholas, who had been watching the patient so eagerly that he had not heard the request. 'Poor bird!' cried brother Charles, gently taking her hand in his, and laying her head upon his arm. 'Brother Ned, my dear fellow, you will be surprised, I know, to witness this in business hours, but—' Here he was again reminded of the presence of Nicholas, and shaking him by the hand, earnestly requested him to leave the room, and to send Tim Linkinwater without an instant delay. Nicholas immediately withdrew, and on his way to the counting house met both the old housekeeper and Tim Linkinwater jostling each other in the passage, and hurrying to the scene of action with extraordinary speed, without waiting to hear his message. Tim Linkinwater darted into the room, and presently afterwards Nicholas heard the door shut and locked on the inside. He had abundance of time to ruminate on this discovery, for Tim Linkinwater was absent during the greater part of an hour, during the whole of which time Nicholas thought of nothing but the young lady, and her exceeding beauty, and what could possibly have brought her there, and why they made such a mystery of it. The more he thought of all this, the more it perplexed him, and the more anxious he became to know who and what she was. 'I should have known her among 10,000, thought Nicholas. And with that he walked up and down the room, and recalling her face and figure, of which he had a peculiarly vivid remembrance, discarded all other subjects of reflection, and dwelt upon that alone. At length Tim Linkinwater came back, provokingly cool, and with papers in his hand, and a pen in his mouth, as if nothing had happened. 'Is she quite recovered?' said Nicholas, impetuously. 'Who?' returned Tim Linkinwater. 'Who?' repeated Nicholas. 'The young lady.' 'What do you make, Mr. Nickleby,' said Tim, taking his pen out of his mouth, 'what do you make of 427 times 3,238? Nay,' returned Nicholas, 'what do you make of my question first? I asked you about the young lady,' said Tim Linkinwater, putting on his spectacles. 'To be sure. Yes. Oh, she's very well.' 'Very well, is she?' returned Nicholas. 'Very well,' replied Mr. Linkinwater, gravely. 'Will she be able to go home today?' asked Nicholas. 'She's gone,' said Tim. 'Gone?' 'Yes.' 'I hope she has not far to go,' said Nicholas, looking earnestly at the other. 'Ay,' replied the immovable Tim, 'I hope she hasn't.' Nicholas hazarded one or two further remarks, but it was evident that Tim Linkinwater had his own reasons for evading the subject, and that he was determined to afford no further information respecting the fair unknown, who had awakened so much curiosity in the breast of his young friend. Nothing daunted by this repulse, Nicholas returned to the charge next day, emboldened by the circumstance of Mr. Linkinwater being in a very talkative and communicative mood; but directly he resumed the theme, Tim relapsed into a state of most provoking taciturnity, and from answering in monosyllables came to returning no answers at all. save such as were to be inferred from several grave nods and shrugs, which only served to whet that appetite for intelligence in Nicholas which had already attained a most unreasonable height. Foiled in these attempts, he was fain to content himself with watching for the young lady's next visit, but here again he was disappointed. Day after day passed, and she did not return. He looked eagerly at the superscription of all the notes and letters, but there was not one among them which he could fancy to be in her handwriting. On 2 or 3 occasions he was employed on business which took him to a distance, and had formerly been transacted by Tim Linkinwater. Nicholas could not help suspecting that for some reason or other he was sent out of the way on purpose, and that the young lady was there in his absence. Nothing transpired, however, to confirm this suspicion, and Tim could not be entrapped into any confession or admission tending to support it in the smallest degree. Mystery and disappointment are not absolutely indispensable to the growth of love, but they are very often its powerful auxiliaries. Out of sight, out of mind, is well enough as a proverb applicable to cases of friendship, though absence is not always necessary to hollowness of heart, even between friends, and truth and honesty, like precious stones, are perhaps most easily imitated at a distance, when the counterfeits often passed for real. Love, however, is very materially assisted by a warm and active imagination, which has a long memory and will thrive for a considerable time on very slight and sparing food. Thus it is that it often attains its most luxuriant growth in separation and under circumstances of the utmost difficulty, and thus it was that Nicholas, thinking of nothing but the unknown young lady from day to day and from hour to hour, began at last to think that he was very desperately in love with her, and that never was such an ill-used and persecuted lover as he. Still, though he loved and languished after the most orthodox models, and was only deterred from making a confidant of Kate by the slight considerations of having never in all his life spoken to the object of his passion, and having never set eyes upon her except on 2 occasions, on both of which she had come and gone like a flash of lightning, or, as Nicholas himself said in the numerous conversations he held with himself, like a vision of youth and beauty much too bright to last, his ardour and devotion remained without its reward. The young lady appeared no more, so there was a great deal of love wasted, enough indeed to have set up 6 young gentlemen as times go with the utmost decency, and nobody was a bit the wiser for it, not even Nicholas himself, who, on the contrary, became more dull, sentimental, and lackadaisical every day. While matters were in this state, the failure of a correspondent of the brothers Cheeryble in Germany imposed upon Tim Linkinwater and Nicholas the necessity of going through some very long and complicated accounts, extending over a considerable space of time. To get through them with the greater dispatch, Tim Linkinwater proposed that they should remain at the counting house for a week or so, until 10 o'clock at night. To this, as nothing damped the zeal of Nicholas in the service of his kind patrons, not even romance, which has seldom business habits, he cheerfully assented. On the very first night of these later hours, at 9 exactly, there came, not the young lady herself, but her servant, who, being closeted with brother Charles for some time, went away and returned next night at the same hour, and on the next again. These repeated visits inflamed the curiosity of Nicholas to the very highest pitch. Tantalized and excited beyond all bearing, and unable to fathom the mystery without neglecting his duty, he confided the whole secret to Newman Noggs, imploring him to be on the watch next night, to follow the girl home, to set on foot such inquiries relative to the name, condition, and history of her mistress, as he could, without exciting suspicion, and to report the result to him with the least possible delay. Beyond all measure proud of this commission, Newman Noggs took up his post in the square on the following evening, a full hour before the needful time, and planting himself behind the pump and pulling his hat over his eyes, began his watch with an elaborate appearance of mystery admirably calculated to excite the suspicion of all beholders. Indeed, divers servant girls who came to draw water, and sundry little boys who stopped to drink at the ladle, were almost scared out of their senses by the apparition of Newman Noggs looking stealthily round the pump, with nothing of him visible but his face, and that wearing the expression of a meditative ogre. Punctual to her time, the messenger came again, and after an interview of rather longer duration than usual, departed. Newman had made 2 appointments with Nicholas, one for the next evening, conditional on his success, and one on the next night following, which was to be kept under all circumstances. The first night he was not at the place of meeting, a certain tavern about halfway between the city and Golden Square, but on the second night he was there before Nicholas, and received him with open arms. 'It's all right,' whispered Newman. 'Sit down, there's a dear young man, and let me tell you all about it.' Nicholas needed no second invitation, and eagerly inquired what was the news. 'There's a great deal of news,' said Newman, in a flutter of exultation. 'It's all right. Don't be anxious. I don't know where to begin. Never mind that. Keep up your spirits. It's all right.' 'Well?' said Nicholas, eagerly. 'Yes?' 'Yes,' replied Newman. 'That's it.' 'What's it?' said Nicholas. 'The name, my dear fellow.' 'The name's Bobster,' replied Newman. 'Bobster!' repeated Nicholas, indignantly. 'That's the name,' said Newman. 'I remember it by lobster.' 'Bobster,' repeated Nicholas, more emphatically than before. 'That must be the servant's name.' 'No, it ain't,' said Newman, shaking his head with great positiveness. 'Miss Cecilia Bobster.' 'Cecilia, eh?' returned Nicholas, muttering the 2 names together over and over again in every variety of tone to try the effect. 'Well, Cecilia is a pretty name.' 'Very. And a pretty creature too,' said Newman. 'Who?' said Nicholas. 'Miss Bobster.' 'Why, where have you seen her?' demanded Nicholas. 'Never mind, my dear boy,' retorted Noggs, clapping him on the shoulder. 'I have seen her. You shall see her. I've managed it all.' 'My dear Newman,' cried Nicholas, grasping his hand, 'are you serious?' 'I am,' replied Newman. 'I mean it all, every word. You shall see her tomorrow night. She consents to hear you speak for yourself. I persuaded her. She is all affability, goodness, sweetness, and beauty.' 'I know she is. I know she must be, Newman,' said Nicholas, wringing his hand. 'You are right,' returned Newman. 'Where does she live?' cried Nicholas. 'What have you learnt of her history? Has she a father, mother, any brothers, sisters? What did she say? How came you to see her? Was she not very much surprised? Did you say how passionately I have longed to speak to her? Did you tell her where I had seen her? Did you tell her how, and when, and where, and how long, and how often I have thought of that sweet face which came upon me in my bitterest distress, like a glimpse of some better world? Did you, Newman? Did you?' Poor Noggs literally gasped for breath as this flood of questions rushed upon him, and moved spasmodically in his chair at every fresh inquiry, staring at Nicholas meanwhile with a most ludicrous expression of perplexity. 'No,' said Newman, 'I didn't tell her that.' 'Didn't tell her which?' asked Nicholas. 'About the glimpse of the better world,' said Newman. 'I didn't tell you who you were either, or where you'd seen her. I said you loved her to distraction.' 'That's true, Newman,' replied Nicholas, with his characteristic vehemence. 'Heaven knows I do.' 'I said, too, that you had admired her for a long time in secret,' said Newman. 'Yes, yes. What did she say to that?' asked Nicholas. 'Blushed,' said Newman. 'To be sure. Of course she would,' said Nicholas, approvingly. Newman then went on to say that the young lady was an only child, that her mother was dead, that she resided with her father, and that she had been induced to allow her lover a secret interview at the intercession of her servant, who had great influence with her. He further related how it required much moving and great eloquence to bring the young lady to this pass, how it was expressly understood that she merely afforded Nicholas an opportunity of declaring his passion, and how she by no means pledged herself to be favourably impressed with his attentions. The mystery of her visits to the brothers Cheeryble remained wholly unexplained, for Newman had not alluded to them, either in his preliminary conversations with the servant, or his subsequent interview with the mistress, merely remarking that he had been instructed to watch the girl home and plead his young friend's cause, and not saying how far he had followed her, or from what point. But Newman hinted that from what had fallen from the confidant, he had been led to suspect that the young lady led a very miserable and unhappy life under the strict control of her only parent, who was of a violent and brutal temper, a circumstance which he thought might in some degree account, both for her having sought the protection and friendship of the brothers, and her suffering herself to be prevailed upon to grant the promised interview. The last he held to be a very logical deduction from the premises, inasmuch as it was but natural to suppose that a young lady, whose present condition was so unenviable, would be more than commonly desirous to change it. It appeared, on further questioning, for it was only by a very long and arduous process that all this could be got out of Newman Noggs,
that Newman, in explanation of his shabby appearance, had represented himself as being, for certain wise and indispensable purposes connected with that intrigue, in disguise; and being questioned how he had come to exceed his commission so far as to procure an interview, he responded that the lady appearing willing to grant it, he considered himself bound, both in duty and gallantry, to avail himself of such a golden means of enabling Nicholas to prosecute his addresses. After these and all possible questions had been asked and answered 20 times over, they parted, undertaking to meet on the following night at 10:30, for the purpose of fulfilling the appointment, which was for 11 o'clock. Things come about very strangely, thought Nicholas as he walked home. I never contemplated anything of this kind, never dreamt of the possibility of it. To know something of the life of one in whom I felt such interest, to see her in the street, to pass the house in which she lived, to meet her sometimes in her walks, to hope that a day might come when I might be in a condition to tell her of my love, this was the utmost extent of my thoughts. Now, however, but I should be a fool, indeed, to repine at my own good fortune. Still, Nicholas was dissatisfied, and there was more in the dissatisfaction than mere revulsion of feeling. He was angry with the young lady for being so easily won, because, reasoned Nicholas, it is not as if she knew it was I, but it might have been anybody, which was certainly not pleasant. The next morning he was angry with himself for entertaining such thoughts, arguing that nothing but goodness could dwell in such a temple, and that the behaviour of the brothers sufficiently showed the estimation in which they held her. The fact is, she's a mystery altogether, said Nicholas. This was not more satisfactory than his previous course of reflection, and only drove him out upon a new sea of speculation and conjecture, where he tossed and tumbled in great discomfort of mind until the clock struck 10, and the hour of meeting drew nigh. Nicholas had dressed himself with great care, and even Newman Noggs had trimmed himself up a little, his coat presenting the phenomenon of 2 consecutive buttons, and the supplementary pins being inserted at tolerably regular intervals. He wore his hat, too, in the newest taste, with a pocket handkerchief in the crown, and a twisted end of it straggling out behind after the fashion of a pigtail, though he could scarcely lay claim to the ingenuity of inventing this later decoration, inasmuch as he was utterly unconscious of it, being in a nervous and excited condition which rendered him quite insensible to everything but the great object of the expedition. They traversed the streets in profound silence, and after walking at a round pace for some distance, arrived in one of a gloomy appearance and very little frequented, near the Edgware Road. Number 12, said Newman. Oh, replied Nicholas, looking about him. Good street? said Newman. Yes, returned Nicholas, rather dull. Newman made no answer to this remark, but halting abruptly, planted Nicholas with his back to some area railings, and gave him to understand that he was to wait there without moving hand or foot, until it was satisfactorily ascertained that the coast was clear. This done, Noggs limped away with great alacrity, looking over his shoulder every instant to make quite certain that Nicholas was obeying his directions, and descending the steps of a house some half-dozen doors off, was lost to view. After a short delay he reappeared, and limping back again, halted midway and beckoned Nicholas to follow him. Well? said Nicholas, advancing towards him on tiptoe. All right, replied Newman, in high glee. All ready. Nobody at home. Couldn't be better. Ha ha! With this fortifying assurance, he stole past a street door on which Nicholas caught a glimpse of a brass plate with Bobster in very large letters, and stopping at the area gate, which was open, signed to his young friend to descend. What the devil! cried Nicholas, drawing back. Are we to sneak into the kitchen as if we came after the forks? Hush! replied Newman. Old Bobster, ferocious Turk, he'd kill 'em all, box the young lady's ears, he does often. What! cried Nicholas in high wrath. Do you mean to tell me that any man would dare to box the ears of such a— He had no time to sing the praises of his mistress just then, for Newman gave him a gentle push which had nearly precipitated him to the bottom of the area steps. Thinking it best to take the hint in good part, Nicholas descended without further remonstrance, but with a countenance bespeaking anything rather than the hope and rapture of a passionate lover. Newman followed. He would have followed head first but for the timely assistance of Nicholas, and taking his hand, led him through a stone passage, profoundly dark, into a back kitchen or cellar of the blackest and most pitchy obscurity, where they stopped. Well, said Nicholas in a discontented whisper,
This is not all, I suppose, is it?' 'No, no,' rejoined Noggs. 'They'll be here directly. It's all right.' 'I am glad to hear it,' said Nicholas. 'I shouldn't have thought it, I confess.' They exchanged no further words, and there Nicholas stood, listening to the loud breathing of Newman Noggs, and imagining that his nose seemed to glow like a red hot coal, even in the midst of the darkness which enshrouded them. Suddenly the sound of cautious footsteps attracted his ear, and directly afterwards a female voice inquired if the gentleman was there. 'Yes,' replied Nicholas, turning towards the corner from which the voice proceeded. 'Who is that?' 'Only me, sir,' replied the voice. 'Now, if you please, ma'am.' A gleam of light shone into the place, and presently the servant girl appeared, bearing a light, and followed by her young mistress, who seemed to be overwhelmed by modesty and confusion. At sight of the young lady, Nicholas started and changed colour, his heart beat violently, and he stood rooted to the spot. At that instant, and almost simultaneously with her arrival and that of the candle, there was heard a loud and furious knocking at the street door, which caused Newman Noggs to jump up with great agility from a beer barrel on which he had been seated astride, and to exclaim abruptly, with a face of ashy paleness, 'Bobster, by the Lord!' The young lady shrieked, the attendant wrung her hands, Nicholas gazed from one to the other in apparent stupefaction, and Newman hurried to and fro, thrusting his hands into all his pockets successively, and drawing out the linings of every one, in the excess of his irresolution. It was but a moment, but the confusion crowded into that one moment no imagination can exaggerate. 'Leave the house, for Heaven's sake. We have done wrong. We deserve it all,' cried the young lady. 'Leave the house, or I am ruined and undone for ever. Will you hear me say one word in explanation of this mischance?' But Nicholas might as well have spoken to the wind, for the young lady, with distracted looks, hurried up the stairs. He would have followed her, but Newman, twisting his hand in his coat collar, dragged him towards the passage by which they had entered. 'Let me go, Newman, in the devil's name!' cried Nicholas. 'I must speak to her. I will not leave this house without.' 'Reputation, character, violence. Consider,' said Newman, clinging round him with both arms, and hurrying him away. 'Let them open the door. We'll go as we came, directly it's shut. Come this way here.' Overpowered by the remonstrances of Newman, and the tears and prayers of the girl, and the tremendous knocking above, which had never ceased, Nicholas allowed himself to be hurried off; and precisely as Mr. Bobster made his entrance by the street door, he and Noggs made their exit by the area gate. They hurried away through several streets without stopping or speaking. At last they halted and confronted each other with blank and rueful faces. 'Never mind,' said Newman, gasping for breath. 'Don't be cast down. It's all right. More fortunate next time. It couldn't be helped. I did my part.' 'Excellently,' replied Nicholas, taking his hand. 'Excellently, and like the true and zealous friend you are. Only mind, I am not disappointed, Newman, and feel just as much indebted to you only it was the wrong lady.' 'Eh?' cried Newman Noggs. 'Taken in by the servant?' 'Newman, Newman,' said Nicholas, laying his hand upon his shoulder. 'It was the wrong servant too.' Newman's under jaw dropped, and he gazed at Nicholas with his sound eye fixed fast and motionless in his head. 'Don't take it to heart,' said Nicholas. 'It's of no consequence. You see I don't care about it. You followed the wrong person, that's all.' That was all. Whether Newman Noggs had looked round the pump in a slanting direction so long that his sight became impaired, or whether, finding that there was time to spare, he had recruited himself with a few drops of something stronger than the pump could yield, by whatsoever means it had come to pass, this was his mistake, and Nicholas went home to brood upon it, and to meditate upon the charms of the unknown young lady, now as far beyond his reach as ever. Chapter 40. Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 41. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 41. Containing some romantic passages between Mrs. Nickleby and the gentleman in the small clothes next door. Ever since her last momentous conversation with her son, Mrs. Nickleby had begun to display unusual care in the adornment of her person, gradually superadding to those staid and matronly habiliments which had up to that time formed her ordinary attire, a variety of embellishments and decorations, slight perhaps in themselves, but taken together and considered with reference to the subject of her disclosure, of no mean importance. Even her black dress assumed something of a deadly livery air from the jaunty style in which it was worn, and eked out as its lingering attractions were, by a prudent disposal, here and there, of certain juvenile ornaments of little or no value, which had, for that reason alone, escaped the general wreck and been permitted to slumber peacefully in odd corners of old drawers and boxes where daylight seldom shone. Her mourning garments assumed quite a new character. From being the outward tokens of respect and sorrow for the dead, they became converted into signals of very slaughterous and killing designs upon the living. Mrs. Nickleby might have been stimulated to this proceeding by a lofty sense of duty and impulses of unquestionable excellence. She might, by this time, have become impressed with the sinfulness of long indulgence in unavailing woe, or the necessity of setting a proper example of neatness and decorum to her blooming daughter. Considerations of duty and responsibility apart, the change might have taken its rise in feelings of the purest and most disinterested charity. The gentleman next door had been vilified by Nicholas, rudely stigmatized as a dotard and an idiot, and for these attacks upon his understanding Mrs. Nickleby was in some sort accountable. She might have felt that it was the act of a good Christian to show by all means in her power that the abused gentleman was neither the one nor the other, and what better means could she adopt towards so virtuous and laudable an end, than proving to all men in her own person that his passion was the most rational and reasonable in the world, and just the very result of all others, which discreet and thinking persons might have foreseen from her incautiously displaying her matured charms, without reserve, under the very eye, as it were, of an ardent and too susceptible man. 'Ah!' said Mrs. Nickleby, gravely shaking her head, 'if Nicholas knew what his poor dear papa suffered before we were engaged, when I used to hate him, he would have a little more feeling. Shall I ever forget the morning I looked scornfully at him when he offered to carry my parasol, or that night when I frowned at him? It was a mercy he didn't emigrate. It very nearly drove him to it.' Whether the deceased might not have been better off if he had emigrated in his bachelor days, was a question which his relict did not stop to consider; for Kate entered the room with her work box, in this stage of her reflections, and a much slighter interruption, or no interruption at all, would have diverted Mrs. Nickleby's thoughts into a new channel at any time. 'Kate, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'I don't know how it is, but a fine warm summer day like this, with the birds singing in every direction, always puts me in mind of a roast pig, with sage and onion sauce, and made gravy.' 'That's a curious association of ideas, is it not, mama?' 'Upon my word, my dear, I don't know,' replied Mrs. Nickleby. 'Roast pig. Let me see. On the day 5 weeks after you were christened, we had a roast. No, that couldn't have been a pig either, because I recollect there were a pair of them to carve, and your poor papa and I could never have thought of sitting down to 2 pigs. They must have been partridges. Roast pig. I hardly think we ever could have had one, now I come to remember, for your papa could never bear the sight of them in the shops, and used to say that they always put him in mind of very little babies, only the pigs had much fairer complexions, and he had a horror of little babies too, because he couldn't very well afford any increase to his family, and had a natural dislike to the subject.
It's very odd now. What can have put that into my head? I recollect dining once at Mrs. Bevan's, in that broad street round the corner by the coachmaker's, where the tipsy man fell through the cellar flap of an empty house nearly a week before the quarter day, and wasn't found till the new tenant went in. And we had roast pig there. It must be that, I think, that reminds me of it, especially as there was a little bird in the room that would keep on singing all the time of dinner. At least, not a little bird, for it was a parrot, and he didn't sing exactly, for he talked and swore dreadfully, but I think it must be that. Indeed, I am sure it must. Shouldn't you say so, my dear?
I should say there was not a doubt about it, mama,' returned Kate, with a cheerful smile.
'No, but do you think so, Kate?' said Mrs. Nickleby, with as much gravity as if it were a question of the most imminent and thrilling interest. 'If you don't, say so at once, you know, because it's just as well to be correct, particularly on a point of this kind, which is very curious and worth settling while one thinks about it.'
Kate laughingly replied that she was quite convinced, and as her mama still appeared undetermined whether it was not absolutely essential that the subject should be renewed, proposed that they should take their work into the summer house, and enjoy the beauty of the afternoon. Mrs. Nickleby readily assented, and to the summer house they repaired without further discussion.
'Well, I will say,' observed Mrs. Nickleby, as she took her seat, 'that there never was such a good creature as Smike. Upon my word, the pains he has taken in putting this little arbour to rights, and training the sweetest flowers about it, are beyond anything I could have. I wish he wouldn't put all the gravel on your side, Kate, my dear, though, and leave nothing but mould for me.'
'Dear mama,' returned Kate hastily, 'take this seat. Do, to oblige me, mama.'
'No, indeed, my dear, I shall keep my own side,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'Well, I declare!' Kate looked up inquiringly. 'If he hasn't been,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'and got from somewhere or other a couple of roots of those flowers that I said I was so fond of the other night, and asked you if you were not no, that you said you were so fond of the other night, and asked me if I wasn't. It's the same thing. Now, upon my word, I take that as very kind and attentive indeed. I don't see,' added Mrs. Nickleby, looking narrowly about her, 'any of them on my side, but I suppose they grow best near the gravel. You may depend upon it they do, Kate, and that's the reason they are all near you, and he has put the gravel there, and because it's the sunny side. Upon my word, that's very clever now. I shouldn't have had half as much thought myself.'
'Mama,' said Kate, bending over her work so that her face was almost hidden, 'before you were married '
'Dear me, Kate,' interrupted Mrs. Nickleby, 'what, in the name of goodness graciousness, makes you fly off to the time before I was married, when I'm talking to you about his thoughtfulness and attention to me? You don't seem to take the smallest interest in the garden.'
'Oh, mama,' said Kate, raising her face again, 'you know I do.'
'Well then, my dear, why don't you praise the neatness and prettiness with which it's kept?' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'How very odd you are, Kate!'
'I do praise it, mama,' answered Kate, gently.
'Poor fellow!' 'I scarcely ever hear you, my dear,' retorted Mrs. Nickleby. 'That's all I've got to say.'
By this time the good lady had been a long while upon one topic, so she fell at once into her daughter's little trap, if trap it were, and inquired what she had been going to say. 'About what, mama?' said Kate, who had apparently quite forgotten her diversion.
'Lor, Kate, my dear,' returned her mother, 'why, you're asleep or stupid. About the time before I was married.'
'Oh yes,' said Kate, 'I remember. I was going to ask, mama, before you were married, had you many suitors?'
'Suitors, my dear!' cried Mrs. Nickleby, with a smile of wonderful complacency. 'First and last, Kate, I must have had a dozen at least. 'Mama,' returned Kate, in a tone of remonstrance. 'I had indeed, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'not including your poor papa, or a young gentleman who used to go at that time to the same dancing school, and who would send gold watches and bracelets to our house in gilt edged paper, which were always returned, and who afterwards unfortunately went out to Botany Bay in a cadetship a convict ship I mean and escaped into a bush, and killed sheep I don't know how they got there and was going to be hung, only he accidentally choked himself, and the government pardoned him. Then there was young Lukin,' said Mrs. Nickleby, beginning with her left thumb and checking off the name on her fingers, 'Mowgli, Tipslark, Carberry, Smith, sir.' Having now reached her little finger, Mrs. Nickleby was carrying the account over to the other hand, when a loud 'Hem!' which appeared to come from the very foundation of the garden wall, gave both herself and her daughter a violent start. 'Mama, what was that?' said Kate, in a low tone of voice. 'Upon my word, my dear,' returned Mrs. Nickleby, considerably startled, 'unless it was the gentleman belonging to the next house, I don't know what it could possibly ' 'Ahem!' cried the same voice, and that, not in the tone of an ordinary clearing of the throat, but in a kind of bellow which woke up all the echoes of the neighbourhood, and was prolonged to an extent which must have made the unseen bellower quite black in the face. 'I understand it now, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby, laying her hand on Kate's. 'Don't be alarmed, my love, it's not directed to you, and it's not intended to frighten anybody. Let us give everybody their due, Kate, I am bound to say that.' So saying, Mrs. Nickleby nodded her head, and patted the back of her daughter's hand a great many times, and looked as if she could tell something vastly important if she chose, but had self denial, thank Heaven, and wouldn't do it. 'What do you mean, mama?' demanded Kate, in evident surprise. 'Don't be flurried, my dear,' replied Mrs. Nickleby, looking towards the garden wall, 'for you see I'm not, and if it would be excusable in anybody to be flurried, it certainly would, under all the circumstances, be excusable in me. But I am not, Kate, not at all.'
'It seems designed to attract our attention, mama,' said Kate.
'It is designed to attract our attention, my dear, at least,' rejoined Mrs. Nickleby, drawing herself up, and patting her daughter's hand more blandly than before, 'to attract the attention of one of us. Hem! You needn't be at all uneasy, my dear.'
Kate looked very much perplexed, and was apparently about to ask for further explanation, when a shouting and scuffling noise, as of an elderly gentleman whooping and kicking up his legs on loose gravel with great violence, was heard to proceed from the same direction as the former sounds, and before they had subsided, a large cucumber was seen to shoot up in the air with the velocity of a sky rocket, whence it descended, tumbling over and over, until it fell at Mrs. Nickleby's feet. This remarkable appearance was succeeded by another of a precisely similar description. Then a fine vegetable marrow of unusually large dimensions was seen to whirl aloft and come toppling down. Then several cucumbers shot up together, and finally the air was darkened by a shower of onions, turnip radishes, and other small vegetables, which fell rolling and scattering and bumping about in all directions. As Kate rose from her seat in some alarm, and caught her mother's hand to run with her into the house, she felt herself rather retarded than assisted in her intention, and following the direction of Mrs. Nickleby's eyes, was quite terrified by the apparition of an old black velvet cap, which by slow degrees, as if its wearer were ascending a ladder or a pair of steps, rose above the wall dividing the garden from that of the next cottage, which, like their own, was a detached building, and was gradually followed by a very large head, and an old face in which were a pair of most extraordinary grey eyes, very wild, very wide open and rolling in their sockets, with a dull, languishing, leering look most ugly to behold. 'Mama!' cried Kate, really terrified for the moment, 'why do you stop? Why do you lose an instant? Mama, pray come in.' 'Kate, my dear,' returned her mother, still holding back,
How can you be so foolish? I'm ashamed of you. How do you suppose you are ever to get through life if you're such a coward as this? What do you want, sir?' said Mrs. Nickleby, addressing the intruder with a sort of simpering displeasure. 'How dare you look into this garden?' 'Queen of my soul,' replied the stranger, folding his hands together, 'this goblet sip.' 'Nonsense, sir,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'Kate, my love, pray be quiet.' 'Won't you sip the goblet?' urged the stranger, with his head imploringly on one side, and his right hand on his breast. 'Oh, do sip the goblet.' 'I shall not consent to do anything of the kind, sir,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'Pray begone.' 'Why is it,' said the old gentleman, coming up a step higher, and leaning his elbows on the wall, with as much complacency as if he were looking out of window, 'why is it that beauty is always obdurate, even when admiration is as honourable and respectful as mine?' Here he smiled, kissed his hand, and made several low bows. 'Is it owing to the bees who, when the honey season is over, and they are supposed to have been killed with brimstone, in reality fly to Barbary and lull the captive Moors to sleep with their drowsy songs? Or is it,' he added, dropping his voice almost to a whisper, 'in consequence of the statue at Charing Cross having been lately seen on the Stock Exchange at midnight, walking arm in arm with the pump from Aldgate in a riding habit?' 'Mama,' murmured Kate, 'do you hear him?' 'Hush, my dear,' replied Mrs. Nickleby, in the same tone of voice. 'He is very polite, and I think that was a quotation from the poets. Pray don't worry me so, you'll pinch my arm black and blue. Go away, sir.' 'Quite away?' said the gentleman, with a languishing look. 'Oh, quite away?' 'Yes,' returned Mrs. Nickleby, 'certainly. You have no business here. This is private property, sir. You ought to know that.' 'I do know,' said the old gentleman, laying his finger on his nose with an air of familiarity most reprehensible, 'that this is a sacred and enchanted spot, where the most divine charms,' here he kissed his hand and bowed again, 'waft mellifluousness over the neighbour's garden, and force the fruits and vegetables into premature existence. That fact I am acquainted with. But will you permit me, fairest creature, to ask you one question in the absence of the planet Venus, who has gone on business to the Horse Guards, and would otherwise, jealous of your superior charms, interpose between us?' 'Kate,' observed Mrs. Nickleby, turning to her daughter, 'it's very awkward. Positively, I really don't know what to say to this gentleman. One ought to be civil, you know.' 'Dear mama,' rejoined Kate, 'don't say a word to him, but let us run away as fast as we can, and shut ourselves up till Nicholas comes home.' Mrs. Nickleby, looking very grand, not to say contemptuous, at this humiliating proposal, and turning to the old gentleman, who had watched them during these whispers with absorbing eagerness, said, 'If you will conduct yourself, sir, like the gentleman I should imagine you to be from your language and appearance, quite the counterpart of your grandpapa, Kate, my dear, in his best days, and will put your question to me in plain words, I will answer it.' If Mrs. Nickleby's excellent papa had borne, in his best days, a resemblance to the neighbour now looking over the wall, he must have been, to say the least, a very queer looking old gentleman in his prime. Perhaps Kate thought so, for she ventured to glance at his living portrait with some attention, as he took off his black velvet cap, and exhibiting a perfectly bald head, made a long series of bows, each accompanied with a fresh kiss of the hand. After exhausting himself, to all appearance, with this fatiguing performance, he covered his head once more, pulled the cap very carefully over the tips of his ears, and resuming his former attitude, said, 'The question is,' here he broke off to look round in every direction, and satisfy himself beyond all doubt that there were no listeners near. Assured that there were not, he tapped his nose several times, accompanying the action with a cunning look, as though congratulating himself on his caution, and stretching out his neck, said in a loud whisper, 'Are you a princess? You are mocking me, sir, replied Mrs. Nickleby, making a feint of retreating towards the house. No, but are you? Said the old gentleman. You know I am not, sir, replied Mrs. Nickleby. Then are you any relation to the Archbishop of Canterbury? Inquired the old gentleman with great anxiety. Or to the Pope of Rome? Or to the Speaker of the House of Commons? Forgive me if I am wrong, but I was told you were niece to the Commissioners of Paving, and daughter-in-law to the Lord Mayor and Court of Common Council, which would account for your relationship to all three. Whoever has spread such reports, sir, returned Mrs. Nickleby with some warmth, has taken great liberties with my name, and one which I am sure my son Nicholas, if he was aware of it, would not allow for an instant. The idea, said Mrs. Nickleby, drawing herself up. Niece to the Commissioners of Paving. Pray, mama, come away, whispered Kate. Pray, mama, nonsense, Kate, said Mrs. Nickleby angrily. But that's just the way. If they had said I was niece to a piping bullfinch, what would you care? But I have no sympathy, whimpered Mrs. Nickleby. I don't expect it, that's one thing. Tears! Cried the old gentleman with such an energetic jump that he fell down 2 or 3 steps and grated his chin against the wall. Catch the crystal goblets, catch 'em, bottle 'em up, cork 'em tight, put sealing wax on the top, seal 'em with a cupid, label 'em best quality, and stow 'em away in the 14 bin with a bar of iron on the top to keep the thunder off. Issuing these commands as if there were a dozen attendants all actively engaged in their execution, he turned his velvet cap inside out, put it on with great dignity so as to obscure his right eye and 3/4 of his nose, and sticking his arms akimbo, looked very fiercely at a sparrow hard by, till the bird flew away, when he put his cap in his pocket with an air of great satisfaction, and addressed himself with respectful demeanour to Mrs. Nickleby. Beautiful madam, were his words, if I have made any mistake with regard to your family or connections, I humbly beseech you to pardon me. If I suppose you to be related to foreign powers or native boards, it is because you have a manner, a carriage, a dignity, which you will excuse my saying that none but yourself, with the single exception perhaps of the tragic muse, when playing extemporaneously on the barrel organ before the East India Company, can parallel. I am not a youth, ma'am, as you see, and although beings like you can never grow old, I venture to presume that we are fitted for each other. Really, Kate, my love, said Mrs. Nickleby faintly, and looking another way. I have estates, ma'am, said the old gentleman, flourishing his right hand negligently, as if he made very light of such matters, and speaking very fast. Jewels, lighthouses, fish ponds, a whalery of my own in the North Sea, and several oyster beds of great profit in the Pacific Ocean. If you will have the kindness to step down to the Royal Exchange, and to take the cocked hat off the stoutest beadle's head, you will find my card in the lining of the crown, wrapped up in a piece of blue paper. My walking stick is also to be seen on application to the chaplain of the House of Commons, who is strictly forbidden to take any money for showing it. I have enemies about me, ma'am," he looked towards his house and spoke very low, "who attack me on all occasions, and wish to secure my property. If you bless me with your hand and heart, you can apply to the Lord Chancellor, or call out the military if necessary. Sending my toothpick to the Commander-in-Chief will be sufficient, and so clear the house of them before the ceremony is performed. After that, love, bliss, and rapture, rapture, love, and bliss. Be mine, be mine." Repeating these last words with great rapture and enthusiasm, the old gentleman put on his black velvet cap again, and looking up into the sky in a hasty manner, said something that was not quite intelligible concerning a balloon he expected, and which was rather after its time. "Be mine, repeated the old gentleman. Kate, my dear,' said Mrs. Nickleby, 'I have hardly the power to speak, but it is necessary for the happiness of all parties that this matter should be set at rest for ever.' 'Surely there is no necessity for you to say one word, mama,' reasoned Kate. 'You will allow me, my dear, if you please, to judge for myself,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'Be mine, be mine!' cried the old gentleman. 'It can scarcely be expected, sir,' said Mrs. Nickleby, fixing her eyes modestly on the ground, 'that I should tell a stranger whether I feel flattered and obliged by such proposals or not. They certainly are made under very singular circumstances. Still, at the same time, as far as it goes, and to a certain extent, of course,' Mrs. Nickleby's customary qualification, 'they must be gratifying and agreeable to one's feelings.' 'Be mine, be mine!' cried the old gentleman. 'Gog and Magog, Gog and Magog, be mine, be mine!' 'It will be sufficient for me to say, sir,' resumed Mrs. Nickleby with perfect seriousness, 'and I'm sure you'll see the propriety of taking an answer and going away, that I have made up my mind to remain a widow, and to devote myself to my children. You may not suppose I am the mother of two children. Indeed, many people have doubted it, and said that nothing on earth could ever make 'em believe it possible. But it is the case, and they are both grown up. We shall be very glad to have you for a neighbour, very glad, delighted, I'm sure. But in any other character it's quite impossible, quite. As to my being young enough to marry again, that perhaps may be so, or it may not be, but I couldn't think of it for an instant, not on any account whatever. I said I never would, and I never will. It's a very painful thing to have to reject proposals, and I would much rather that none were made. At the same time, this is the answer that I determined long ago to make, and this is the answer I shall always give.' These observations were partly addressed to the old gentleman, partly to Kate, and partly delivered in soliloquy. Towards their conclusion, the suitor evinced a very irreverent degree of inattention, and Mrs. Nickleby had scarcely finished speaking, when, to the great terror both of that lady and her daughter, he suddenly flung off his coat, and springing on the top of the wall, threw himself into an attitude which displayed his small clothes and grey worsteds to the fullest advantage, and concluded by standing on one leg and repeating his favourite bellow with increased vehemence. While he was still dwelling on the last note, and embellishing it with a prolonged flourish, a dirty hand was observed to glide stealthily and swiftly along the top of the wall, as if in pursuit of a fly, and then to clasp with the utmost dexterity one of the old gentleman's ankles. This done, the companion hand appeared and clasped the other ankle. Thus encumbered, the old gentleman lifted his legs awkwardly once or twice, as if they were very clumsy and imperfect pieces of machinery, and then, looking down on his own side of the wall, burst into a loud laugh. 'It's you, is it?' said the old gentleman. 'Yes, it's me,' replied a gruff voice. 'How's the Emperor of Tartary?' said the old gentleman. 'Oh, he's much the same as usual,' was the reply. 'No better and no worse.' 'The young Prince of China,' said the old gentleman with much interest. 'Is he reconciled to his father-in-law, the great potato salesman?' 'No,' answered the gruff voice, 'and he says he never will be, that's more.' 'If that's the case,' observed the old gentleman, 'perhaps I'd better come down.' 'Well,' said the man on the other side, 'I think you had, perhaps.' One of the hands being then cautiously unclasped, the old gentleman dropped into a sitting posture, and was looking round to smile and bow to Mrs. Nickleby, when he disappeared with some precipitation, as if his legs had been pulled from below. Very much relieved by his disappearance, Kate was turning to speak to her mama, when the dirty hands again became visible, and were immediately followed by the figure of a coarse squat man, who ascended by the steps which had been recently occupied by their singular neighbour. 'Beg your pardon, ladies,' said this newcomer, grinning and touching his hat. 'Has he been making love to either of you?' 'Yes,' said Kate. 'Ah!' rejoined the man, taking his handkerchief out of his hat and wiping his face. He always will, you know. Nothing will prevent his making love. I need not ask you if he is out of his mind, poor creature,' said Kate. 'Why, no,' replied the man, looking into his hat, throwing his handkerchief in at one dab, and putting it on again. 'That's pretty plain, that is.' 'Has he been long so?' asked Kate. 'A long while.' 'And is there no hope for him?' said Kate compassionately. 'Not a bit, and don't deserve to be,' replied the keeper. 'He's a deal pleasanter without his senses than with 'em. He was the cruellest, wickedest, out and outerest old flint that ever drawed breath.' 'Indeed!' said Kate. 'By George!' replied the keeper, shaking his head so emphatically that he was obliged to frown to keep his hat on. 'I never come across such a vagabond, and my mate says the same. Broke his poor wife's heart, turned his daughters out of doors, drove his sons into the street. It was a blessing he went mad at last, though evil tempers and covetousness and selfishness and guzzling and drinking, or he'd have drove many others so. Hope for him, an old rip! There isn't too much hope going, but I'll bet a crown that what there is saved for more deserving chaps than him, anyhow.' With which confession of his faith, the keeper shook his head again, as much as to say that nothing short of this would do, if things were to go on at all, and touching his hat sulkily, not that he was in an ill humour, but that his subject ruffled him, descended the ladder and took it away. During this conversation, Mrs. Nickleby had regarded the man with a severe and steadfast look. She now heaved a profound sigh, and pursing up her lips, shook her head in a slow and doubtful manner. 'Poor creature!' said Kate. 'Ah, poor indeed!' rejoined Mrs. Nickleby. 'It's shameful that such things should be allowed. Shameful!' 'How can they be helped, mama?' said Kate mournfully. 'The infirmities of nature.' 'Nature!' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'What! Do you suppose this poor gentleman is out of his mind?' 'Can anybody who sees him entertain any other opinion, mama?' 'Why then, I just tell you this, Kate,' returned Mrs. Nickleby, 'that he is nothing of the kind, and I am surprised you can be so imposed upon. It's some plot of these people to possess themselves of his property. Didn't he say so himself? He may be a little odd and flighty, perhaps many of us are that but downright mad, and express himself as he does, respectfully, and in quite poetical language, and making offers with so much thought and care and prejudice, not as if he ran into the streets and went down upon his knees to the first chit of a girl he met, as a madman would. No, no, Kate. There's a great deal too much method in his madness. Depend upon that, my dear. End of chapter 41. Nicholas Nickleby, chapter 42. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, chapter 42, illustrative of the convivial sentiment that the best of friends must sometimes part. The pavement of Snow Hill had been baking and frying all day in the heat, and the twain Saracens' heads guarding the entrance to the hostelry of whose name and sign they are the duplicate presentiments, looked, or seemed, in the eyes of jaded and footsore passers-by to look, more vicious than usual, after blistering and scorching in the sun, when, in one of the inn's smallest sitting-rooms, through whose open window there rose in a palpable steam wholesome exhalations from reeking coach-horses, the usual furniture of a tea-table was displayed in neat and inviting order, flanked by large joints of roast and boiled, a tongue, a pigeon-pie, a cold fowl, a tankard of ale, and other little matters of the like kind, which, in degenerate towns and cities, are generally understood to belong more particularly to solid lunches, stage coaches, dinners, or unusually substantial breakfasts. Mr. John Browdie, with his hands in his pockets, hovered restlessly about these delicacies, stopping occasionally to whisk the flies out of the sugar basin with his wife's pocket handkerchief, or to dip a teaspoon in the milk pot and carry it to his mouth, or to cut off a little knob of crust and a little corner of meat and swallow them at two gulps like a couple of pills. After every one of these flirtations with the eatables, he pulled out his watch and declared with an earnestness quite pathetic that he couldn't undertake to hold out 2 minutes longer. Tilly,' said John to his lady, who was reclining half awake and half asleep upon a sofa. 'Well, John?' 'Well, John,' retorted her husband impatiently, 'dost thou feel hungry, lass?' 'Not very,' said Mrs. Browdie. 'Not very,' repeated John, raising his eyes to the ceiling. 'Hear her say not very, and us dining at 3, and lunching off pastry that aggravates a mon, 'stead of pacifying him. Not very.' 'Here's a gentleman for you, sir,' said the waiter, looking in. 'A what for me?' cried John, as though he thought it must be a letter or a parcel. 'A gentleman, sir.' 'Stars and garters, chap,' said John, 'what dost thou come and say thot for? In wi' 'em.' 'Are you at home, sir?' 'At whoam!' cried John. 'I wish I were. I had tea'd 2 hour ago. Why, I told t'other chap to look sharp outside door, and tell un directly ye come that we were fait wi' hunger. In wi' 'un. Aha! Thee on, Mester Nickleby. This is nigh to be the proodest day o' my life, sir. Hoo be all well wi' ye? Ding! But I'm glod o' this.' Quite forgetting even his hunger in the heartiness of his salutation, John Browdie shook Nicholas by the hand again and again, slapping his palm with great violence between each shake, to add warmth to the reception. 'Ah! There she be,' said John, observing the look which Nicholas directed towards his wife. 'There she be. We shan't quarrel about her now, eh? Ecod, when I think o' that! But thou wants something to eat. Fall to it, mun, fall to, and for what we are aboot to receive—' No doubt the grace was properly finished, but nothing more was heard, for John had already begun to play such a knife and fork that his speech was, for the time, gone. 'I shall take the usual licence, Mr. Browdie,' said Nicholas, as he placed a chair for the bride. 'Tak' whatever thou lik'st,' said John, 'and when's a gone, ca' for more.' Without stopping to explain, Nicholas kissed the blushing Mrs. Browdie, and handed her to her seat. 'I say,' said John, rather astounded for the moment, 'mak theeself quite at whoam, will 'ee?' 'You may depend upon that,' replied Nicholas, 'on one condition.' 'And what may thot be?' asked John. 'That you make me a godfather the very first time you have occasion for one.' 'Eh! D'ye hear thot?' cried John, laying down his knife and fork. 'A godfeyther! Ha ha ha! Tilly, hear tellin'! A godfeyther! Divn't say a word more. You'd never beat thot. Occasion for un. A godfeyther! Ha ha ha!' Never was man so tickled with a respectable old joke as John Browdie was with this. He chuckled, roared, half suffocated himself by laughing large pieces of beef into his windpipe, roared again, persisted in eating at the same time, got red in the face and black in the forehead, coughed, cried, got better, went off again, laughing inwardly, got worse, choked, had his back thumped, stamped about, frightened his wife, and at last recovered in a state of the last exhaustion, and with the water streaming from his eyes, but still faintly ejaculating, 'A godfeyther! A godfeyther, Tilly!' in a tone bespeaking an exquisite relish of the sally, which no suffering could diminish. 'You remember the night of our first tea drinking?' said Nicholas. 'Shall I e'er forget it, mun?' replied John Browdie. 'He was a desperate fellow that night though, was he not, Mrs. Browdie?' said Nicholas. 'Quite a monster.' 'If you had only heard him as we were going home, Mr. Nickleby, you'd have said so indeed,' returned the bride. 'I never was so frightened in all my life.' 'Coom, coom,' said John, with a broad grin. 'Thou know'st betther than thot, Tilly.' 'So I was,' replied Mrs. Browdie. 'I almost made up my mind never to speak to you again.' 'A'most!' said John, with a broader grin than the last. 'A'most made up her mind! And she were coaxing and coaxing, and wheedling o' the blessed way. "What didst thou let yon chap make up to thee for?" says I. "I didn't, John," says she, a squeedging my arm. "You didn't," says I. "No," says she, a squeedging of me again. "Lor, John," interposed his pretty wife, colouring very much, "how can you talk such nonsense? As if I should have dreamt of such a thing!" "I dinnot know whether thou'd ever dreamt of it, though I think that's loike enough, mind," retorted John, "but thou didst it. And a feeckle changeable weathercock, lass," says I. "Not feeckle, John," says he. "Yes," says I, "feeckle, domn feeckle." "Dinnot tell me thou bean't, either yon chap at schoolmeasther's," says I. "Him," says she, quite screeching. "Ah! Him," says I. "Why, John," says she, and she come a deal closer and squeedged a deal harder than she'd done afore. "Dost thou think it's nat'ral now, that having such a proper man as thou to keep company wi', I'd ever take up wi' such a little scanty whipper snapper as yon?" she says. "Ha ha ha!" she said, "whipper snapper! Ecod," I says, "after thot name the day, and let's have it ower. Ha ha ha!" Nicholas laughed very heartily at this story, both on account of its telling against himself, and his being desirous to spare the blushes of Mrs. Browdie, whose protestations were drowned in peals of laughter from her husband. His good nature soon put her at ease, and although she still denied the charge, she laughed so heartily at it that Nicholas had the satisfaction of feeling assured that in all essential respects it was strictly true. "This is the second time," said Nicholas, "that we have ever taken a meal together, and only third that I have ever seen you, and yet it really seems to me as if I were among old friends." "Well," observed the Yorkshireman, "so I say." "And I am sure I do," added his young wife. "I have the best reason to be impressed with the feeling, mind," said Nicholas, "for if it had not been for your kindness of heart, my good friend, when I had no right or reason to expect it, I know not what might have become of me, or what plight I should have been in by this time." "Talk about summat else," replied John gruffly, "and dinnot bother." "It must be a new song to the same tune, then," said Nicholas, smiling. "I told you in my letter that I deeply felt and admired your sympathy with that poor lad whom you released at the risk of involving yourself in trouble and difficulty, but I can never tell you how grateful he and I, and others whom you don't know, are to you for taking pity on him." "Ecod!" rejoined John Browdie, drawing up his chair, "and I can never tell you how grateful some folks that we don't know would be likewise, if they knowed I'd ha' taken pity on 'em." "Ah!" exclaimed Mrs. Browdie, "what a state I was in that night!" "Were they at all disposed to give you credit for assisting in the escape?" inquired Nicholas of John Browdie. "Not a bit," replied the Yorkshireman, extending his mouth from ear to ear. "There I lay, snug in schoolmeasther's bed long after it was dark, and nobody come nigh the place. Well, thinks I, he's got a pretty good start, and if he bean't home by now he never will be, so you may come as quick as you like and find us ready. That is, you know schoolmeasther might come." "I understand," said Nicholas. "Presently," resumed John, "he did come. I heerd door shut downstairs, and him a walking up in the dark. Slow and steady, I says to myself, take your time, sir, no hurry. He comes to the door, turns the key when there warn't nothing to hold the lock, and ca's out, Hallo there! Yes, thinks I, you may do that again and not waken anybody, sir. Hallo there, he says, and then he stops. Thou'd betther not aggravate me, says schoolmaster, after a little time. I'll break every bone in your body, Smike, he says, after another little time. Then, all of a sudden, he sings out for a light, and when it comes, ecod, such a hurly-burly! What's the matter, says I. He's gone, says he, stark mad with vengeance. Have you heard nought? Says I heard a street door shut, no time at all ago. I had a person run down there, pointing t'other way, Help me, cries. I'll help you, says I, and off we set, the wrong way, ho ho ho!" "Did you go far?" asked Nicholas. "Far!" replied John. "I run him clear off his legs in quarter of an hour. To see old schoolmaster without his hat, skimming along up to his knees in mud and wather, tumbling over fences and rowling into dishes and bowling out like mad, with his one eye looking sharp out for the lad and his coat tails flying out behind, and him spattered with mud all over, face and all. I thought I should ha' dropped down and killed myself with laughing." John laughed so heartily at the mere recollection that he communicated the contagion to both his hearers, and all three burst into peals of laughter, which were renewed again and again until they could laugh no longer. "He's a bad 'un," said John, wiping his eyes, "a very bad 'un is schoolmaster." "I can't bear the sight of him, John," said his wife. "Come," retorted John, "thot's toddy in you, thot is. If it warn't along o' you, we shouldn't know nought about 'un. Thot know'd 'un first, Tilly, did thou?" "I couldn't help knowing Fanny Squeers, John," returned his wife. "She was an old playmate of mine, you know." "Well," replied John, "didn't I say so, lass? It's best to be neighbourly, and keep up old acquaintance like, and what I say is, don't quarrel if you can help it. Dinnot think so, Mr. Nickleby?" "Certainly," returned Nicholas, "and you acted upon that principle when I meet you on horseback on the road after our memorable evening." "Surely," said John, "what I say, I stick by." "And that's a fine thing to do, and manly too," said Nicholas, "though it's not exactly what we understand by coming Yorkshire over us in London. Miss Squeers is stopping with you, you said in your note?" "Yes," replied John, "Tilly's bridemaid, and a queer bridemaid she be too. She won't be a bride in a hurry, I reckon." "For shame, John," said Mrs. Browdie, with an acute perception of the joke though, being a bride herself. "The groom will be a blessed mon," said John, his eyes twinkling at the idea. "He'll be in luck, he will." "You see, Mr. Nickleby," said his wife, "that it was in consequence of her being here that John wrote to you and fixed tonight, because we thought it wouldn't be pleasant for you to meet after what has passed." 'Unquestionably you were right in that,' said Nicholas, interrupting. 'Especially,' observed Mrs. Browdie, looking very sly, 'after what we know about past and gone love matters.' 'We know indeed,' said Nicholas, shaking his head. 'You behaved rather wickedly there, I suspect.' 'O' course she did,' said John Browdie, passing his huge forefinger through one of his wife's pretty ringlets, and looking very proud of her. 'She were always as skittish and full o' tricks as a—' 'Well, as a what?' said his wife. 'As a woman,' returned John. 'Ding! But I didn't know aught else that comes near it.' 'You were speaking about Miss Squeers,' said Nicholas, with the view of stopping some slight connubialities which had begun to pass between Mr. and Mrs. Browdie, and which rendered the position of a third party in some degree embarrassing, as occasioning him to feel rather in the way than otherwise. 'Oh yes,' rejoined Mrs. Browdie. 'John fixed to night, because she had settled that she would go and drink tea with her father. And to make quite sure of there being nothing amiss, and of your being quite alone with us, he settled to go out there and fetch her home.' 'That was a very good arrangement,' said Nicholas, 'though I am sorry to be the occasion of so much trouble.' 'Not the least in the world,' returned Mrs. Browdie, 'for we have looked forward to see you, John and I have, with the greatest possible pleasure. Do you know, Mr. Nickleby,' said Mrs. Browdie, with her archest smile, 'that I really think Fanny Squeers was very fond of you?' 'I am very much obliged to her,' said Nicholas, 'but upon my word I never aspire to making any impression upon her virgin heart.' 'How you talk!' tittered Mrs. Browdie. 'No, but you do know that really, seriously now, and without any joking, I was given to understand by Fanny herself that you had made an offer to her, and that you were going to be engaged quite solemn and regular.' 'Was you, ma'am? Was you?' cried a shrill female voice. 'Was you given to understand that I was going to be engaged to an assassinating thief that shed the gore of my pa? Do you think, ma'am, that I was very fond of such dirt beneath my feet, as I couldn't condescend to touch with kitchen tongs, without blacking and crocking myself by the contract? Do you, ma'am? Do you? Oh, base and degrading 'Tilda!' With these reproaches, Miss Squeers flung the door wide open, and disclosed to the eyes of the astonished Browdies and Nicholas, not only her symmetrical form, arrayed in the chaste white garments before described, a little dirtier, but the form of her brother and father, the pair of Wackfords. 'This is the hend, is it?' continued Miss Squeers, who, being excited, aspirated her h's strongly. 'This is the hend, is it, of all my forbearance and friendship for that double faced thing, that viper, that mermaid?' Miss Squeers hesitated a long time for this last epithet, and brought it out triumphantly at last, as if it quite clinched the business. 'This is the hend, is it, of all my bearing with her deceitfulness, her lowness, her falseness, her laying herself out to catch the admiration of vulgar minds, in a way which made me blush for my gender,' suggested Mr. Squeers, regarding the spectators with a malevolent eye, literally a malevolent eye. 'Yes,' said Miss Squeers, 'but I thank my stars that my ma is of the same—'
'Hear, hear!' remarked Mr. Squeers. 'And I wish she was here to have a scratch at this company.'
'This is the hend, is it?' said Miss Squeers, tossing her head, and looking contemptuously at the floor, 'of my taking notice of that rubbishing creature, and demeaning myself to patronise her?' 'Oh, come!' rejoined Mrs. Browdie, disregarding all the endeavours of her spouse to restrain her, and forcing herself into a front row. 'Don't talk such nonsense as that.' 'Have I not patronised you, ma'am?' demanded Miss Squeers. 'No,' returned Mrs. Browdie. 'I will not look for blushes in such a quarter,' said Miss Squeers haughtily, 'for that countenance is a stranger to everything but hignominiousness and red-faced boldness.' 'I say,' interposed John Browdie, nettled by these accumulated attacks on his wife, 'draw it mild, draw it mild.' 'You, Mr. Browdie,' said Miss Squeers, taking him up very quickly, 'I pity. I have no feeling for you, sir, but one of unliquidated pity.' 'Oh!' said John. 'No,' said Miss Squeers, looking sideways at her parent. 'Although I AM a queer bridesmaid, and shan't be a bride in a hurry, although my husband WILL be in luck, I entertain no sentiments towards you, sir, but sentiments of pity.' Here Miss Squeers looked sideways at her father again, who looked sideways at her, as much as to say, 'There you had him.
I know what you've got to go through,' said Miss Squeers, shaking her curls violently. 'I know what life is before you, and if you was my bitterest and deadliest enemy, I could wish you nothing worse.' 'Couldn't you wish to be married to him yourself, if that was the case?' inquired Mrs. Browdie, with great suavity of manner. 'Oh, ma'am, how witty you are!' retorted Miss Squeers with a low curtsy. 'Almost as witty, ma'am, as you are clever. How very clever it was in you, ma'am, to choose a time when I had gone to tea with my pa, and was sure not to come back without being fetched. What a pity you never thought that other people might be as clever as yourself, and spoil your plans!' 'You won't vex me, child, with such airs as these,' said the late Miss Price, assuming the matron. 'Don't Mrs. me, ma'am, if you please,' returned Miss Squeers sharply. 'I'll not bear it. Is this the hen?' 'Dang it a'!' cried John Browdie impatiently. 'Say thee out, Fanny, and mak sure it's the end, and dinnot ask nobody whether it is or not.' 'Thanking you for your advice, which was not required, Mr. Browdie,' returned Miss Squeers with laborious politeness, 'have the goodness not to presume to meddle with my Christian name. Even my pity shall never make me forget what's due to myself, Mr. Browdie. 'Tilda,' said Miss Squeers with such a sudden accession of violence that John started in his boots, 'I throw you off for ever, miss. I abandon you. I renounce you. I wouldn't,' cried Miss Squeers in a solemn voice, 'have a child named 'Tilda, not to save it from its grave.' 'As for the matther o' that,' observed John, 'it'll be time enough to think about naming of it when it comes.' 'John,' interposed his wife, 'don't tease her.' 'Oh, tease indeed!' cried Miss Squeers, bridling up. 'Tease indeed! He he! Tease too! No, don't tease her. Consider her feelings, pray.' 'If it's fated that listeners are never to hear any good of themselves,' said Mrs. Browdie, 'I can't help it, and I am very sorry for it. But I will say, Fanny, that times out of number I have spoken so kindly of you behind your back, that even you could have found no fault with what I said.' 'Oh, I dare say not, ma'am,' cried Miss Squeers with another curtsy. 'Best thanks to you for your goodness, and begging and praying you not to be hard upon me another time.' 'I don't know,' resumed Mrs. Browdie, 'that I have said anything very bad of you even now. At all events, what I did say was quite true; but if I have, I am very sorry for it, and I beg your pardon. You have said much worse of me scores of times, Fanny, but I have never borne any malice to you, and I hope you'll not bear any to me.' Miss Squeers made no direct reply than surveying her former friend from top to toe, and elevating her nose in the air with ineffable disdain. But some indistinct allusions to a puss and a minx, and a contemptible creature, escaped her, and this, together with a severe biting of the lips, great difficulty in swallowing, and very frequent comings and goings of breath, seemed to imply that feelings were swelling in Miss Squeers's bosom too great for utterance. While the foregoing conversation was proceeding, Master Wackford, finding himself unnoticed, and feeling his preponderating inclination strong upon him, had by little and little sidled up to the table and attacked the food with such slight skirmishing as drawing his fingers round and round the inside of the plates, and afterwards sucking them with infinite relish, picking the bread and dragging the pieces over the surface of the butter, pocketing lumps of sugar, pretending all the time to be absorbed in thought, and so forth. Finding that no interference was attempted with these small liberties, he gradually mounted to greater, and after helping himself to a moderately good cold collation, was by this time deep in the pie. Nothing of this had been unobserved by Mr. Squeers, who, so long as the attention of the company was fixed upon other objects, hugged himself to think that his son and heir should be fattening at the enemy's expense. But there being now an appearance of a temporary calm in which the proceedings of little Wackford could scarcely fail to be observed, he feigned to be aware of the circumstance for the first time, and inflicted upon the face of that young gentleman a slap that made the very teacups ring.
'Eating,' cried Mr. Squeers, 'of what his father's enemies has left, it's fit to go and poison you, you unnatural boy.'
'It won't hurt him,' said John, apparently very much relieved by the prospect of having a man in the quarrel. 'Let un eat. I wish the whole school was here. I'd give him summat to stay at their unfortunate stomachs with, if I spent the last penny I had.' Squeers scowled at him with the worst and most malicious expression of which his face was capable (it was a face of remarkable capability too, in that way), and shook his fist stealthily. 'Come, come, schoolmaster,' said John, 'dinnot make a fool o' thyself, for if I was to shake mine, only once, thou'd fa' done wi' the wind o' it.
'It was you, was it,' returned Squeers, 'that helped off my runaway boy? It was you, was it?'
'Me!' returned John, in a loud voice. 'Yes, it was me. Come, what o' that? It wa me. Now then.'
'You hear him say he did it, my child,' said Squeers, appealing to his daughter. 'You hear him say he did it.'
'Did it!' cried John. 'I'll tell 'ee more. Hear this too. If thou'd got another runaway boy, I'd do it again. If thou got 20 runaway boys, I'd do it 20 times ower, and 20 more to that. And I tell thee more,' said John, 'nor my blood is up, that thou'rt an old rascal, and that it's well for thou be'est an old one, or I'd ha' pounded thee to flour when thou told an honest man how thou licked that poor chap in the coach.'
'An honest man!' cried Squeers, with a sneer.
'Ah, an honest man,' replied John. 'Honest in aught but ever putting legs on the same table with such as thou.'
'Scandal!' said Squeers, exultingly. 'Two witnesses to it. Wackford knows the nature of an oath, he does. We shall have you there, sir. Rascal, eh?' Mr. Squeers took out his pocket book and made a note of it. 'Very good. I should say that was worth full £20 at the next assizes, without the honesty, sir.'
'Seizes!' cried John. 'Thou'd better not talk to me of Seizes. Yorkshire schools have been showed up at Seizes afore now, man, and it's a ticklish subject to revive, I can tell ye.' Mr. Squeers shook his head in a threatening manner, looking very white with passion, and taking his daughter's arm, and dragging little Wackford by the hand, retreated towards the door.
'As for you,'
said Squeers, turning round and addressing Nicholas, who, as he had caused him to smart pretty soundly on a former occasion, purposely abstained from taking any part in the discussion,
'see if I ain't down on you before long. You'll go a kidnapping of boys, will you? Take care their fathers don't turn up. Mark that. Take care their fathers don't turn up, and send 'em back to me to do as I like with in spite of you.'
'I am not afraid of that,' replied Nicholas, shrugging his shoulders contemptuously, and turning away.
'Ain't you?' retorted
Squeers, with a diabolical look.
'Now then, come along.'
'I leave such society with my pa for hever,' said Miss Squeers, looking contemptuously and loftily round. 'I am defiled by breathing the air with such creatures. Poor Mr. Browdie, he, he, he! I do pity him, that I do, he's so deluded, he, he, he! Artful and designing 'Tilda!' With this sudden relapse into the sternest and most majestic wrath, Miss Squeers swept from the room, and having sustained her dignity until the last possible moment, was heard to sob and scream and struggle in the passage. John Browdie remained standing behind the table, looking from his wife to Nicholas, and back again, with his mouth wide open, until his hand accidentally fell upon the tankard of ale, when he took it up, and having obscured his features therewith for some time, drew a long breath, handed it over to Nicholas, and rang the bell. 'Here, waiter,' said John briskly. 'Look alive here. Take these things away, and let's have summat broiled for supper. Very comfortable and plenty of it at 10 o'clock. Bring some brandy and some wather, and a pair of slippers, the largest pair in the house, and be quick about it. Dash my wig,' said John, rubbing his hands. 'There's no ganging out to night, no, to fetch anybody warm, and ecod we'll spend the evening in earnest. End of chapter 42. Nicholas Nickleby, chapter 43. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby, by Charles Dickens, chapter 43, officiates as a kind of gentleman usher in bringing various people together. The storm had long given place to a calm the most profound, and the evening was pretty far advanced. Indeed, supper was over, and the process of digestion proceeding as favourably as, under the influence of complete tranquillity, cheerful conversation, and a moderate allowance of brandy and water, most wise men conversant with the anatomy and functions of the human frame will consider that it ought to have proceeded, when the three friends, or as one might say, both in a civil and religious sense, and with proper deference and regard to the holy state of matrimony, the two friends, Mr. and Mrs. Browdie counting as no more than one, were startled by the noise of loud and angry threatenings below stairs, which presently attained so high a pitch, and were conveyed besides in language so towering, sanguinary, and ferocious, that it could hardly have been surpassed if there had actually been a Saracen's head then present in the establishment, supported on the shoulders and surmounting the trunk of a real, live, furious, and most unappeasable Saracen. This turmoil, instead of quickly subsiding after the first outburst, as turmoils not unfrequently do, whether in taverns, legislative assemblies, or elsewhere, into a mere grumbling and growing squabble, increased every moment, and although the whole din appeared to be raised by but one pair of lungs, yet that one pair was of so powerful a quality, and repeated such words as scoundrel, rascal, insolent puppy, and a variety of expletives no less flattering to the party addressed, with such great relish and strength of tone, that a dozen voices raised in concert under any ordinary circumstances would have made far less uproar and created much smaller consternation. 'Why, what's the matter?' said Nicholas, moving hastily towards the door. John Browdie was striding in the same direction when Mrs. Browdie turned pale, and leaning back in her chair, requested him with a faint voice to take notice, that if he ran into any danger, it was her intention to fall into hysterics immediately, and that the consequences might be more serious than he thought for. John looked rather disconcerted by this intelligence, though there was a lurking grin on his face at the same time; but being quite unable to keep out of the fray, he compromised the matter by tucking his wife's arm under his own, and thus accomplished, following Nicholas downstairs with all speed. The passage outside the coffee room door was the scene of disturbance, and here were congregated the coffee room customers and waiters, together with 2 or 3 coachmen and helpers from the yard. These had hastily assembled round a young man who from his appearance might have been a year or two older than Nicholas, and who, besides having given utterance to the defiances just now described, seemed to have proceeded to even greater lengths in his indignation, inasmuch as his feet had no other covering than a pair of stockings, while a couple of slippers lay at no great distance from the head of a prostrate figure in an opposite corner, which bore the appearance of having been shot into his present retreat by means of a kick, and complemented by having the slippers flung about his ears afterwards. Coffee room customers, and the waiters, and the coachmen, and the helpers, not to mention a barmaid who was looking on from behind an open sash window, seemed at that moment, if a spectator might judge from their winks, nods, and muttered exclamations, strongly disposed to take part against the young gentleman in the stockings. Observing this, and that the young gentleman was nearly of his own age, and had in nothing the appearance of a habitual brawler, Nicholas, impelled by such feelings as will influence young men sometimes, felt a very strong disposition to side with the weaker party, and so thrust himself at once into the centre of the group, and in a more emphatic tone, perhaps, than circumstances might seem to warrant, demanded what all that noise was about. 'Hallo!' said one of the men from the yard. 'This is somebody in disguise, this is.' 'Room for the eldest son of the Emperor of Russia, gen'lmen,' cried another fellow. Disregarding these sallies, which were uncommonly well received, as sallies at the expense of the best dressed persons in a crowd usually are, Nicholas glanced carelessly round, and addressing the young gentleman, who had by this time picked up his slippers and thrust his feet into them, repeated his inquiries with a courteous air. 'A mere nothing,' he replied. At this a murmur was raised by the lookers on, and some of the boldest cried, 'Oh, indeed! Wasn't it though? Nothing, eh? He called that nothing, did he? Lucky for him if he found it nothing!' These and other expressions of ironical disapprobation having been exhausted, 2 or 3 of the out of door fellows began to hustle Nicholas and the young gentleman who had made the noise, stumbling against them by accident, and treading on their toes, and so forth. But this being a round game, and one not necessarily limited to 3 or 4 players, was open to John Browdie too, who bursting into the little crowd, to the terror of his wife, and falling about in all directions, now to the right, now to the left, now forwards, now backwards, and accidentally driving his elbow through the hat of the tallest helper, who had been particularly active, speedily caused the odds to wear a very different appearance, while more than one stout fellow limped away to a respectful distance, anathematizing with tears in his eyes the heavy tread and ponderous feet of the burly Yorkshireman. 'Let me see him do it again,' said he who had been kicked into the corner, rising as he spoke, apparently more from the fear of John Browdie's inadvertently treading upon him, than from any desire to place himself on equal terms with his late adversary. 'Let me see him do it again, that's all.' 'Let me hear you make those remarks again,' said the young man, 'and I'll knock that head of yours in among the wine glasses behind you there. Here a waiter, who had been rubbing his hands in excessive enjoyment of the scene, so long as only the breaking of heads was in question, adjured the spectators with great earnestness to fetch the police, declaring that otherwise murder would be surely done, and that he was responsible for all the glass and china on the premises. No one need trouble himself to stir, said the young gentleman. I am going to remain in the house all night, and shall be found here in the morning if there is any assault to answer for. What did you strike him for? Asked one of the bystanders. Ah! What did you strike him for? Demanded the others. The unpopular gentleman looked coolly round, and addressing himself to Nicholas, said, You inquired just now what was the matter here. The matter is simply this. Yonder person who was drinking with a friend in the coffee-room when I took my seat there for half an hour before going to bed, for I have just come off a journey and preferred stopping here tonight to going home at this hour, where I was not expected until tomorrow, chose to express himself in very disrespectful and insolently familiar terms of a young lady whom I recognised from his description and other circumstances, and whom I have the honour to know. As he spoke loud enough to be overheard by the other guests who were present, I informed him, most civilly, that he was mistaken in his conjectures, which were of an offensive nature, and requested him to forbear. He did so for a little time, but as he chose to renew his conversation when leaving the room in a more offensive strain than before, I could not refrain from making after him and facilitating his departure with a kick, which reduced him to the posture in which you saw him just now. I'm the best judge of my own affairs, I take it, said the young man, who had certainly not quite recovered from his recent heat. If anybody here thinks proper to make this quarrel his own, I have not the smallest earthly objection, I do assure him. Of all possible courses of proceeding under the circumstances detailed, there was certainly not one which, in his then state of mind, could have appeared more laudable to Nicholas than this. There were not many subjects of dispute which at that moment could have come home to his own breast more powerfully, for having the unknown uppermost in his thoughts, it naturally occurred to him that he would have done just the same if any audacious gossiper durst have presumed in his hearing to speak lightly of her. Influenced by these considerations, he espoused the young gentleman's quarrel with great warmth, protesting that he had done quite right, and that he respected him for it, which John Browdie, albeit not quite clear as to the merits, immediately protested too, with not inferior vehemence. Let him take care, that's all, said the defeated party, who was being rubbed down by a waiter after his recent fall on the dusty boards. He don't knock me about for nothing, I can tell him that. A pretty state of things, if a man isn't to admire a handsome girl without being beat to pieces for it. This reflection appeared to have great weight with the young lady in the bar, adjusting her cap as she spoke and glancing at a mirror, declared that it would be a very pretty state of things indeed, and that if people were to be punished for actions so innocent and natural as that, there would be more people to be knocked down than there would be people to knock them down, and that she wondered what the gentleman meant by it, that she did. My dear girl, said the young gentleman in a low voice, advancing towards the sash window. Nonsense, sir, replied the young lady sharply, smiling though as she turned aside, and biting her lip, whereat Mrs. Browdie, who was still standing on the stairs, glanced at her with disdain, and called to her husband to come away. No, but listen to me, said the young man. If admiration of a pretty face were criminal, I should be the most helpless person alive, for I cannot resist one. It has the most extraordinary effect upon me, checks and controls me in the most furious and obstinate mood. You see what an effect yours has had upon me already. Oh, that's very pretty, replied the young lady, tossing her head. But, yes, I know it's very pretty, said the young man, looking with an air of admiration in the barmaid's face. I said so, you know, just this moment. But beauty should be spoken of respectfully and in proper terms, and with a becoming sense of its worth and excellence, whereas this fellow has no more notion. The young lady interrupted the conversation at this point by thrusting her head out of the bar window, and inquiring of the waiter in a shrill voice whether that young man who had been knocked down was going to stand in the passage all night, or whether the entrance was to be left clear for other people. The waiters, taking the hint, and communicating it to the hostlers, were not slow to change their tone too, and the result was that the unfortunate victim was bundled out in a twinkling. I am sure I've seen that fellow before,' said Nicholas. 'Indeed!' replied his new acquaintance. 'I am certain of it,' said Nicholas, pausing to reflect. 'Where can I have Stop! Yes, to be sure. He belongs to a register office up at the west end of the town. I knew I recollected the face.' It was indeed Tom, the ugly clerk. 'That's odd enough,' said Nicholas, ruminating upon the strange manner in which the register office seemed to start up and stare him in the face every now and then, and when he least expected it. 'I am much obliged to you for your kind advocacy of my cause when it most needed an advocate,' said the young man, laughing, and drawing a card from his pocket. 'Perhaps you'll do me the favour to let me know where I can thank you.' Nicholas took the card, and glancing at it involuntarily as he returned the compliment, evinced a very great surprise. 'Mr. Frank Cheeryble!' said Nicholas. 'Surely not the nephew of Cheeryble Brothers, who is expected to-morrow?' 'I don't usually call myself the nephew of the firm,' returned Mr. Frank good humouredly, 'but of the two excellent individuals who compose it, I am proud to say I am the nephew. And you, I see, are Mr. Nickleby, of whom I have heard so much. This is a most unexpected meeting, but not the less welcome, I assure you.' Nicholas responded to these compliments with others of the same kind, and they shook hands warmly. Then he introduced John Browdie, who had remained in a state of great admiration ever since the young lady in the bar had been so skilfully won over to the right side. Then Mrs. John Browdie was introduced, and finally they all went upstairs together and spent the next half hour with great satisfaction and mutual entertainment. Mrs. John Browdie beginning the conversation by declaring that of all the made-up things she ever saw, the young woman below stairs was the vainest and the plainest. This Mr. Frank Cheeryble, although, to judge from what has recently taken place, a hot-headed young man, which is not an absolute miracle and phenomenon in nature, was a sprightly, good-humoured, pleasant fellow, with much both in his countenance and disposition that reminded Nicholas very strongly of the kind-hearted brothers. His manner was as unaffected as theirs, and his demeanour full of that heartiness which to most people who having anything generous in their composition is peculiarly prepossessing. Add to this that he was good looking and intelligent, had a plentiful share of vivacity, and extremely cheerful, was accommodating himself in 5 minutes' time to all John Browdie's oddities with as much ease as if he had known him from a boy; and it will be a source of no great wonder that, when they parted for the night, he had produced a most favourable impression, not only upon the worthy Yorkshireman and wife, but upon Nicholas also, who, revolving all these things in his mind as he made the best of his way home, arrived at the conclusion that he had laid the foundation of a most agreeable and desirable acquaintance. 'But it's a most extraordinary thing about that register office fellow,' thought Nicholas. 'Is it likely that this nephew can know anything about that beautiful girl? When Tim Linkinwater gave me to understand the other day that he was coming to take a share in the business here, he said he had been superintending it to Germany for 4 years, and that during the last 6 months he had been engaged in establishing an agency in the north of England. That's 4 years and a half. 4 years and a half. She can't be more than 17, say 18 at the outside. She was quite a child when he went away then. I should say he knew nothing about her and had never seen her, so he can give me no information. At all events, thought Nicholas, coming to the real point in his mind, there can be no danger of any prior occupation of her affections in that quarter. That's quite clear. Is selfishness a necessary ingredient in the composition of that passion called love, or does it deserve all the fine things which poets, in the exercise of their undoubted vocation, have said of it? There are, no doubt, authenticated instances of gentlemen having given up ladies, and ladies having given up gentlemen to meritorious rivals, under circumstances of great high-mindedness; but is it quite established that the majority of such ladies and gentlemen have not made a virtue of necessity, and nobly resigned what was beyond their reach, as a private soldier might register a vow never to accept the order of the Garter, or a poor curate of great piety and learning, but of no family, save a very large family of children, might renounce a bishopric? Here was Nicholas Nickleby, who would have scorned the thought of counting how the chances stood of his rising in favour or fortune with the brothers Cheeryble, now that their nephew had returned, already deep in calculations whether that same nephew was likely to rival him in the affections of the fair unknown, discussing the matter with himself too, as gravely as if, with that one exception, it were all settled, and recurring to the subject again and again, and feeling quite indignant and ill-used at the notion of anybody else making love to one with whom he had never exchanged a word in all his life. To be sure, he exaggerated rather than depreciated the merits of his new acquaintance, but still he took it as a kind of personal offence that he should have any merits at all, in the eyes of this particular young lady, that is, for elsewhere he was quite welcome to have as many as he pleased. There was undoubted selfishness in all this, and yet Nicholas was of a most free and generous nature, with as few mean or sordid thoughts, perhaps, as ever fell to the lot of any man, and there is no reason to suppose that, being in love, he felt and thought differently from other people in the like sublime condition. He did not stop to set on foot an inquiry into his train of thought or state of feeling, however, but went thinking on all the way home, and continued to dream on in the same strain all night. For having satisfied himself that Frank Cheeryble could have no knowledge of or acquaintance with the mysterious young lady, it began to occur to him that even he himself might never see her again, upon which hypothesis he built up a very ingenious succession of tormenting ideas which answered his purpose even better than the vision of Mr. Frank Cheeryble, and tantalized and worried him, waking and sleeping. Notwithstanding all that has been said and sung to the contrary, there is no well-established case of morning having either deferred or hastened its approach by the term of an hour or so for the mere gratification of a splenetic feeling against some unoffending lover, the sun having, in the discharge of his public duty, as the books of precedent report, invariably risen according to the almanacs, and without suffering himself to be swayed by any private considerations. So morning came as usual, and with it business hours, and with them Mr. Frank Cheeryble, and with him a long train of smiles and welcomes from the worthy brothers, and a more grave and clerk-like, but scarcely less hearty reception from Mr. Timothy Linkwater. That Mr. Frank and Mr. Nickleby should have met last night, said Tim Linkinwater, getting slowly off his stool and looking round the counting-house with his back planted against the desk, as was his custom when he had anything very particular to say, that those two young men should have met last night in that manner is, I say, a coincidence, a remarkable coincidence. Why, I don't believe now,' added Tim, taking off his spectacles and smiling as with gentle pride, 'that there's such a place in all the world for coincidences as London is.' 'I don't know about that,' said Mr. Frank, 'but don't know about it, Mr. Francis,' interrupted Tim with an obstinate air. 'Well, but let us know. If there is any better place for such things, where is it? Is it in Europe? No, that it isn't. Is it in Asia? Why, of course it's not. Is it in Africa? Not a bit of it. Is it in America? You know better than that, at all events. Well then,' said Tim, folding his arms resolutely, 'where is it?' 'I was not about to dispute the point, Tim,' said young Cheeryble, laughing. 'I am not such a heretic as that. All I was going to say was that I hold myself under an obligation to the coincidence, that's all.' 'Oh, if you don't dispute it,' said Tim, quite satisfied, 'that's another thing. I'll tell you what, though, I wish you had. I wish you or anybody would. I would so put that man down,' said Tim, tapping the forefinger of his left hand emphatically with his spectacles, 'so put that man down by argument.' It was quite impossible to find language to express the degree of mental prostration to which such an adventurous wight would be reduced in the keen encounter with Tim Linkinwater, so Tim gave up the rest of his declaration in pure lack of words, and mounted his stool again. 'We may consider ourselves, brother Ned,' said Charles, after he had patted Tim Linkinwater approvingly on the back, 'very fortunate in having two such young men about us as our nephew Frank and Mr. Nickleby. It should be a source of great satisfaction and pleasure to us.' 'Certainly, Charles, certainly,' returned the other. 'Of Tim,' added brother Ned, 'I say nothing whatever, because Tim is a mere child, an infant, a nobody that we never think of, or take into account at all. Tim, you villain, what do you say to that, sir?' 'I am jealous of both of 'em,' said Tim, 'and mean to look out for another situation, so provide yourself, gentlemen, if you please.' Tim thought this such an exquisite, unparalleled, and most extraordinary joke, that he laid his pen upon the inkstand, and rather tumbling off his stool than getting down with his usual deliberation, laughed till he was quite faint, shaking his head all the time so that little particles of powder flew palpably about the office. Nor were the brothers at all behindhand, for they laughed almost as heartily at the ludicrous idea of any voluntary separation between themselves and old Tim. Nicholas and Mr. Frank laughed quite boisterously, perhaps to conceal some other emotion awakened by this little incident; and so indeed did the three old fellows after the first burst; so perhaps there was as much keen enjoyment and relish in that laugh altogether, as the politest assembly ever derived from the most poignant witticism uttered at any one person's expense. 'Mr. Nickleby,' said brother Charles, calling him aside and taking him kindly by the hand, 'I am anxious, my dear sir, to see that you are properly and comfortably settled in the cottage. We cannot allow those who serve us well to labour under any privation or discomfort that it is in our power to remove. I wish, too, to see your mother and sister, to know them, Mr. Nickleby, and have an opportunity of relieving their minds by assuring them that any trifling service we have been able to do them is a great deal more than repaid by the zeal and ardour you display. Not a word, my dear sir, I beg. To-morrow is Sunday. I shall make bold to come out at tea-time, and take the chance of finding you at home. If you are not, you know, or the ladies should feel a delicacy in being intruded on, and would rather not be known to me just now, why I can come again another time. Any other time would do for me. Let it remain upon that understanding. Brother Ned, my dear fellow, let me have a word with you this way.' The twins went out of the office arm in arm, and Nicholas, who saw in this act of kindness, and many others of which he had been the subject that morning, only so many delicate renewals on the arrival of their nephew of the kind assurance which the brothers had given him in his absence, could scarcely feel sufficient admiration and gratitude for such extraordinary consideration. The intelligence that they were to have a visitor, and such a visitor, next day, awakened in the breast of Mrs. Nickleby mingled feelings of exultation and regret; for whereas, on the one hand, she hailed it as an omen of her speedy restoration to good society, and the almost forgotten pleasures of morning calls and evening tea drinkings, she could not, on the other, but reflect with bitterness of spirit on the absence of a silver teapot with an ivory knob on the lid, and a milk jug to match, which had been the pride of her heart in days of yore, and had been kept from year's end to year's end wrapped up in washed leather on a certain top shelf, which now presented itself in lively colours to her sorrowing imagination. 'I wonder who's got that spice box,' said Mrs. Nickleby, shaking her head. 'It used to stand in the left-hand corner, next but two to the pickled onions. You remember that spice box, Kate?' 'Perfectly well, mama.' 'I shouldn't think you did, Kate,' returned Mrs. Nickleby in a severe manner, 'talking about it in that cold and unfeeling way. If there is one thing that vexes me in these losses more than the losses themselves, I do protest and declare,' said Mrs. Nickleby, rubbing her nose with an impassioned air, 'that it is to have people about me who take things with such provoking calmness.' 'My dear mama,' said Kate, stealing her arm round her mother's neck, 'why do you say what I know you cannot seriously mean or think, and why be angry with me for being happy and content? You and Nicholas are left to me, we are together once again, and what regard can I have for a few trifling things of which we never feel the want? When I have seen all the misery and desolation that death can bring, and known the lonesome feeling of being solitary and alone in crowds, and all the agony of separation in grief and poverty when we most need comfort and support from each other, can you wonder that I look upon this as a place of such delicious quiet and rest, that with you beside me I have nothing to wish for or regret? There was a time, and not long since, when all the comforts of our home did come back upon me, I own, very often oftener than you would think perhaps, but I affected to care nothing for them in the hope that you would be so brought to regret them the less. I was not insensible, indeed. I might have felt happier if I had been. Dear mama,' said Kate in great agitation, 'I know no difference between this home and that in which we were all so happy for so many years, except that the kindest and gentlest heart that ever ached on earth has passed in peace to heaven.' 'Kate, my dear Kate!' cried Mrs. Nickleby, folding her in her arms. 'I have so often thought,' sobbed Kate, 'of all his kind words; of the last time he looked into my little room as he passed upstairs to bed, and said, "God bless you, darling." There was a paleness in his face, mama, the broken heart, I know it was, I little thought so, then.' A gush of tears came to her relief, and Kate laid her head upon her mother's breast and wept like a little child. It is an exquisite and beautiful thing in our nature, that when the heart is touched and softened by some tranquil happiness or affectionate feeling, the memory of the dead comes over it most powerfully and irresistibly. It would almost seem as though our better thoughts and sympathies were charms, in virtue of which the soul is enabled to hold some vague and mysterious intercourse with the spirits of those whom we dearly loved in life. Alas, how often and how long may those patient angels hover above us, watching for the spell which is so seldom uttered and so soon forgotten! Poor Mrs. Nickleby, accustomed to give ready utterance to whatever came uppermost in her mind, had never conceived the possibility of her daughter's dwelling upon these thoughts in secret, the more especially as no hard trial or querulous reproach had ever drawn them from her. But now, when the happiness of all that Nicholas had just told them, and of their new and peaceful life, brought these recollections so strongly upon Kate that she could not suppress them, Mrs. Nickleby began to have a glimmering that she had been rather thoughtless now and then, and was conscious of something like self-reproach as she embraced her daughter, and yielded to the emotions which such a conversation naturally awakened. There was a mighty bustle that night, and a vast quantity of preparation for the expected visitor, and a very large nosegay was brought from a gardener's hard by, and cut up into a number of very small ones, with which Mrs. Nickleby would have garnished the little sitting room in a style that certainly could not have failed to attract anybody's attention, if Kate had not offered to spare her the trouble and arrange them in the prettiest and neatest manner possible. If the cottage ever looked pretty, it must have been on such a bright and sunshiny day as the next was. But Smike's pride in the garden, or Mrs. Nickleby's in the condition of the furniture, or Kate's in everything, was nothing to the pride with which Nicholas looked at Kate herself, and surely the costliest mansion in all England might have found in her beautiful face and graceful form its most exquisite and peerless ornament. About 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Mrs. Nickleby was thrown into a great flutter of spirits by the long expected knock at the door, nor was this flutter at all composed by the audible tread of 2 pair of boots in the passage, which Mrs. Nickleby augured, in a breathless state, must be the 2 Mr. Cheerybles, as it certainly was, though not the 2 Mrs. Nickleby expected, because it was Mr. Charles Cheeryble and his nephew Mr. Frank, who made 1,000 apologies for his intrusion, which Mrs. Nickleby, having teaspoons enough and to spare for all, most graciously received. Nor did the appearance of this unexpected visitor occasion the least embarrassment, save in Kate, and that only to the extent of a blush or two at first, for the old gentleman was so kind and cordial, and the young gentleman imitated him in this respect so well, that the usual stiffness and formality of a first meeting showed no signs of appearing, and Kate really more than once detected herself in the very act of wondering when it was all going to begin. At the tea table there was plenty of conversation on a great variety of subjects, nor were there wanting jocose manners of discussion, such as they were; for young Mr. Cheeryble's recent stay in Germany happening to be alluded to, old Mr. Cheeryble informed the company that the aforesaid young Mr. Cheeryble was suspected to have fallen deeply in love with the daughter of a certain German burgomaster. This accusation young Mr. Cheeryble most indignantly repelled, upon which Mrs. Nickleby slyly remarked that she suspected, from the very warmth of the denial, that there must be something in it. Young Mr. Cheeryble then earnestly entreated old Mr. Cheeryble to confess that it was all a jest, which old Mr. Cheeryble at last did, young Mr. Cheeryble being so much in earnest about it that, as Mrs. Nickleby said many thousand times afterwards in recalling the scene, he quite coloured, which she rightly considered a memorable circumstance, and one worthy of remark, young men not being as a class remarkable for modesty or self-denial, especially when there is a lady in the case, when, if they colour at all, it is rather their practice to colour the story, and not themselves. After tea, there was a walk in the garden, and the evening being very fine, they strolled out at the garden gate into some lanes and by roads, and sauntered up and down until it grew quite dark. The time seemed to pass very quickly with all the party. Kate went first, leaning upon her brother's arm, and talking with him, and Mr. Frank Cheeryble, and Mrs. Nickleby and the elder gentleman followed at a short distance. The kindness of the good merchant, his interest in the welfare of Nicholas, and his admiration of Kate, so operating upon the good lady's feelings that the usual current of her speech was confined within very narrow and circumscribed limits. Smike, who, if he had ever been an object of interest in his life, had been one that day, accompanied them, joining sometimes one group and sometimes the other, as brother Charles, laying his hand upon his shoulder, bade him walk with him, or Nicholas, looking smilingly round, beckoned him to come and talk with the old friend who understood him best, and who could win a smile into his careworn face when none else could. Pride is one of the 7 deadly sins, but it cannot be the pride of a mother in her children, for that is a compound of 2 cardinal virtues, faith and hope. This was the pride which swelled Mrs. Nickleby's heart that night, and this it was which left upon her face, glistening in the light when they returned home, traces of the most grateful tears she had ever shed. There was a quiet mirth about the little supper, which harmonized exactly with this tone of feeling, and at length the 2 gentlemen took their leave. There was one circumstance in the leave-taking which occasioned a vast deal of smiling and pleasantry, and that was, that Mr. Frank Cheeryble offered his hand to Kate twice over, quite forgetting that he had bade her adieu already. This was held by the elder Mr. Cheeryble to be a convincing proof that he was thinking of his German flame, and the jest occasioned immense laughter. So easy is it to move light hearts. In short, it was a day of serene and tranquil happiness, and as we all have some bright day, many of us, let us hope, among a crowd of others, to which we revert with particular delight, so this one was often looked back to afterwards, as holding a conspicuous place in the calendar of those who shared it. Was there one exception, and that one he who needed to have been most happy? Who was it that who, in the silence of his own chamber, sunk upon his knees to pray as his first friend had taught him, and folding his hands and stretching them wildly in the air, fell upon his face in a passion of bitter grief? End of chapter 43. Nicholas Nickleby, chapter 44. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, chapter 44. Mr. Ralph Nickleby cuts an old acquaintance. It would also appear from the contents hereof that a joke, even between husband and wife, may be sometimes carried too far. There are some men who, living with the one object of enriching themselves no matter by what means, and being perfectly conscious of the baseness and rascality of the means which they will use every day towards this end, affect nevertheless, even to themselves, a high tone of moral rectitude, and shake their heads and sigh over the depravity of the world. Some of the craftiest scoundrels that ever walked this earth, or rather, for walking implies at least an erect position and the bearing of a man, that ever crawled and crept through life by its dirtiest and narrowest ways, will gravely jot down in diaries the events of every day, and keep a regular debtor and creditor account with Heaven, which shall always show a floating balance in their own favour. Whether this is a gratuitous, the only gratuitous, part of the falsehood and trickery of such men's lives, or whether they really hope to cheat Heaven itself, and lay up treasure in the next world by the same process which has enabled them to lay up treasure in this, not to question how it is, so it is. And doubtless such book-keeping, like certain autobiographies which have enlightened the world, cannot fail to prove serviceable in the one respect of sparing the recording angel some time and labour. Ralph Nickleby was not a man of this stamp. Stern, unyielding, dogged, and impenetrable, Ralph cared for nothing in life, or beyond it, save the gratification of 2 passions: avarice, the first and predominant appetite of his nature, and hatred, the second. Affecting to consider himself but a type of all humanity, he was at little pains to conceal his true character from the world in general, and in his own heart he exulted over and cherished every bad design as it had birth. The only scriptural admonition that Ralph Nickleby heeded in the latter was, know thyself. He knew himself well, and choosing to imagine that all mankind were cast in the same mould, hated them. For though no man hates himself, the coldest among us having too much self-love for that, yet most men unconsciously judge the world from themselves, and it will be very generally found that those who stare habitually at human nature and affect to despise it, are among its worst and least pleasant samples. But the present business of these advantages is with Ralph himself, who stood regarding Newman Noggs with a heavy frown, while that worthy took off his fingerless gloves, and spreading them carefully on the palm of his left hand, and flattening them with his right to take the creases out, proceeded to roll them up with an absent air, as if he were utterly regardless of all things else, in the deep interest of the ceremonial. 'Gone out of town?' said Ralph slowly. 'A mistake of yours. Go back again.' 'No mistake,' returned Newman. 'Not even going. Gone.' 'Has he turned girl or baby?' muttered Ralph, with a fretful gesture. 'I don't know,' said Newman, 'but he's gone.' The repetition of the word 'gone' seemed to afford Newman Noggs inexpressible delight, in proportion as it annoyed Ralph Nickleby. He uttered the word with a full round emphasis, dwelling upon it as long as he decently could, and when he could hold out no longer without attracting observation, stood grasping it to himself, as if even that were a satisfaction. 'And where has he gone?' said Ralph. 'France,' replied Newman. 'Danger of another attack of erysipelas, a worse attack, in the head, so the doctors order him off, and he's gone.' 'And Lord Frederick?' began Ralph. 'He's gone too,' replied Newman. 'And he carries his drubbing with him, does he?' said Ralph, turning away. 'Pockets his bruises, and sneaks off without the retaliation of a word, or seeking the smallest reparation?' 'He's too ill,' said Newman. 'Too ill!' repeated Ralph. 'Why, I would have it if I were dying. In that case I should only be the more determined to have it, and that without delay. I mean, if I were he. But he's too ill! Poor Sir Mulberry! Too ill!' Uttering these words with supreme contempt and great irritation of manner, Ralph signed hastily to Newman to leave the room, and throwing himself into his chair, beat his foot impatiently upon the ground. 'There's some spell about that boy,' said Ralph, grinding his teeth. 'Circumstances conspire to help him. Talk of fortune's favours! What is even money to such a devil's luck as this?' He thrust his hands impatiently into his pockets, but notwithstanding his previous reflection there was some consolation there, for his face relaxed a little, and although there was still a deep frown upon the contracted brow, it was one of calculation, and not of disappointment. 'This Hawk will come back, however,' muttered Ralph, 'and if I know the man, and I should by this time, his wrath will have lost nothing of its violence in the meanwhile. Obliged to live in retirement, the monotony of a sick room, to a man of his habits, no life, no drink, no play, nothing that he likes and lives by. He is not likely to forget his obligations to the course of all this. Few men would. But he, of all others, no, no.' He smiled and shook his head, and resting his chin upon his hand, felt amusing, and smiled again. After a time he rose and rang the bell. 'That Mr. Squeers, has he been here?' said Ralph. 'He was here last night. I left him here when I went home,' returned Newman. 'I know that fool, do I not?' said Ralph irascibly. 'Has he been here since? Was he here this morning?' 'No,' bawled Newman, in a very loud key. 'If he comes while I am out, he is pretty sure to be here by 9 to-night. Let him wait. And if there's another man with him, as there will be, perhaps,' said Ralph, checking himself, 'let him wait too.' 'Let 'em both wait?' said Newman. 'Ay,' replied Ralph, turning upon him with an angry look. 'Help me on with this, Spencer, and don't repeat after me like a croaking parrot.'
'I wish I was a parrot,' said Newman sulkily.
'I wish you were,' rejoined Ralph, drawing his Spencer on. 'I'd have wrung your neck long ago.' Newman returned no answer to this compliment, but looked over Ralph's shoulder for an instant. He was adjusting the collar of the Spencer behind, just then, as if he were strongly disposed to tweak him by the nose. Meeting Ralph's eye, however, he suddenly recalled his wandering fingers, and rubbed his own red nose with a vehemence quite astonishing. Bestowing no further notice upon his eccentric follower than a threatening look, and an admonition to be careful and make no mistake, Ralph took his hat and gloves and walked out. He appeared to have a very extraordinary and miscellaneous connection, and very odd calls he made, some at great rich houses, and some at small poor ones, but all upon one subject, money. His face was a talisman to the porters and servants of his more dashing clients, and procured him ready admission, though he trudged on foot, and others who were denied rattled to the door in carriages. Here he was all softness and cringing civility, his step so light that it scarcely produced a sound upon the thick carpets, his voice so soft that it was not audible beyond the person to whom it was addressed. But in the poorer habitations Ralph was another man. His boots creaked upon the passage floor as he walked boldly in, his voice was harsh and loud as he demanded the money that was overdue, his threats were coarse and angry. With another class of customers, Ralph was again another man. These were attorneys of more than doubtful reputation, who helped him to new business or raised fresh profits upon old. With them Ralph was familiar and jocose, humorous upon the topics of the day, and especially pleasant upon bankruptcies and pecuniary difficulties that made good for trade. In short, it would have been difficult to have recognised the same man under these various aspects, but for the bulky leather case full of bills and notes which he drew from his pocket at every house, and the constant repetition of the same complaint, varied only in tone and style of delivery, that the world thought him rich, and that perhaps he might be if he had his own. But there was no getting money in when it was once out, either principal or interest, and it was a hard matter to live, even to live from day to day. It was evening before a long round of such visits, interrupted only by a scanty dinner at an eating-house, terminated at Pimlico, and Ralph walked along St. James's Park on his way home. There were some deep schemes in his head, as the puckered brow and firmly set mouth would have abundantly testified, even if they had been unaccompanied by a complete indifference to, or unconsciousness of the objects about him. So complete was his abstraction, however, that Ralph, usually as quick-sighted as any man, did not observe that he was followed by a shambling figure, which at one time stole behind him with noiseless footsteps, at another crept a few paces before him, and at another glided along by his side, at all times regarding him with an eye so keen and a look so eager and attentive, that it was more like the expression of an intrusive face in some powerful picture or strongly marked dream than the scrutiny even of a most interested and anxious observer. The sky had been lowering and dark for some time, and the commencement of a violent storm of rain drove Ralph for shelter to a tree. He was leaning against it with folded arms, still buried in thought, when, happening to raise his eyes, he suddenly met those of a man who, creeping round the trunk, peered into his face with a searching look. There was something in the usurer's expression at the moment, which the man appeared to remember well, for it decided him, and stepping close up to Ralph, he pronounced his name. Astonished for the moment, Ralph fell back a couple of paces and surveyed him from head to foot. A spare, dark, withered man, of about his own age, with a stooping body, and a very sinister face rendered more ill-favoured by hollow and hungry cheeks, deeply sunburnt, and thick black eyebrows blacker in contrast with the perfect whiteness of his hair, roughly clothed in shabby garments of a strange and uncouth make, and having about him an indefinable manner of depression and degradation. This, for a moment, was all he saw. But he looked again, and the face and person seemed gradually to grow less strange, to change as he looked, to subside and soften into lineaments that were familiar, until at last they resolved themselves, as if by some strange optical illusion, into those of one whom he had known for many years, and forgotten and lost sight of for nearly as many more. The man saw that the recognition was mutual, and beckoning to Ralph to take his former place under the tree, and not to stand in the falling rain, of which, in his first surprise, he had been quite regardless, addressed him in a hoarse, faint tone. 'You would hardly have known me from my voice, I suppose, Mr. Nickleby?' he said. 'No,' returned Ralph, bending a severe look upon him, 'though there is something in that I remember now.' 'There is little in me that you can call to mind as having been there 8 years ago, I dare say,' observed the other. 'Quite enough,' said Ralph, carelessly, and averting his face. 'More than enough. If I had remained in doubt about you, Mr. Nickleby, said the other, this reception and your manner would have decided me very soon. Did you expect any other? Asked Ralph, sharply. No, said the man. You were right, retorted Ralph, and as you feel no surprise, need express none. Mr. Nickleby, said the man, bluntly, after a brief pause, during which he had seemed to struggle with an inclination to answer him by some reproach, will you hear a few words that I have to say? I'm obliged to wait here till the rain holds a little, said Ralph, looking abroad. If you talk, sir, I shall not put my fingers in my ears, for your talking may have as much effect as if I did. I was once in your confidence, thus his companion began. Ralph looked round, and smiled involuntarily. Well, said the other, as much in your confidence as you ever chose to let anybody be. Ah, rejoined Ralph, folding his arms, that's another thing, quite another thing. Don't let us play with words, Mr. Nickleby, in the name of humanity. Of what? Said Ralph. Of humanity, replied the other sternly. I am hungry and in want. If the change that you must see in me after so long an absence, must see, for I, upon whom it has come by slow and hard degrees, see it and know it well, will not move you to pity, let the knowledge that bread, not the daily bread of the Lord's Prayer, which, as it is offered up in cities like this, is understood to include half the luxuries of the world for the rich, and just as much coarse food as will support life for the poor, not that, but bread, a crust of dry hard bread, is beyond my reach to-day. Let that have some weight with you, if nothing else has. If this is the usual form in which you beg, sir, said Ralph, you have studied your part well. But if you will take advice from one who knows something of the world and its ways, I should recommend a lower tone, a little lower tone, or you stand a fair chance of being starved in good earnest. As he saw this, Ralph clinched his left wrist tightly with his right hand, and inclining his head a little on one side, and dropping his chin upon his breast, looked at him when he addressed with a frowning, sullen face, the very picture of a man whom nothing could move or soften. Yesterday was my first day in London, said the old man, glancing at his travel-stained dress and worn shoes. It would have been better for you, I think, if it had been your last also, replied Ralph. I've been seeking you these 2 days, where I thought you were most likely to be found, resumed the other, more humbly, and I met you here at last, when I had almost given up the hope of encountering you, Mr. Nickleby. He seemed to wait for some reply, but Ralph giving him none, he continued. I am a most miserable and wretched outcast, nearly 60 years old, and as destitute and helpless as a child of 6. I am 60 years old too, replied Ralph, and am neither destitute nor helpless. Work. Don't make fine play-acting speeches about bread, but earn it. How? Cried the other. Where? Show me the means. Will you give them to me? Will you? I did once, replied Ralph composedly. You scarcely need ask me whether I will again. It's 20 years ago, or more, said the man in a suppressed voice, since you and I fell out. You remember that? I claimed a share in the profits of some business I brought to you, and as I persisted, you arrested me for an old advance of £10 odd shillings, including interest at 50% or so. I remember something of it, replied Ralph carelessly. What then? That didn't part us, said the man. I made submission, being on the wrong side of the bolts and bars, and as you were not the made man then that you are now, you were glad enough to take back a clerk who wasn't over nice, and who knew something of the trade you drove. You begged and prayed, and I consented, returned Ralph. That was kind of me. Perhaps I did want you. I forget. I should think I did, or you would have begged in vain. You were useful, not too honest, not too delicate, not too nice of hand or heart, but useful. Useful indeed, said the man. Come, You had pinched and ground me down for some years before that, but I had served you faithfully up to that time, in spite of all your dog's usage. Had I?' Ralph made no reply. 'Had I?' said the man again. 'You had had your wages,' rejoined Ralph, 'and had done your work. We stood on equal ground so far, and could both cry quits. Then, but not afterwards,' said the other. 'Not afterwards, certainly, nor even then, for, as you have just said, you owed me money, and do still,' replied Ralph. 'That's not all,' said the man eagerly. 'That's not all. Mark that. I didn't forget that old sore, trust me. Partly in remembrance of that, and partly in the hope of making money some day by the scheme, I took advantage of my position about you, and possessed myself of a hold upon you, which you would give half of all you have to know, and never can know but through me. I left you, long after that time, remember, and, for some poor trickery that came within the law, but was nothing to what you money makers daily practise just outside its bounds, was sent away a convict for 7 years. I have returned what you see me. Now, Mr. Nickleby,' said the man, with a strange mixture of humility and sense of power, 'what help and assistance will you give me? What bribe, to speak out plainly? My expectations are not monstrous, but I must live, and to live I must eat and drink. Money is on your side, and hunger and thirst on mine. You may drive an easy bargain.' 'Is that all?' said Ralph, still eyeing his companion with the same steady look, and moving nothing but his lips. 'It depends on you, Mr. Nickleby, whether that's all or not,' was the rejoinder. 'Well then, harkye, I don't know by what name I am to call you,' said Ralph. 'By my old one, if you like.' 'Why then, harkye, Mr. Brooker,' said Ralph in his harshest accents, 'and don't expect to draw another speech from me. Harkye, sir. I know you of old for a ready scoundrel, but you never had a stout heart, and hard work, with maybe chains upon those legs of yours, and shorter food than when I pinched and ground you, has blunted your wits, or you would not come with such a tale as this to me. You a hold upon me! Keep it, or publish it to the world if you like.' 'I can't do that,' interposed Brooker. 'That wouldn't serve me.' 'Wouldn't it?' said Ralph. 'It will serve you as much as bringing it to me, I promise you. To be plain with you, I am a careful man, and know my affairs thoroughly. I know the world, and the world knows me. Whatever you gleaned, or heard, or saw, when you served me, the world knows and magnifies already. You could tell it nothing that would surprise it, unless indeed it redounded to my credit or honour, and then it would scout you for a liar. And yet I don't find business slack, or clients scrupulous. Quite the contrary. I am reviled or threatened every day by one man or another,' said Ralph, 'but things roll on just the same, and I don't grow poorer either.' 'I neither revile nor threaten,' rejoined the man. 'I can tell you of what you have lost by my act, what I only can restore, and what if I die without restoring, dies with me and never can be regained. I tell my money pretty accurately, and generally keep it in my own custody,' said Ralph. 'I look sharply after most men that I deal with, and most of all I look sharply after you. You see welcome to all you have kept from me.' 'Are those of your own name dear to you?' said the man emphatically. 'If they are, they are not,' returned Ralph, exasperated at this perseverance, and the thought of Nicholas, which the last question awakened. 'They are not. If you had come as a common beggar, I might have thrown a sixpence to you in remembrance of the clever knave you used to be; but since you try to palm these stale tricks upon one you might have known better, I'll not part with a halfpenny. Nor would I to save you from rotting. And remember this, Scape Gallows,' said Ralph, menacing him with his hand, 'that if we meet again, and you so much as notice me by one begging gesture, you shall see the inside of a jail once more, and tighten this hold upon me in intervals of the hard labour that vagabonds are put to. There's my answer to your trash. Take it.' With a disdainful scowl at the object of his anger, who met his eye but uttered not a word, Ralph walked away at his usual pace, without manifesting the slightest curiosity to see what became of his late companion, or indeed once looking behind him. The man remained on the same spot with his eyes fixed upon his retreating figure until it was lost to view, and then drawing his arm about his chest, as if the damp and lack of food struck coldly to him, lingered with slouching steps by the wayside, and begged of those who passed along. Ralph, in nowise moved by what had lately passed, further than as he had already expressed himself, walked deliberately on, and turning out of the park and leaving Golden Square on his right, took his way through some streets at the west end of the town until he arrived in that particular one in which stood the residence of Madame Mantalini. The name of that lady no longer appeared on the flaming door plate, that of Miss Knag being substituted in its stead, but the bonnets and dresses were still dimly visible in the first floor windows by the decaying light of a summer's evening, and excepting this ostensible alteration in the proprietorship, the establishment wore its old appearance. "Humph!" muttered Ralph, drawing his hand across his mouth with a connoisseur-like air, and surveying the house from top to bottom. "These people look pretty well. They can't last long. But if I know of their going in good time, I am safe, and a fair profit too. I must keep them closely in view, that's all." So, nodding his head very complacently, Ralph was leaving the spot, when his quick ear caught the sound of a confused noise and hubbub of voices, mingled with a great running up and down stairs, in the very house which had been the subject of his scrutiny; and while he was hesitating whether to knock at the door or listen at the keyhole a little longer, a female servant of Madame Mantalini's, whom he had often seen, opened it abruptly and bounced out with her blue cap ribbons streaming in the air. "Hallo here! Stop!" cried Ralph. "What's the matter? Here I am. Didn't you hear me knock?"
"Oh, Mr. Nickleby, sir," said the girl. "Go up, for the love of gracious. Master's been and done it again."
"Done what?" said Ralph tartly. "What do you mean?"
"I knew he would if he was drove to it," cried the girl. "I said so all along."
"Come here, you silly wench," said Ralph, catching her by the wrist, "and don't carry family matters to the neighbours, destroying the credit of the establishment. Come here. Do you hear me, girl?" Without any further expostulation, he led, or rather pulled, the frightened handmaid into the house and shut the door, then bidding her walk upstairs before him, followed without more ceremony. Guided by the noise of a great many voices all talking together, and passing the girl in his impatience before they had ascended many steps, Ralph quickly reached the private sitting room, when he was rather amazed by the confused and inexplicable scene in which he suddenly found himself. There were all the young lady workers, some with bonnets and some without, in various attitudes expressive of alarm and consternation; some gathered round Madame Mantalini, who was in tears upon one chair, and others round Miss Knag, who was in opposition tears upon another, and others round Mr. Mantalini, who was perhaps the most striking figure in the whole group, for Mr. Mantalini's legs were extended at full length from the floor, and his head and shoulders were supported by a very tall footman, who didn't seem to know what to do with them, and Mr. Mantalini's eyes were closed, and his face was pale, and his hair was comparatively straight, and his whiskers and moustache were limp, and his teeth were clenched, and he had a little bottle in his right hand, and a little teaspoon in his left, and his hands, arms, legs, and shoulders were all stiff and powerless. And yet Madame Mantalini was not weeping upon the body, but was scolding violently upon her chair; and all this amidst a clamour of tongues perfectly deafening, and which really appeared to have driven the unfortunate footman to the utter verge of distraction. "What is the matter here?" said Ralph, pressing forward. At this inquiry the clamour was increased twentyfold, and an astounding string of such shrill contradictions as, "He's poisoned himself," "He hasn't," "Send for a doctor," "Don't," "He's dying," "He isn't, he's only pretending," with various other cries, poured forth with bewildering volubility, until Madame Mantalini was seen to address herself to Ralph, when female curiosity to know what she would say, prevailed, and, as if by general consent, a dead silence, unbroken by a single whisper, instantaneously succeeded. "Mr. Nickleby," said Madame Mantalini, "by what chance you came here, I don't know." Here a gurgling voice was heard to ejaculate, as part of the wanderings of a sick man, the words, "Demnition, sweetness!" but nobody heeded them except the footman, who, being startled to hear such awful tones proceeding, as it were, from between his very fingers, dropped his master's head upon the floor with a pretty loud crash, and then, without an effort to lift it up, gazed upon the bystanders, as if he had done something rather clever than otherwise. "I will, however," continued Madame Mantalini, drying her eyes, and speaking with great indignation, "say before you, and before everybody here, for the first time, and once for all, that I never will supply that man's extravagancies and viciousness again. I have been a dupe and a fool for him long enough. In future he shall support himself if he can, and then he may spend what money he pleases upon whom and how he pleases, but it shall not be mine, and therefore you had better pause before you trust him further.' Thereupon, Madame Mantalini, quite unmoved by some most pathetic lamentations on the part of her husband that the apothecary had not mixed the prussic acid strong enough, and that he must take another bottle or two to finish the work he had in hand, entered into a catalogue of that amiable gentleman's gallantries, deceptions, extravagances, and infidelities, especially the last, winding up with a protest against being supposed to entertain the smallest remnant of regard for him, and deducing, in proof of the altered state of her affections, the circumstance of his having poisoned himself in private no less than 6 times within the last fortnight, and her not having once interfered by word or deed to save his life. 'And I insist on being separated and left to myself,' said Madame Mantalini, sobbing. 'If he dares refuse me a separation, I'll have one in law, I can, and I hope this will be a warning to all girls who have seen this disgraceful exhibition.' Miss Knag, who was unquestionably the oldest girl in company, said with great solemnity that it would be a warning to her, and so did the young ladies generally, with the exception of one or two, who appeared to entertain some doubts whether such whispers could do wrong. 'Why do you say all this before so many listeners?' said Ralph in a low voice. 'You know you are not in earnest.' 'I am in earnest,' replied Madame Mantalini aloud, and retreating towards Miss Knag. 'Well, but consider,' reasoned Ralph, who had a great interest in the matter. 'It will be well to reflect. A married woman has no property.' 'Not a solitary single individual, demn my soul,' said Mr. Mantalini, raising himself upon his elbow. 'I am quite aware of that,' retorted Madame Mantalini, tossing her head, 'and I have none. The business, the stock, the house, and everything in it, all belong to Miss Knag.' 'That is quite true, Madame Mantalini,' said Miss Knag, with whom her late employer had secretly come to an amicable understanding on this point. 'Very true indeed, Madame Mantalini. Very true. And I never was more glad in all my life that I had strength of mind to resist matrimonial offers, no matter how advantageous, than I am when I think of my present position as compared with your most unfortunate and most undeserved one, Madame Mantalini. Demmit!' cried Mr. Mantalini, turning his head towards his wife, 'will it not slap and pinch the envious dowager that dares to reflect upon its own delicious—' But the day of Mr. Mantalini's blandishments had departed. 'Miss Knag, sir,' said his wife, 'is my particular friend.' And although Mr. Mantalini leered till his eyes seemed in danger of never coming back to their right places again, Madame Mantalini showed no signs of softening. To do the excellent Miss Knag justice, she had been mainly instrumental in bringing about this altered state of things, for finding by daily experience that there was no chance of the business thriving, or even continuing to exist, while Mr. Mantalini had any hand in the expenditure, and having now a considerable interest in its well doing, she had sedulously applied herself to the investigation of some little matters connected with that gentleman's private character, which she had so well elucidated, and artfully imparted to Madame Mantalini, as to open her eyes more effectually than the closest and most philosophical reasoning could have done in a series of years. To which end, the accidental discovery by Miss Knag of some tender correspondence, in which Madame Mantalini was described as old and ordinary, had most providentially contributed. However, notwithstanding her firmness, Madame Mantalini wept very piteously, and as she leant upon Miss Knag, and signed towards the door, that young lady and all the other young ladies with sympathising faces proceeded to bear her out. 'Nickleby,' said Mr. Mantalini in tears, 'you have been made a witness to this demnation cruelty on the part of the demdest enslaver and captivator that ever was. Oh, dem! I forgive that woman.' 'Forgive!' repeated Madame Mantalini angrily. 'I do forgive her, Nickleby,' said Mr. Mantalini. 'You will blame me, the world will blame me, the woman will blame me, everybody will laugh, and scoff, and smile, and grin most demnebly. They will say, she had a blessing, she did not know it, he was too weak, he was too good, he was a demd fine fellow, but he loved too strong, he could not bear her to be cross, and call him wicked names. It was a demd case, there never was a demder, but I forgive her.' With this affecting speech, Mr. Mantalini fell down again very flat, and lay to all appearance without sense or motion, until all the females had left the room, when he came cautiously into a sitting posture, and confronted Ralph with a very blank face, and the little bottle still in one hand, and the teaspoon in the other. 'You may put away these fooleries now, and live by your wits again,' said Ralph, coolly putting on his hat. 'Demmit, Nickleby, you're not serious.' 'I seldom joke,' said Ralph. 'Good night.' 'No, but Nickleby,' said Mantalini. 'I am wrong, perhaps,' rejoined Ralph. 'I hope so. You should know best. Good night.' Affecting not to hear his entreaties that he would stay and advise with him, Ralph left the crestfallen Mr. Mantalini to his meditations, and left the house quietly. 'Oho!' he said. 'Sets the wind that way so soon! Half knave and half fool, and detected in both characters! I think your day is over, sir.' As he said this, he made some memorandum in his pocket book in which Mr. Mantalini's name figured conspicuously, and finding by his watch that it was between 9 and 10 o'clock, made all speed home. 'Are they here?' was the first question he asked of Newman. Newman nodded. 'Been here half an hour.' 'Two of them? One a fat, sleek man?' 'Ay,' said Newman. 'In your room now.' 'Good,' rejoined Ralph. 'Get me a coach.' 'A coach? What, you going to stammered Newman. Ralph angrily repeated his orders, and Noggs, who might well have been excused for wondering at such an unusual and extraordinary circumstance, for he had never seen Ralph in a coach in his life, departed on his errand, and presently returned with the conveyance. Into it went Mr. Squeers, and Ralph, and the third man, whom Newman Noggs had never seen. Newman stood upon the doorstep to see them off, not troubling himself to wonder where or upon what business they were going, until he chanced by mere accident to hear Ralph name the address whither the coachman was to drive. Quick as lightning, and in a state of the most extreme wonder, Newman darted into his little office for his hat, and limped after the coach, as if with the intention of getting up behind. But in this design he was baulked, for it had too much of the start of him, and was soon hopelessly ahead, leaving him gaping in the empty street. 'I don't know, though,' said Noggs, stopping for breath, 'any good that I could have done by going too. He would have seen me if I had. Drive there! What can come of this? If I had only known it yesterday, I could have told. Drive there! There's mischief in it, there must be.' His reflections were interrupted by a grey-haired man of a very remarkable, though far from prepossessing appearance, who, coming stealthily towards him, solicited relief. Newman, still cogitating deeply, turned away, but the man followed him, and pressed him with such a tale of misery, that Newman, who might have been considered a hopeless person to beg from, and who had little enough to give, looked into his hat for some halfpence which he usually kept screwed up, when he had any, in a corner of his pocket handkerchief. While he was busily untwisting the knot with his teeth, the man said something which attracted his attention. Whatever that something was, it led to something else, and in the end he and Newman walked away side by side, the strange man talking earnestly, and Newman listening. Chapter 44.
Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 45. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Filippone. Nicholas Nickleby by Charles Dickens, Chapter 45, containing matter of a surprising kind. As we going away from Lunnon to-morrow night, and as I didn't know that I was e'er so happy in all my days, Mr. Nickleby, ding but I will take another glass to our next merry meeting. So said John Browdie, rubbing his hands with great joyousness, and looking round him with a ruddy shining face quite in keeping with the declaration. The time at which John found himself in this enviable condition was the same evening to which the last chapter bore reference. The place was the cottage, and the assembled company were Nicholas, Mrs. Nickleby, Mrs. Browdie, Kate Nickleby, and Smike. A very merry party they had been. Mrs. Nickleby, knowing of her son's obligations to the honest Yorkshireman, had, after some demur, yielded her consent to Mr. and Mrs. Browdie being invited out to tea, in the way of which arrangement there were at first sundry difficulties and obstacles, arising out of her not having had an opportunity of calling upon Mrs. Browdie first, for although Mrs. Nickleby very often observed with much complacency, as most punctilious people do, that she had not an atom of pride or formality about
about her. Still, she was a great stickler for dignity and ceremonies, and as it was manifest that until a call had been made she could not be, politely speaking and according to the laws of society, even cognizant of the fact of Mrs. Browdie's existence, she felt her situation to be one of peculiar delicacy and difficulty. "The call must originate with me, my dear," said Mrs. Nickleby. "That's indispensable. The fact is, my dear, that it's necessary there should be a sort of condescension on my part, and that I should show this young person that I am willing to take notice of her. There's a very respectable looking young man," added Mrs. Nickleby, after a short consideration, "who is conductor to one of the omnibuses that go by here, and who wears a glazed hat. Your sister and I have noticed him very often. He has a wart upon his nose, Kate, you know, exactly like a gentleman's servant." "Have all gentlemen's servants warts upon their noses, mother?" asked Nicholas. "Nicholas, my dear, how very absurd you are!" returned his mother. "Of course I mean that his glazed hat looks like a gentleman's servant, and not the wart upon his nose, though even that is not so ridiculous as it may seem to you, for we had a footboy once, who had not only a wart, but a wen also, and a very large wen too, and he demanded to have his wages raised in consequence, because he found it came very expensive. Let me see, what was I? Oh yes, I know. The best way that I can think of would be to send a card and my compliments. I've no doubt he'd take 'em for a pot of porter by this young man to the Saracen with two necks. If the waiter took him for a gentleman's servant, so much the better. Then all Mrs. Browdie would have to do would be to send her card back by the carrier. He could easily come with a double knock, and there's an end of it." "My dear mother," said Nicholas, "I don't suppose such unsophisticated people as these ever had a card of their own, or ever will have." "Oh, that indeed, Nicholas, my dear," returned Mrs. Nickleby, "that's another thing. If you put it upon that ground, why of course I have no more to say than that I have no doubt they are very good sort of persons, and that I have no kind of objection to their coming here to tea if they like, and shall make a point of being very civil to them if they do." The point being thus effectually set at rest, and Mrs. Nickleby duly placed in the patronising and mildly condescending position which became her rank and matrimonial years, Mr. and Mrs. Browdie were invited and came, and as they were very deferential to Mrs. Nickleby, and seemed to have a becoming appreciation of her greatness, and were very much pleased with everything, the good lady had more than once given Kate to understand, in a whisper, that she thought they were the very best meaning people she had ever seen, and perfectly well behaved. And thus it came to pass that John Browdie declared in the parlour after supper, to wit, and 20 minutes before 11 o'clock P.M., that he had never been so happy in all his days. Nor was Mrs. Browdie much behind her husband in this respect, for that young matron, whose rustic beauty contrasted very prettily with the more delicate loveliness of Kate, and without suffering by the contrast either, for each served, as it were, to set off and decorate the other, could not sufficiently admire the gentle and winning manners of the young lady, or the engaging affability of the elder one. Then Kate had the art of turning the conversation to subjects upon which the country girl, bashful at first in strange company, could feel herself at home; and if Mrs. Nickleby was not quite so felicitous at times in the selection of topics of discourse, or if she did seem, as Mrs. Browdie expressed it, rather high in her notions, still nothing could be kinder; and that she took considerable interest in the young couple was manifest from the very long lectures on housewifery with which she was so obliging as to entertain Mrs. Browdie's private ear, which were illustrated by various references to the domestic economy of the cottage, in which, those duties falling exclusively upon Kate, the good lady had about as much share, either in theory or practice, as any one of the statues of the 12 Apostles which embellish the exterior of St. Paul's Cathedral. "Mr. Browdie," said Kate, addressing his young wife, "is the best humoured, the kindest and heartiest creature I ever saw. If I were oppressed with I don't know how many cares, it would make me happy only to look at him." He does seem indeed, upon my word, a most excellent creature, Kate,' said Mrs. Nickleby. 'Most excellent. And I am sure that at all times it will give me pleasure, really pleasure now, to have you, Mrs. Browdie, to see me in this plain and homely manner. We make no display,' said Mrs. Nickleby, with an air that seemed to insinuate that they could make a vast deal if they were so disposed, 'no fuss, no preparation. I wouldn't allow it. I said, "Kate, my dear, you will only make Mrs. Browdie feel uncomfortable, and how very foolish and inconsiderate that would be!"' 'I'm very much obliged to you, I am sure, ma'am,' returned Mrs. Browdie gratefully. 'It's nearly 11 o'clock, John. I'm afraid we are keeping you up very late, ma'am.' 'Late!' cried Mrs. Nickleby, with a sharp thin laugh, and one little cough at the end, like a note of admiration expressed. 'This is quite early for us. We used to keep such hours. 12, 1, 2, 3 o'clock was nothing to us. Balls, dinners, card parties. Never were such rakes as the people about where we used to live. I often think now, I am sure, that how we ever could go through with it is quite astonishing, and that is just the evil of having a large connection and being a great deal sought after, which I would recommend all young married people steadily to resist, though of course, and it's perfectly clear, and a very happy thing too, I think, that very few young married people can be exposed to such temptations. There was one family, in particular, that used to live about a mile from us, not straight down the road, but turning sharp off to the left by the turnpike where the Plymouth mail ran over the donkey, that were quite extraordinary people for giving the most extravagant parties, with artificial flowers and champagne, and variegated lamps, and, in short, every delicacy of eating and drinking that the most single epicure could possibly require. I don't think there ever were such people as these Peltorogusses. You remember the Peltorogusses, Kate?' Kate saw that for the ease and comfort of the visitors, it was high time to stay this flood of recollection, so answering that she entertained the Peltorogusses a most vivid and distant remembrance, and then said that Mr. Browdie had half promised early in the evening that he would sing a Yorkshire song, and that she was most impatient that he should redeem his promise, because she was sure it would afford her mama more amusement and pleasure than it was possible to express. Mrs. Nickleby, confirming her daughter with the best possible grace, for there was patronage in that too, and a kind of implication that she had a discerning taste in such matters, and was something of a critic, John Browdie proceeded to consider the words of some north country ditty, and to take his wife's recollection respecting the same. This done, he made divers ungainly movements in his chair, and singling out one particular fly on the ceiling from the other flies there asleep, fixed his eyes upon him, and began to roar a meek sentiment, supposed to be uttered by a gentle swain fast pining away with love and despair, in a voice of thunder. At the end of the first verse, as though some person without had waited until then to make himself audible, was heard a loud and violent knocking at the street door, so loud and so violent, indeed, that the ladies started as by one accord, and John Browdie stopped. 'It must be some mistake,' said Nicholas carelessly. 'We know nobody who would come here at this hour.' Mrs. Nickleby surmised, however, that perhaps the counting house was burnt down, or perhaps the Mr. Cheerybles had sent to take Nicholas into partnership, which certainly appeared highly probable at that time of night, or perhaps Mr. Linkinwater had run away with the property, or perhaps Miss La Creevy was taken in, or perhaps but a hasty exclamation from Kate stopped her abruptly in her conjectures, and Ralph Nickleby walked into the room. 'Stay,' said Ralph, as Nicholas rose, and Kate, making her way towards him, threw himself upon his arm. 'Before that boy says a word, hear me.' Nicholas bit his lip and shook his head in a threatening manner, but appeared for the moment unable to articulate a syllable. Kate clung closer to his arm, Smike retreated behind them, and John Browdie, who had heard of Ralph and appeared to have no great difficulty in recognising him, stepped between the old man and his young friend, as if with the intention of preventing either of them from advancing a step further. 'Hear me, I say,' said Ralph, 'and not him. 'Say what thou'st gotten to say then, sir,' retorted John, 'and take care thou dinnot put up angry blood which thou'dst better try to quiet.' 'I should know you,' said Ralph, 'by your tongue, and him,' pointing to Smike, 'by his looks.' 'Don't speak to him,' said Nicholas, recovering his voice. 'I will not have it. I will not hear him. I do not know that man. I cannot breathe the air that he corrupts. His presence is an insult to my sister. It is shame to see him. I will not bear it.' 'Stand!' cried John, laying his heavy heart upon his chest. 'Then let him instantly retire,' said Nicholas, struggling. 'I am not going to lay hands upon him, but he shall withdraw. I will not have him here. John Browdie, is this my house? Am I a child? If he stands there,' cried Nicholas, burning with fury, 'looking so calmly upon those who know his black and dastardly heart, he'll drive me mad.' To all these exclamations John Browdie answered not a word, but he retained his hold upon Nicholas, and when he was silent again, spoke. 'There's more to say in here than thou think'st for,' said John. 'I tell thee I gotten scent o' that already. What be that shadow outside the door there? No, schoolmaster, show thyself, man. Dinna be shamefaced. No, old gentleman. Let's have schoolmaster come.' Hearing this adjuration, Mr. Squeers, who had been lingering in the passage until such time as it should be expedient for him to enter, and he could appear without effect, was fain to present himself in a somewhat undignified and sneaking way, at which John Browdie laughed with such keen and heartfelt delight, that even Kate, in all the pain, anxiety, and surprise of the scene, and though the tears were in her eyes, felt a disposition to join him. 'Have you done enjoying yourself, sir?' said Ralph at length. 'Pretty nigh for the present time, sir,' replied John. 'I can wait,' said Ralph. 'Take your own time, pray.' Ralph waited until there was a perfect silence, and then turning to Mrs. Nickleby, but directing an eager glance at Kate, as if more anxious to watch his effect upon her, said, 'Now, ma'am, listen to me. I don't imagine that you were a party to a fine tirade of words sent me by that boy of yours, because I don't believe that under his control you have the slightest will of your own, or that your advice, your opinion, your wants, your wishes, anything which in nature and reason, or of what use is your great experience, ought to weigh with him, has the slightest influence or weight whatever, or is taken for a moment into account.' Mrs. Nickleby shook her head and sighed, as if there were a good deal in that, certainly. 'For this reason,' resumed Ralph, 'I address myself to you, ma'am. For this reason partly, and partly because I do not wish to be disgraced by the acts of a vicious stripling whom I was obliged to disown, and who afterwards in his boyish majesty feigns to disown me, I present myself here tonight. I have another motive in coming, a motive of humanity. I come here,' said Ralph, looking round with a biting and triumphant smile, and gloating and dwelling upon the words as if he were loath to lose the pleasure of saying them, 'to restore a parent his child. Ay, sir,' he continued, bending eagerly forward and addressing Nicholas as he marked the change of his countenance, 'to restore a parent his child, his son, sir, trepanned, waylaid, and guarded at every turn by you, with the base design of robbing him some day of any little wretched pittance of which he might become possessed.' 'In that you know you lie,' said Nicholas proudly. 'In this I know I speak the truth. I have his father here,' retorted Ralph.
'Here!' sneered Squeers, stepping forward. 'Do you hear that? Here! Didn't I tell you to be careful that his father didn't turn up and send him back to me? Why, his father's my friend. He's come back to me directly, he is. Now, what do you say, eh? Now, come, what do you say to that? Ain't you sorry you took so much trouble for nothing? Ain't you? Ain't you?'
'You bear upon your body certain marks I gave you,' said Nicholas, looking quietly away, 'and may take in acknowledgment of them as much as you please. You'll talk a long time before you rub them out, Mr. Squeers.' The estimable gentleman last named cast a hasty look at the table, as if he were prompted by this retort to throw a jug or bottle at the head of Nicholas, but he was interrupted by the design, if such design he had, by Ralph, who, touching him on the elbow, bade him tell the father that he might now appear and claim his son.
This being purely a labour of love, Mr. Squeers readily complied, and leaving the room for the purpose, almost immediately returned, supporting a sleek personage with an oily face, who, bursting from him, and giving to view the form and face of Mr. Snawley, made straight up to Smike, and tucking that poor fellow's head under his arm in a most uncouth and awkward embrace, elevated his broad-brimmed hat at arm's length in the air of a token of devout thanksgiving, exclaiming meanwhile, 'How little did I think of this here joyful meeting when I saw him last! Oh, how little did I think it!' 'Be composed, sir,' said Ralph, with a gruff expression of sympathy. 'You have got him now.' 'Got him! Oh, haven't I got him! Have I got him, though!' cried Mr. Snawley, scarcely able to believe it. 'Yes, here he is, flesh and blood, flesh and blood.' 'Vary little flesh,' said John Browdie. Mr. Snawley was too much occupied by his parental feelings to notice this remark, and to assure himself more completely of the restoration of his child, tucked his head under his arm again, and kept it there. 'What was it,' said Snawley, 'that made me take such a strong interest in him when that worthy instructor of youth brought him to my house? What was it that made me burn all over with a wish to chastise him severely for cutting away from his best friends, his pastors and masters?'
'It was parental instinct, sir,' observed Squeers.
'That's what it was, sir,' rejoined Snawley. 'The elevated feeling. The feeling of the ancient Romans and Grecians, and of the beasts of the field and birds of the air, with the exception of rabbits and tomcats, which sometimes devour their offspring. My heart yearned towards him. I don't know what I couldn't have done to him in the anger of a father.'
'It only shows what nature is, sir,' said Mr. Squeers. 'She's rum 'un, is nature.'
'She's a holy thing, sir,' remarked Snawley.
'I believe you,' added Mr. Squeers, with a moral sigh. 'I should like to know how we should ever get on without her. Nature,' said Mr. Squeers, solemnly, 'is more easier conceived than described. Oh, what a blessed thing, sir, to be in a state of nature!'
Pending this philosophical discourse, the bystanders had been quite stupefied with amazement, while Nicholas had looked keenly from Snawley to Squeers, and from Squeers to Ralph, divided his feelings of disgust, doubt, and surprise. At this juncture, Smike, escaping from his father, fled to Nicholas, and implored him, in most moving terms, never to give him up, but to let him live and die beside him. 'If you are this boy's father,' said Nicholas, 'look at the wreck he is, and tell me that you purpose to send him back to that loathsome den from which I brought him.'
'Scandal again!' cried Squeers. 'Recollect, you ain't worth powder and shot, but I'll be even with you one way or another.'
'Stop!' interposed Ralph, as Snawley was about to speak. 'Let us cut this matter short, and not bandy words here with hare-brained profligates. This is your son, as you can prove. And you, Mr. Squeers, you know this boy to be the same that was with you for so many years under the name of Smike, do you?'
'Do I?' returned Squeers. 'Don't I?'
'Good,' said Ralph. 'A very few words will be sufficient here. You had a son by your first wife, Mr. Snawley?' 'I had,' replied that person, 'and there he stands.' 'We'll show that presently,' said Ralph. 'You and your wife were separated, and she had the boy to live with her when he was a year old. You received a communication from her, when you had lived apart a year or two, that the boy was dead, and you believed it.' 'Of course I did,' returned Snawley. 'Oh, the joy of be rational, sir, pray,' said Ralph. 'This is business, and transports interfere with it. This wife died a year and a half ago, or thereabouts, not more, in some obscure place where she was a housekeeper in a family. Is that the case?' 'That's the case,' replied Snawley. 'Having written on her deathbed a letter of confession to you, about this very boy, which, as it was not directed otherwise than in your name, only reached you, and that by a circuitous course, a few days since.' 'Just so,' said Snawley. 'Correct in every particular, sir.' 'And this confession,' resumed Ralph, 'is to the effect that his death was an invention of hers to wound you, was part of a system of annoyance, in short, which you seem to have adopted towards each other; that the boy lived, but was of weak and imperfect intellect; that she sent him, by a trusty hand, to a cheap school in Yorkshire; that she had paid for his education for some years, and then being poor and going a long way off, gradually deserted him, for which she prayed forgiveness.' Snawley nodded his head, and wiped his eyes, the first slightly, the last violently. 'The school was Mr. Squeers's,' continued Ralph. 'The boy was left there in the name of Smike,
Every description was fully given, dates tally exactly with Mr. Squeers's books, Mr. Squeers is lodging with you at this time, you have 2 other boys at his school, you communicated the whole discovery to him, he brought you to me as the person who had recommended to him the kidnapper of his child, and I brought you here. Is that so?' 'You talk like a good book, sir, that's got nothing in its inside but what's the truth,' replied Snawley. 'This is your pocket book,' said Ralph, producing one from his coat. 'The certificates of your first marriage, and of the boy's birth, and your wife's 2 letters, and every other paper that can support these statements directly or by implication, are here, are they?' 'Every one of 'em, sir.' 'And you don't object to their being looked at here, so that these people may be convinced of your power to substantiate your claim at once in law and reason, and you may resume your control over your own son without more delay. Do I understand you?' 'I couldn't have understood myself better, sir.' 'There then,' said Ralph, tossing the pocket book upon the table, 'let them see them if they like. And as those are the original papers, I should recommend you to stand near while they are being examined, or you may chance to lose some.' With these words Ralph sat down unbidden, and compressing his lips, which were for the moment slightly parted by a smile, folded his arms, and looked for the first time at his nephew. Nicholas, stung by the concluding taunt, darted an indignant glance at him, but commanding himself as well as he could, entered upon a close examination of the documents, at which John Browdie assisted. There was nothing about them which could be called in question. The certificates were regularly signed as extracts from the parish books, the first letter had a genuine appearance of having been written and preserved for some years, the handwriting of the second tallied with it exactly, making proper allowance for its having been written by a person in extremity, and there were several other corroboratory scraps of entries and memoranda which it was equally difficult to question. 'Dear Nicholas,' whispered Kate, who had been looking anxiously over his shoulder, 'can this really be the case? Is this statement true?' 'I fear it is,' answered Nicholas. 'What say you, John?' John scratched his head and shook it, but said nothing at all. 'You will observe, ma'am,' said Ralph, addressing himself to Mrs. Nickleby, 'that this boy being a minor and not of strong mind, we might have come here to night, armed with the powers of the law, and backed by a troop of its myrmidons. I should have done so, ma'am, unquestionably, but for my regard for the feelings of yourself and your daughter.' 'You have shown your regard for her feelings well,' said Nicholas, drawing his sister towards him. 'Thank you,' replied Ralph. 'Your praise, sir, is commendation indeed.' 'Well,' said Squeers, 'what's to be done? Them hackney coach horses will catch cold if we don't think of moving. There's one of 'em a sneezing now, so that he blows the street door right open. What's the order of the day? Is Master Snawley to come along with us?' 'No, no, no,' replied Smike, drawing back and clinging to Nicholas. 'No, pray no. I will not go from you with him. No, no.' 'This is a cruel thing,' said Snawley, looking to his friends for support. 'Do parents bring children into the world for this?' 'Do parents bring children into the world for thot?' said John Browdie bluntly, pointing as he spoke to Squeers. 'Never you mind,' retorted that gentleman, tapping his nose derisively. 'Never I mind,' said John. 'No, nor never nobody mind, say'st thou, schoolmaster. It's nobody's minding that keeps like men o' that afloat. Noo then, where be'st thou comin' to? Dang it, dinnot come treading over me, mon.' Suiting the action to the word, John Browdie just jerked his elbow into the chest of Mr. Squeers, who was advancing upon Smike, with so much dexterity that the schoolmaster reeled and staggered back upon Ralph Nickleby, and being unable to recover his balance, knocked that gentleman off his chair, and stumbled heavily upon him. This accidental circumstance was the signal for some very decisive proceedings. In the midst of a great noise, occasioned by the prayers and entreaties of Smike, the cries and exclamations of the women, and the vehemence of the men, demonstrations were made of carrying off the lost son by violence. Squeers had actually begun to haul him out, when Nicholas, who until then had been evidently undecided how to act, took him by the collar, and shaking him so that such teeth as he had chattered in his head, politely escorted him to the room door, and thrusting him into the passage, shut it upon him. 'Now,' said Nicholas to the other two, 'have the goodness to follow your friend.' 'I want my son,' said Snawley. 'Your son,' replied Nicholas, 'chooses for himself. He chooses to remain here, and he shall.' 'You won't give him up?' said Snawley. 'I would not give him up against his will to be the victim of such brutality as that to which you would consign him,' replied Nicholas. if he were a dog or a rat.
'Knock that Nickleby down with a candlestick,' cried Mr. Squeers through the keyhole, 'and bring out my hat, somebody, will you, unless he wants to steal it.'
'I am very sorry indeed,' said Mrs. Nickleby, who, with Mrs. Browdie, had stood crying and biting her fingers in a corner, while Kate, very pale but perfectly quiet, had kept as near her brother as she could. 'I am very sorry indeed for all this. I really don't know what would be best to do, and that's the truth. Nicholas ought to be the best judge, and I hope he is. Of course it's a hard thing to have to keep other people's children, though young Mr. Snawley is certainly as useful and willing as it's possible for anybody to be, but if it could be settled in any friendly manner, if old Mr. Snawley, for instance, would settle to pay something certain for his board and lodging, and some fair arrangement was come to, so that we undertook to have fish twice a week, and a pudding twice, or a dumpling, or something of that sort, I do think that it might be very satisfactory and pleasant for all parties.' This compromise, which was proposed with abundance of tears and sighs, not exactly meeting the point at issue, nobody took any notice of it, and poor Mrs. Nickleby accordingly proceeded to enlighten Mrs. Browdie upon the advantages of such a scheme, and the unhappy results flowing on all occasion from her not being attended to when she proffered her advice. 'You, sir,' said Snawley, addressing the terrified Smike, 'are an unnatural, ungrateful, unlovable boy. You won't let me love you when I want to. Won't you come home, won't you?' 'No, no, no!' cried Smike, shrinking back.
'He never loved anybody,' bawled Squeers through the keyhole. 'He never loved me, he never loved Wackford, who is next door but one to a cherubim. How can you expect that he'll love his father? He'll never love his father, he won't. He don't know what it is to have a father. He don't understand it. It ain't in him.' Mr. Snawley looked steadfastly at his son for a full minute, and then covering his eyes with his hand, and once more raising his hat in the air, appeared deeply occupied in deploring his black ingratitude. Then drawing his arm across his eyes, he picked up Mr. Squeers's hat, and taking it under one arm and his own under the other, walked slowly and sadly out. 'Your romance, sir,' said Ralph, lingering for a moment, 'is destroyed, I take it. No unknown, no persecuted descendant of a man of high degree, but the weak imbecile son of a poor petty tradesman. We shall see how your sympathy melts before plain matter of fact.' 'You shall,' said Nicholas, motioning towards the door. 'And trust me, sir,' added Ralph, 'that I never supposed you would give him up tonight. Pride, obstinacy, reputation for fine feeling, were all against it. These must be brought down, sir, lowered, crushed, as they shall be soon. The protracted and wearing anxiety and expense of the law, in its most oppressive form, its torture from hour to hour, its weary days and sleepless nights, with these I'll prove you, and break your haughty spirit strong as you deem it now. And when you make this house a hell, and visit these trials upon yonder wretched object, as you will, I know you, and those who think you now a young fledged hero, we'll go into old accounts between us two, and see who stands the debtor and comes out best at last even before the world.' Ralph Nickleby withdrew. But Mr. Squeers, who had heard a portion of this closing address, and was by this time wound up to a pitch of impotent malignity almost unprecedented, could not refrain from returning to the parlour door, and actually cutting some dozen capers with various wry faces and hidden grimaces, expressive of his triumphant confidence in the downfall and defeat of Nicholas. Having concluded this war dance, in which his short trousers and large boots had borne a very conspicuous figure, Mr. Squeers followed his friends, and the family were left to meditate upon recent occurrences. Chapter 45